All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome. I have no idea what we're gonna do tonight. Maybe, maybe a little game in action PC baseball to to kick off our 1971 because we kind of sort of rushed right into to all this, and I wanted to do that project. And we, of course, with the manual entry thing last night, there's cousin Ken Castro. Maybe we'll play a game of something else. Maybe we'll talk some baseball. I have no idea. I just know it's the 20th of December 2025, 10:27 p.m. on the East Coast. So I hope everybody's doing well, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing. There is Bernie Strom, and there is Tribe Fan 879. So, hello. We're looking live at Action PC Arena for a game on the Beatles Eternally Wide, the YouTube channel. Ah, man, Tim, I love it. I love it. So, it's more like looking at, I don't know. Hang on a second. My cat's being bad. Psst. He's being a dickwad. Albert, enough. Yeah. So, hey, how's everybody? Hope everybody is well, kids. So I don't know who's had a chance. I guess probably Bernie, probably be the only one. Bernie, have you messed around with the man? There's Dwayne Martz. Dwayne Martz. Oh, now it's Dwayne Martz TV network. I just realized that. How about that? John DFW is here. Maybe we can have, I don't know, have a chin wag while I continue to do teams for the Michael T. McGreevy project. We can do a game in Action PC. We can do a game in Action PC using Apago since we used Strat for a bit last night. David Baseball Demos is here. King, pioneer, progenitor of purveyors of I can't find any sort of continue the alliteration for baseball since it unfortunately yeah. YouTube terminology question, if I may, says David. Does YouTube have terminology? And if it does, ask away. Ask away, my good friend. So, who has had while David is forming his question? Any of you guys had a chance to do any more with me? David, I had to work today, so I wasn't able to catch your broadcast. Um, how did you find the manual entry working for you in Action PC Baseball? Curious Minds. RGO Network says he will chinwag. Brother Jack Dawson, join us. Robert, how are you doing? Jack, how are you doing? Um, Robert, are you thinking about incorporating any Action PC into your dice rolling stuff just for fun? Maybe showing folks on in your respective family there how all that works. Oh, also, quick thing for anybody who has bought Pocket Pennant Run. Craig dropped a hot fix today, so you want to pick that up, or you could have some. It was just a little weird thing that had to do with any player, so pretty much Irish players that had the apostrophe or the diacritic mark in their name. So just a quick hot fix drop for that. Defined first look. Saw three different channels give Action PC stream as first look. Obviously, all couldn't be first. This is true. And actually, I think, David, what you're getting into is more of a, one might say, you're kind of flirting a little bit with soteriology, if you will, maybe even a bit of eschatology, archaeology, anthropology. Yeah. So I guess I would define first look as a group of at least three or four of us who could think of nothing more pithy, more creative to say than first look. I think we'll go with that. Maybe next time I shall do primary perspective or something like that. What we'll do something tricky with the ordinal numbers, David. No, we'll do that just for you and for Tabby, of course. Yeah. Or does first look mean first for that person? Well, it meant first for me because it literally was. I downloaded it, installed it, poked around a bit, and then it was my sort of first look. Although I guess temporarily one might argue that in fact the first look would have been as soon as I opened it. Then that would have been so. I could be in fact prosecuted for I could be prosecuted for making false statements, although there's no grand jury available. And anyhow, those proceedings have been redacted. Why not? So Robert says he likes Action PC. Tried out the manual entry. He feels it's just a little clunky. He thought, but it's a great start for Dave Cook. Yeah, yeah, it definitely is. The main thing I would like to see fixed in it is because the scoreboard is keeping track of what's going on, right, your score sheet, whatever, and so is the line score. So being able to, if you're doing a game in complete manual entry, to see what the batter did his last time up would certainly go a long way. I can understand for rare and weird plays how it's kind of doing the same thing as Pocket Pennant Run does to handle those, because there's no syntax in the game here to you know to enter things. But I do love the fact that Action PC is doing it. The cool thing that I want to be exploring with 1971 that I have up here is the legacy mode. That looks very, very, very promising. So David says he actually didn't spend $19. He spent $28. Added the 1976 season to 1920, 1962. You got yourself three excellent seasons there, buddy. Seasons are going right now for $9.50 a pop. At least they were last night. So that's a good thing. Let's see. For I know not many people from Robert's sphere come to this sphere, but I do know that Robert is going to be starting his. We're probably what, about 11, 12 days out from your opening day, somewhere around there. I don't know. I thought you said, or it was around January 5th or 6th. So something for you folks to look forward to. Is legacy mode Dave Cook's? I'm guessing you're putting maybe foray and out of the park. Yes, I do believe it is. Not, I don't know that Dave Cook himself would say that, but legacy mode works. It's similar to the career mode in out of the park baseball. Stick Tack Sports Network joining us for a tete-a-tete, if you will. I'm going to get Robert on here in a few moments, and we'll have a good old fashioned baseball chin wag. It's only 10:34, so God knows. Waiting for cousin Ken Castro to once again cross swords with me, and so we can do game 3 of the 1912 World Series. And if it wouldn't take all night, it'd be kind of actually fun to do that as our manual entry project, because we did it last night with Strat Max, and I thought tonight, if we did anything with the manual entry thing, we could do it with Apago. So the game, Action PC Baseball, is really kind of weird when it comes to playing exhibition games. So played well for 6 innings, and then it kind of crashed. But that's okay. It seemed to handle everything pretty nicely. You have cross. I believe you have. I believe you have. And Robert will let us know more about what he thinks about Action PC. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. I know that Dave Gardner is doing some pre-Christmas gaming streaming. I love Dave Gardner's stuff, so we'll catch it. I like to try to catch all the baseball stuff in there and all the things he talks about just with community. So Dwayne Martz says, let's play ball then, guys. Ken says he hasn't crossed swords willingly. Well, there you go. Dwayne Martz, I wish you had Apago. It'd be fun. Or you know what, Dwayne, do you have Action PC Baseball? I want to play. Well, I want to play some head to head with you too, buddy. At some point. John DFW says wanted to try manual entry today, but your computer said she had a headache. Ah, I see. Mine will usually say she just washed her hair, things like that. So guys, hang in there. Asking please just a little bit of patience. With Michael T. McGreevy League. I think I'm gonna get everything done as far as like the rosters and all that kind of stuff. But I think the more I've cogitated on it, and I know that some people will say that will make you go blind if you cogitate. Boy, I'm just full of them tonight. I think rather on 27 December, instead of having it as our opening day, I'd like to do a few games. Let's make sure that we're we're happy with the way things are going and stuff like that, and then let's set our opening day for later that week, because I'm just a little bit, because we did that with McGreevy. We had just a few games, so that way we can iron out things, and people also can be here, and that way I'm not going to get bombed in the Discord. Things about your team you want to change, any strategies. Although with out of the park baseball, you really don't have to. So that's what I'm doing, and even I have my co-commissioner here, and I know Bernie's itching to get going, and so am I. So I think this would be a good compromise for both of us. Tim says, yeah, so, say they have a headache. Dwayne Martz has an old version of Action PC, which means that we probably wouldn't be able to play. I don't know if we could play head to head or not. I have to try. I just think it'd be fun, buddy, just to have an old Chinwag and play a bit of head to head baseball. John says, but seriously, you don't buy new games like Action PC until they've been patched up a bit. I wish I had that. I'm just damned impulsive, to be really, really frank and earnest with you guys. I can be actually three people: Beatles, Frank, and Ernest. Um, I, I'm impulsive, man. I see something and I say, "Ooh, shiny things," which is why I'm the Rube Waddell of the community, not because of my pitching prowess, but because I'm very, very easily distracted, as everybody knows. And by some miracle, we have 700 and something members of this family now. So we've passed 700, and thanks you to each and every one of you. So John says 2025 does everything he needs for now, and fair enough. Thad Dinkum, um, absolutely. I mean, I think for I guess as any game, is it a must buy? It depends. Again, if you're impulsive, for me, this was a must buy. If you're like me, you have to buy it every year. It's a ritual. I know in December I'm going to buy Action PC Baseball, and in March I'm going to buy Out of the Park Baseball and Digital Diamond. And Yeah, so there you go. Hoping for him to add board games ratings to Action PC. So yeah, I mean, so we had Andrew RW603 in here last night, as you know, Dwayne, and I did suggest a little workaround. He said, "Yeah, that would work." He said, "But it would be nice to actually be able to." So that's a big advantage. Digital Diamond Baseball allows you to put those player ratings in there. Pocket Pennant Run doesn't, and neither does Action PC Baseball. So Digital Diamond, I think, in my estimation, um, as far as inclusiveness goes, I think Digital Diamond Baseball is still ahead of those two other games, Pocket Pennant Run and this one, Action PC Baseball. In that respect, my thing with is just the syntax. But I don't necessarily know that if you're playing just because Digital Diamond Baseball really doesn't know what game you're playing. So I know that there's specific syntax for specific games, but um, I really want to kind of get over that and do some of the and do some Digital Diamond on the channel after maybe I get a little bit of tutelage from our good Thane here, Dwayne Martz, because it's a baseball game that I buy every year, and that I really don't play very much, and I really want to. I love the game, except for the sounds. The sounds are dreadful, but the game itself is excellent. So, this version of Action PC's baseball pleasantly without noticeable bugs. Yeah, thus far, it seems to be pretty steady. Again, it crashed on me last night, but I think I could see what was going on because it was just naming Bobby Dura as every player, and it's like, yep, this is getting. And I've always the most wackiness I've seen in this game has been in exhibition mode. But that said, this game, even when it gets patched up, Action PC will crash on you. The nice thing about Action PC, though, is you can get right back in the game. Unlike Out of the Park Baseball, if it crashes at your effect, not to put too fine a point on it. Digital Diamond Baseball has too much syntax. And as David says, he pays enough tax already. So from one sinner to another, I feel you, brother. Um, but I think I'm like again, I buy it every year, and I'll play a few perfunctory innings, and it kind of sits in my Steam library, and I want to change that for 2026. And I think if it is a full, and I see what's going on, what's unfolding in real time in Status Pro Baseball and Digital Diamond, not the way it is now, but the way that it would be, where I actually feel like I'm playing Digital Diamond base, or I'm playing Status Pro Baseball. I think you're going to see a lot more Digital Diamond on this channel. Once you play Digital Diamond a few times, it becomes second nature. Yeah. I've got to figure out a way to get some sound files to him though. That the take me out to the ball game. I really gotta get a synthesizer or two hooked up here, and a sampler or two, and give and just here, Mark, these are free, please take them, use them, because the game itself's great. And maybe even kind of create a nice kind of crowd loop that's playing, sort of underneath during the game. I know maybe a lot of people don't care about that, but that monophonic take me out to the ball game is it's got to go, man. But the game itself is great, and I think everybody forgets that it's got a great baseball engine. Just on its own, Digital Diamond Baseball is a great baseball game, with editable play-by-play, all kinds of cool stuff. There's still some things about it that I wish would be better. I know Bernie talks a lot about the modularity of baseball for Windows, and really, Digital Diamond Baseball is very modular in that way too. I still find in fact, I find working with ballparks in Digital Diamond a little bit more tedious even than working with them in this. And I think if there's an Achilles heel with Action PC, it's getting used to working with ballparks. I am used to them, but I know it's a stumbling block for a lot of people. Do I use the in-game announcer? I do not. I don't. The only announcer I ever have on my games, other than me, and I'm not an announcer, I'm an Egypt, is Ernie Harwell. Or if I'm playing old-time baseball, then it's going to be Mel Allen, Kurt Gowdy, what have you. Will Tools to say Beatles, thank you for the video last night. Don't get to chat much, but enjoy everything you do out here. Oh, well, you're such a good guy, man. Thank you. Um, I try my best. So, Will, I'm going to answer your question really, really quickly. So, all the things in Action PC Baseball that you can export as CSV or whatever, you can import those right into Paul Fay's baseball apps. And once I can work out with Paul, maybe we can kind of do a little bit of review of all that. The two games that the baseball app works natively with are Pocket Pennant Run and Digital Diamond Baseball. So, Robert, are you still there? I'm going to put the link in the chat if you're in there. We'll talk to Robert for a little bit, and then maybe we'll jump into AppAgo and we'll do a little game on here, unless we just get a spirited conversation, whatever. But I do want to thank the new folks who've joined the family. It's nice to have you here. I don't like to call it my channel. I like to call it our family, Familia Borgata, whatever you want to say, because that's what it really is. It's fun, at least in some twisted way. Try to make it so. What do you guys do? What do you guys rolling up? What are you guys playing on this? All right, Robert's here. All right. Let me pop on my headphones. And Cousin Ken Castro, anytime you want to play Game 3 of the 1912 World Series, I am ready, brother. I am ready. So, I should say, so Stick Tap says it becomes second nature quickly. And I think it does. I mean, I played it a lot more back in the day, and I have two roster sets up there on the Digital Diamond site, and I always used to love just making teams in that game. I just have to, I think, getting used to that syntax, and I think it would be fun because I do want to do more with it. But Dwayne's such a master at it. I feel like it'd be like trying to gild the lily and ending up making a sow's ear out of a silk purse, if you will. So I'm just enjoying Dwayne playing it, but I mean, offline, I've got to play it more because it's a great baseball game, and why the hell am I buying it if I'm not playing it, right? Let's invite a guest. And this is open to anybody. Anybody wants to come on for a little while and chat baseball, that would be fine. Robert, I would be amiss if I did not wish you happy Hanukkah. So there we go. Oop, All right. Already wished Bernie, so Bernie kind of celebrates both. Pretty cool. D. Scott Howard says he hasn't paid the sin tax since the 1970s. I love it. Love it. Love it. But, I'm a big fan of sin myself. Being a magician, we deal with that all the time, don't we? Just ask any people who think that magic is done by infernal means. So there is the link there, Roberto. If you want to pop on here for a little bit, I'd love to get your thoughts on the new Action PC baseball and whatever else, baseball wise, at least. Let's see what else. So I still haven't decided if I'm going to keep Baseball Max or drop it. I think for a while I'm going to keep it. What sold me on it was Tim. Let's get Robert on here. Roberto, can you hear me?
Happy Saturday, I should say.
Happy Saturday, man. How are you?
Jeez. I'm still actually recovering from a small cold that I had. That I had. From what is over the weekend. So
Oh man. Uh-oh, they're saying echo chamber. Do you have YouTube on? Because okay,
yeah.
okay, if you mute YouTube, you should still like just mute through there, and you still should be able to hear me.
I know I can hear the echo. Hold on. Because I see you got reverse. It's not the same thing you've been using before, I think. Right?
I'm having trouble understanding you. What was that?
Let's see. That's audio. Let's see here. I see that. I hear you. Where is try?
Yeah, because we had Tim on last week and he didn't echo.
Is that better?
Uh, to me, it's fine, but I don't know what do you guys? Are you guys? If Robert will,
Can you hear me? Still?
can you hear me? We'll find out here. We got to wait. We get the 6-second delay and all that stuff. I really don't want to have to go back to. He says he's a Notre Dame fan.
Is it working?
Is it working, guys? Can you hear Robert?
Because I muted the live previews. What I did. I can hear you. I don't know if they can hear me. Still echoing.
I don't understand. This only happens with this EVM UX, but it's so superior to StreamYard, and people are saying it's still an echo. I don't understand it. I don't want to go back to StreamYard is twice as expensive and does half as much, but never echoes.
Well, I can hear the echo too. Let's see.
Okay, now we got Tim. Hey Tim, what's up?
Now, let's see if this can really help.
Now he's echoing. He's echoing.
Okay.
Tim is echoing.
Weird, because I have YouTube muted.
Stadium Groans says Stick Tap Sports.
Yeah. Right.
And that's weird. You guys sound absolutely. What if I turned off listen off stage, affecting only on your end? Nah, it's not going to matter. I don't think.
Come on. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Still echoing.
Testing. Nope. Still echoing. Should have stuck with StreamYard.
StreamYard's too. It's. No, I'm so. If it is Dwayne, so Dwayne, I'm wearing headphones, so definitely not on mine. And I never, ever have YouTube on. Actually, when I'm doing these, better than mushrooms, yeah. Now, Dwayne, because I don't use YouTube at all, so, and I'm wearing headphones, and these guys are not echoing to me at all. They sound like we're in the same room, actually. So, I really don't know why EVMUX does what it does here, but I don't want to go back to an inferior product. I really, really don't.
The Green Canyon chat. That's hilarious.
What's that? What's that?
It's all come on here, Grand Canyon chat.
I really, really don't know. So yeah, it's yeah. I get it, guys, but does anybody have any like constructive help here? Like I know I know Dwayne. I don't think you usually have people on, so I know you can't really help.
Actually, baseball demos, that would be GTA 6, the probably never to be released game.
Exactly. The Pirates will win the World Series before that happens. Although we made a big pickup this week, so good God. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know why this is doing what it's doing. Again, I'm using headphones. My external speakers, everything is routed right through headphones. There's nothing coming through my external speakers.
Unintelligible.
Trying to see what I'm trying to everything on my end, not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking here too. So bear with us, guys. Bear with me, I should say. I'm poking around here. Pardon me, in these settings. Let's go to audio. So echo cancellation says not recommended while using headphones. Okay, so background noise reduction recommended unless you have non-redacted. Exactly, midlife crisis. Maybe we need a first look, says David. I'm reading as I'm doing this. There's nothing else that like at all. Let's look at advanced settings here. Disable stinger preview. Who cares? Allow the moderator to change any settings in studio, including camera and microphone. Blah. It doesn't really matter there. Sound notification. Um, so yeah, I'm the only one talking midlife. I think that's why. What we're trying to get is so that Tim and Robert aren't echoing.
Echo cancellation not recommended while using phones.
Okay, is this better or worse?
Oh, now I can. No, I can. Now I can hear you echo.
All right.
So you can hear the echo.
Yeah, I couldn't hear your echo before.
Background noise. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn on echo cancellation.
Midlife crisis on your better save me a
I just don't understand because everything I know just about. I mean, come on, sound and just music and everything. There shouldn't. I'm not getting any echo at all. Well, until Tim tried something.
I think I plugged my headphones. I think that might have been it.
Yeah, you're fine. You guys. That's what I mean. You guys sound absolutely fine to me. So I don't.
You sound fine through your headphones, but I can hear echo through my speakers.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Now, Robert, are you having your web pick up a microphone that you?
My microphone is mic and my camera. That's what I got.
I mean, my external speakers aren't even on. That's what's bizarre about this.
EV what you're using now?
Yeah, and it's really a lot better than StreamYard, except for this apparently.
Apparently not.
Yeah, apparently not for this. So, because if I click, so just 1 second. Yeah, because the only thing I can do, yeah, so is just an unmute request here. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh my God, this is terrible. So I don't know what's going on. And Tim, it looks like you are muted.
Did you mute?
No,
No, I was just trying this microphone setting. I have.
That's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, so everybody says I'm the only one not echoing. That's what John is saying. Do I have a tab? No, I do not. That's the thing, Guthrie. I never have YouTube on when I'm doing these live broadcasts. Never. The only thing that's open is Action PC and EVMUX. That is it. That is it, Guthrie. So I'm confuzzled. Turning the make game Sergeant Peppers. Yeah, pretty much, right? Oh man, because I really want to get Robert's thoughts on Action PC, but we'd like to do it without doing a remake of the Beatles' "Tomorrow Never Knows" uh, on the Revolver album. Which, by the way, those words never occur in that song.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm at a loss, guys, as to why it's doing this. Now we've got Mud. My name is Mud. Do we have a Primus fan here? So Mud. Your name Mud. Your name is Mud. I was just listening to that My Name is Mud from Primus last night, so this is spooky right now.
Who's Mud?
I don't know. Can I hello, Mud? Hello?
I am.
Hello?
I am Mud.
Let me mute myself. Sure, I can do that. Let's see what happens. Okay, guys, talk. Say something, please.
Mud?
Hello.
Oh no, I don't hear any.
Hello, this is Mud Demos.
Or is that all I hear is that.
Yeah, see, I can hear their echoes, and my mic was even off.
It's got to be software, people.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't even have StreamYard anymore. I got rid of it, and I can hear me echoing on your side.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well, guys, I guess it's going to be I'll talk and everybody type Chinwag.
This is me, Beatles. I was just being silly using the mud.
I love it, David. I love it.
This is me, Beatles. I was just being silly using the mud.
I love it. I love it.
That's weird. Only one thing open.
Yeah, that is it.
That is weird.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
There you go.
David's been waiting all night for that one.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
No.
All right, so what I'm going to do, guys, is I'll have to do some research on EVMUX. Hopefully, I'll be able to get this fixed, and we'll be able to have a future Chinwag. So we can kind of continue sort of interact just through type and talk. And I know it's a pain in the arse, but I don't know what else to do.
You gotta realize some Beatles grass is not greener on the other side of the road.
Well, when it comes to the amount of money that they went for StreamYard, yes, it's gone up. It's crazy how much it costs now.
You know when I don't use them myself.
Yeah, guys, this is something I just can't figure it out right now. I have no idea what's going on. So there we go.
On my end.
Because I know in StreamYard what happens is like the person is actually in the studio with you.
Correct.
And there must be some setting in EVMUX that does that. And the only thing I can do because I know what Bernie and I do for the Diamonds and Dice podcast is we'll send each other links to join in that way externally. But it shouldn't matter. You want to say something, Robert?
I'm so here. I'm still like a bad.
Yeah, it seems like you're still echoing.
Because I'm coming through your space, I think. Oh, well.
Yeah. I'll get it figured out, man.
You'll figure it out.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and I'll just...
All right, man. We will get this figured out. That's depressing. That's depressing. Sharing my screen. Is there an option that says also share system audio? Already doing that. Bernie says check messenger. Yeah, already sharing system audio. Which, yeah. So I'm doing the same exact thing that I do in StreamYard, and I don't know why. We have this problem, and yet last week with Tim, it works great. But let's see. Yeah, what we got. Um, so let me see. Holy hell, there, Bernie! This is like a volume. Almost comes from speakers leaking into a mic. Okay, so so I'm reading from Bernie's message here to me, guys. So I ask you to please be patient. Almost comes from speakers leaking into a mic. Okay, not my because my speakers aren't on. Or the same audio getting captured twice. Kill the cause speakers. The speakers. So make sure every guest uses headphones, earbuds, even cheap phone. Blah blah blah. EV. Yep. Guide explicitly to prevent echo. If someone can't use headphones, have them turn speaker volume way down and move the mic further from the speakers. Turn on. I have echo cancellation on. Um, Open the gear settings mic area and enable echo cancellation, which I've done. Yep, I've done all this stuff. That's what's weird about this. Blah blah blah. Using an audio mixer interface, I am not. If you use OBS, I do not use OBS. I hate OBS. So I'm just kind of speed reading this. If the guest, okay, that's a mix minus problem. The return feed to the guest must include everything except the guest's own mic. Otherwise, they hear themselves back with latency. If you're doing any custom routing, I am not doing any custom routing. If you tell me your exact setup, blah, 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 blah. I am not using OBS, Ecamm plus USB audio interface. The only thing I'm using just headphones and a mic on this webcam, which I don't have turned on as far as the video. So that's it. That is it. So EVMUX not terribly helpful with that, but there we go. Hang on. These part of our safety accidental works. Yeah. Okay. Blah blah blah. Wow, this really sucks, man. Let me jump out of here though. Out of Facebook. So Bernie, appreciate that. Let me see. Yeah, yeah, I know. Didn't go the way I thought it would either, Robert. This is weird. Um, yeah. So, and I don't want to have to get Robert to be typing like a madman or anything like that. Turn off also share system audio. That supposedly can do it. We can try that. I'll try to reshare the screen and let's try that again. Okay. That seems to be a good idea. So let me unshare and reshare. And then if somebody will be so kind, let's try that. So Screen share is stopped. Now we'll share it again, but I'm going to do it without sharing the system audio. And that would be really lame because you could always do that with the more expensive, but does less than. Okay, I am not sharing system audio. All right. So somebody want to give it a go again? And let's see. Because we had Tim on last week. We didn't have a game with sound. So I don't know. And let's try this again. Robert? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I think I don't hear an echo this time.
No.
No, there's no echo now. Whatever you did, that worked.
Well, looks like I may have to go back to the more expensive StreamYard and drop this. Are you guys hearing echo? They said no echo. So I
I
guess
don't hear an echo
Is
through my.
there an echo?
There's no echo.
So apparently, with this more expensive thing, you can't share your system audio. That's really weird. In StreamYard, you can. So because I remember doing some broadcasts where remember one night we had like four of you. We were all calling a game. It was fun, and that was back in StreamYard.
As I said, sometimes the grass is not always greener on the other side of the road.
Yeah, I know. I just
Get
hate.
what you pay for.
Yeah. All right. So zero echo. Hey, Michael Peterson. Thank you guys. Doug Hunt is here, fellow Bucko fan.
You can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need.
Great.
In the immortal words of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. So, Robert, now that you've had plenty of time to get this all ready to rock and roll, your thoughts on Action PC 2026, please.
Before I do that, let me mention, of course, as a member of Inside Pitch, of course, with the 1980 season of Inside Pitch was just released today, as a matter of fact. So for those of you that are going to want to follow along with my 1980 season, which will actually be starting in a couple of weeks, 1980 is now available for Inside Pitch Advanced. So Chris released that. So he did keep his promise to me to get that season done before even my demo game. So for those of you that are wanting to play Inside Pitch Advanced, 1980 is now available. So now guys, go ahead and grab that.
Superb. So when's your demo game?
The demo game will be next Sunday. It will be the official demo game, even though I have played a few games already. Will be December 28th. That is the actual official demo game. 1980 Inside Pitch season will begin January 5th, and we'll have the Atlanta Braves against the Cincinnati Reds. We'll have Phil Niekro against Frank Pastore to kick off the 1980 Inside Pitch Advanced season. So, and then of course we'll. I have to do this. I have to do this all over again. Another 4 months of yelling and screaming at night.
But everybody loves it. So actually, even before we get into Action PC baseball, what so your thoughts as far as Inside Pitch Advanced? I mean, are there? I know you love it, but are there things about it that you still think could be tweaked? The advanced version, or are you happy with it?
I don't really think there is much more you can do in order to tweak it.
Okay.
Chris has really streamlined Inside Pitch to a point where right now there really are no calculations you have to worry about. The only thing the only calculations now is that, if you add one to base running, if there's two outs, depending, of course, where, it's like my screaming. Yeah, my throat don't though, but still, but, and also the double plays and such. But really, he really made this game to where it seems to even play more baseball, and of course, it takes into account now a lot more things. Now we're not knocking Classic Inside Pitch, and Classic Inside Pitch is not going anywhere. He is going to still make seasons for it. He did make 1980 Inside Pitch Advance, which is just released today. 1964 is going to be the next season. That was voted on by his customers in his poll on the forums. And then he's, of course, going to do 2025, okay, because you got to, of course, get the keep the common system up to the common year, most
Sure.
cooked for a year, so 2025. and then we'll see what next season he'll do after that. Of course, whatever season I choose from my selection shows, if that season is not made yet in advance, he will make that season. So we can thank Chris for doing that. As far as far it adds a few more nuances. For instance, uh, regular inside pitch advanced now takes into effect how good a pitcher is with giving up home runs with runners on base or no runners on base. So if there was a pitcher that pitched and he did not give up many home runs with runners on base, it could bring down the home run rating of the batter. If he gave up more homers when there were runners on base, it could raise the batter's home run ability. You can now rob home runs at a certain ballpark. No, you're not robbing home runs at Fenway Park at the Green Monster. Nobody's jumping 27 feet, but okay. But you can now rob home runs at certain ballparks where the wall is jumpable. He has also made it. He has gotten rid of certain things like the special K form that included extra strikeouts was removed. He now has a different system for that, which is a lot easier. You don't have to, which is a lot easier now to use. Of course, runners in scoring position. So that's a new one that he added. So if you have a batter that hits better with runners in scoring position, that batter will hit could probably get a hit instead of an out. But if you have a batter that does well with runners in scoring position, but if you have a pitcher that also does well with runners in scoring position, he can turn a batter's hit into an out, or of course, he can turn a batter's out into a hit. So there is a lot more there's a few more nuances in this game that regular inside pitch doesn't have.
So Robert, if just for maybe a frame of reference for some of us, so would you say that maybe a good analogy would be Strat Super Advanced versus Strat Advanced? Is that what would that be kind of the difference between the two? Regular, because you're saying regular inside pitch isn't going anywhere. It sounds like these things that he's added are really exciting. The robbing home runs and stuff like that. That I find that really appealing. So would that be a good analogy, right? Because super advanced adds certain things that wouldn't be in strat advanced, and obviously I don't know what the analog would be for APA, because I think there's just master and basic APA, but would that be good? I'm just trying to figure out an analogy here for maybe folks here that don't play inside pitch.
I don't think you can really compare inside pitch advanced to Stratomatic Super Advanced, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, inside pitch advanced is its own game. It's not like where you get Stratomatic Basic and it actually uses a different set of cards, all right, to compare, and then Stratomatic Advanced where you turn everything up, where you turn everything around, okay, and you get different readings. It's a little bit different. Stratomatic Super Advanced has a lot more calculations you got to do in order to get certain results. Okay. But inside pitch doesn't. Inside pitch, really, the results are on the cards. Okay. Yeah, there'll be a couple of things you need to check. But remember also, inside Stratomatic Advanced has a whole bunch of charts that it uses for errors, for errors, for infield in and all that stuff. Inside pitch advanced only uses the chart, like 4 charts, and they remember the charts don't resolve a play. Okay, they help you get a final roll from the dice, and the cards what resolve the play.
Right.
I don't want to compare it. I don't want to compare it. However, inside pitch advanced, he did go all out. He did take a couple of ideas from me. First of all, when he was remember the one thing, although there are a number of caveats that some of the people that play regular inside pitch have. First of all, the cookie cutter, and of course, baseball demos. He is aware of the cookie cutters, which
Chris or better known as Tabby's servant right now.
Tabby's servant. He went ahead and lowered the threshold for the quote unquote cookie cutter cards. So now, I think it was 40 at bats and I believe it was 40 at bats, and it was, I think, 40 innings pitched. They're now lowered to 20 at bats and 20 innings, and I think 10 innings pitched for Cookie for left and right splits. The one thing he also did, which of course, what now a lot of people, of course, had another issue had. Well, you do get every player. You do get every player in inside pitch, but he's only carded for one team. So what I told him, I was talking to him a
Oh,
couple
so
of
wait. So I didn't know that. So you don't have to pay for outliers in his game.
correct, but
That's nice. That's
but
really nice.
But, here,
Okay.
but here's the thing.
Okay.
So what he did, so I talked to him, and
Mhm.
we're discussing this. He was going through because he wanted my input because I play the game and I'm his ambassador,
Right.
and it was really an honor for him. He put my name in the rule book. It was a very big honor.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
to do that. So whoever gets inside pitch, they're going to see my name in the prologue as like the what you
Oh,
call
that's
the ambassador.
cool.
So I was very very honored that he did that.
Damn.
But so I've been immortalized. I can't
Yes,
believe
you
it.
have.
I've been
All
immortalized.
right.
But
Give it up for Robert, man. That's
so
cool.
kind of like so I guess my name is like on a Stanley Cup somewhere. I don't know. But what he did, but we discussed it. I said to him, look, you're gonna go. You want to make this the best. You want to make this the final finished product. This is what you've always wanted inside pitch to be. All right, but because of the software you were using in the past, and thanks to Craig Scarborough, because he helped him create his new Raider and his new software. Okay, you want this to be the best game you could ever do. He said, yes. Okay, first of all, and I went through the list. First of all, lower the requirements for the slash cookie cutter. And he told me, I hate that term. I said, I know you do. But the problem is that you do, okay, you got these cards, you still have issues where a batter can hit, maybe a home run off of a pitcher of a lefty or righty never did or something, that kind of thing. Okay, lower the threshold. So we did. Then I went to him, I said, okay, now here is another caveat. And this is one that I had an issue with. If you're going to go all out with this, okay, create traded players. Okay, so this was something that Joe Bryan at Payoff Pitch does. He creates a card, all right, and so does Fall Classic. They create cards for each player, all right, on their own team. So if you had one player on one team, he was traded to another team. Okay, they created a card for that. Would create a card for that player on his team. And I told him, I said, you need to what you really need to do is you need to go ahead and create players. If they were traded, okay, just create that player again, all right, but in the different team colors. So for instance, in the 1984 season, Rick Sutcliffe was on the Cleveland Indians and he was on the Chicago Cubs. All right, so in the original inside pitch set, you just got Rick Sutcliffe, I believe in the Cub colors. All right,
Okay.
but in inside pitch advanced, he said, so is that going to make a difference? I said, you're going to a lot of people that are going to love that. And first, another reason it makes people, they don't have to search through the cards to find the player that was on a different team to put him on the team that he is on now.
That is nice. That is nice.
He went ahead and he said, you know what? I'll do you. You know what? That is a good idea. I'll do you one better. If there was a significant difference for that player, okay, for instance, Rick Sutcliffe on Cleveland, he stunk. Rick Sutcliffe on Chicago Cubs, he was awesome. So what he did is he said he'll create a threshold that if the pitcher and the batter, okay, if the pitcher and batter had a significant played for that other team and was significantly better or worse, he will create another rated card. So Rick Sutcliffe in 1984, his Cleveland card does not look like his Chicago card. All right, the Chicago card is better and his Cleveland card is not. If there's not much difference between the two, so let's say one pitcher had an ERA of like 3.5, he went to the other team, his ERA was like 3.3. he'll just go ahead and create a new card, but he'll just create with the colors and that's it. So so if they play for the Yankees, but he also played for the Mets, but he didn't do much difference between the two, he'll create a Yankees and Mets colored card. All right. So now you'll have all the players for that club, for that team. All right, for that season without having to search. He also one thing I thought was a good idea, and I know some people like it when pitchers bat, and I do, but
As do I.
okay, but he decided to get away from from pitchers having their own uh, batting card. Now, what I mean by that is uh, in the original inside pitch set, you will have like if the National League, or of course years before the DH. All right, the pitcher like had his own batting card as well. What he did in that average. He's now gotten away from that, and he's now created 9 pitcher hitting cards, kind of like what Stratomatic does. Remember, Stratomatic, okay, does have pitcher batting cards. All right, he has pitcher batting cards. Like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Okay, and that's fine. All right, but so what he's done is he's now created 9 pitcher hitting cards. So he no longer will have to make a hitting card for each pitcher. That will save him some time. However, he did say if there's a pitcher that had a remarkable year at the plate, such as Shohei Ohtani or Don Drysdale with the Dodgers in the year he batted over 300, he'll probably create a hitting card for that pitcher, okay? Because if that pitcher had like I said, a remarkable year at the plate, he will build a card just for that pitcher. The other pitchers can use their own hitting cards, and also the pitcher hitting card information is on the pitcher's card, and of course, if the pitcher can hit a home run. So
that's a question. Now, I know it's going to be a little while that until he's going to getting into what older seasons, and as I've said, when he does that, that's when I'm going to jump on board with the digital version. But here's my question: with that approach, how's he going to account for really good hitting pitchers? And so a couple guys come to mind. The most obvious from old timey baseball is Smokey Joe Wood. So how does he deal with that? Also, Walter Johnson was a good hitting pitcher.
Like I just told you, if I just finished the 1999 season.
Okay.
Mike Hampton in 1999 for the Mike Hampton, okay, for the Astros. All right, had a heck of a year. All right, at the plate. So he will probably go ahead and take a look at the pitcher's batting average. All right, and see, and what he did, and he'll probably look at his pitcher cards. All right, and say, yeah, he actually did better than probably did better than this pitching card would do. I'll create his own hitting card.
So here's what I'm not understanding, Robert. So, but let's say, so you're talking about like these 9 pitcher cards. So would they be set up in such a way that, let's say you would have a pitcher certain season, I don't care what season it is, let's say 1971, since we're looking, would you be able to say, okay, for Vita Blue, maybe pitching card number 4 most matches what Vita Blue did in that year? Is that what that means?
Yep, that's what that means. Just like Stratomatic, because Servant, he knows that he's the Stratomatic expert, because he knows that a pitcher's hitting card, all right, is designed to go with a pitcher that had that kind of a season at the plate. So I mean, if you had a pitcher that struck out or didn't do anything at the plate, Stratomatic uses pitcher hitting card number 1, and of course, and that if you had a pitcher that really hit well,
or you could just call him a sad sack.
Or call him a sad sack, right? Exactly.
History maker baseball, yes. Okay. But if you had a pitcher that hit very well, all right, they would use pitcher hitting card number 8, which is as high as Strat goes, or pitcher hitting card number 9. But if you have a pitcher that's even better than maybe that card, like for instance, Shohei Ohtani, because Shohei Ohtani is going to get his own hitting card.
I should hope so.
He has his own hitting cards.
Right.
24 season. I mean, I have the 3 inside pitch seasons already. Okay, in print, I have them, and I've already looked at them. But if the pitcher had if the pitcher had an excellent year at the plate that goes beyond what the hitting that he could do for a hitting card, he'll just create a hitting card for that pitcher, okay, and he'll mark it, like he usually did, like on the regular inside pitch game, because on the regular inside pitch game, he always put two little pound signs next to the pitcher's name if the pitcher had his own batting card.
That's cool.
Okay, but
welcome in, Truth Hurts Wilkie.
If he doesn't, you're just going to use a pitcher hitting card, for his at bats. Okay.
I'm sorry to keep it, but I'm going to be interspersing with questions because I think a lot of people are going to be. And we got Mud and Tabby Servant. We still got you here, Tabby Servant. David, you want to say hi?
Hello.
There he is, and you're not echoing. So here's another question I have, Robert. Thank you, Truth Hurts Wilkie. Great to see you. Got to get you on mic too, man. Talk about some Diamond Mine stuff. And by the way, thank you for your generous gift. Just want to thank you here in public for that. I can now put that tournament in Diamond Mine baseball. So thank you, my good friend. And you and I keep saying we got to talk off screen because I want to talk about that idea you brought up about a year and a half ago. So Robert, let me ask you this question, and I'm guessing Chris is cool with you talking about it. What's the metric? What measurements does Chris use in the game to decide whether a pitcher? Right. Okay. So somebody like Shohei Ohtani, he's obvious. When Chris gets back in the day and starts doing the 19 teens, we know Babe Ruth is going to get, 1919 Babe Ruth is going to get his own hitter card. But what statistics would he be using to make that determination? Because you're going to have guys that were pretty good hitters, right? Pitchers that were pretty good hitters, but aren't quite deserving. But I'm just wondering what metric is Chris using to make that decision?
I can't answer that question because he doesn't tell me everything.
He doesn't tell you everything. Okay.
He doesn't tell me everything, but
he immortalizes you though. Let's reiterate that.
But he does take my idea. The one idea with the traded players was well received by everybody. Okay, for inside.
Well, apparently, if we look at Truth Hurts Wilkie,
because I told him, I said, if you really want to go all out on this, then you need to do that. Okay, and he totally agreed with me. I have no problem.
I've been pushing for that for a couple of years.
And
really, David?
Exactly. Yeah. That was something and I knew that Dave. Okay, I knew that Tabby's Servant. All right. I
knew that cutters and traded players. That's my two gripes.
Caveat of his, exactly. I know. That's why I brought that up because he wanted some more input from me. All right.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, guys, both of you, because Robert, I think you've told me that it was actually Tabby's Servant that got you, sort of brought you over to Inside Pitch. Is that fairly accurate? Sort of, kind of, maybe.
That's actually very accurate.
Okay.
When I was playing, as I said, when I was playing Payoff Pitch,
right?
Okay, I was playing it and I was enjoying it. Joe Bryant's Payoff Pitch is excellent. I will never knock that game. All right. I still have all the seasons that he's gotten. All right. This in storage, but I still have the game if I want to play it. But as I was playing it, there was just after playing a 1994 restart, and then I started the 1985 season, which really was my first my first replay I was doing for 85. Okay. And I was rolling, and I'm saying there's something missing here. I don't know. There's just something missing. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was just something missing. The game was fun. All right, it was fun. I thought it was realistic. I had no issue with the results of what was coming out. All right, but there was just something missing. And then I'm watching Dave play Inside Pitch, and I'm saying how it's going back and forth. I'm saying this looks something I need to check into this because I have a funny feeling he may be playing what I'm looking for. And then after purchasing some seasons and trying them out, playing them online, learning the system, learning the base running, which it was a bit frustrating at first, but I stayed with it. All right, got everything down, and I found out and then I started rolling dice, and I said, oh, and then of course I played the craziest game I ever done, which was a 1985 National League Division Series, St. Louis Cardinals, Montreal Expos. It was a game that went into 16 innings, brawl, fights. I had to bring in a pitcher to play second base, and I said, and I realized at that time, I said, "Yep, I found out what I was missing. I was having fun, but I was not getting the excitement that payoff pitch was not giving me."
So now with that said, and that's cool. And so I guess the one thing I wanted to highlight again, I know you guys saw it, but we'll bring it back up again. So Truth Hurts Wilkie talking about, of course, the great Lou Brock. So hitting 251 for the Cubs and traded to St. Louis and hit 348. So in regular inside pitch, you're basically right, just getting Lou Brock's aggregate just that year, right, averaged out. And so now, so now you're getting a separate card. So is there any other cards in Dice Baseball game that does that?
Fall Classic does that.
Okay.
Fall Classic does. Now here's the thing. Now, Truth Hurts Wilkie. 1964. It's going to be the next season he's going to do. Okay. Since Lou Brock did hit 251 for one and 348 for the other, I'm pretty sure he will create a card for that. For another Lou Brock card that's rated for the 348.
I mean, yeah, because that's a big difference. Good
Probably,
God.
yeah. As I said, there's got to be there. I know there is a threshold he uses to want to create another card, but okay, if it's close, they'll just create another card, but with the correct team color.
Strat will give you two separate cards if it's a different league he gets traded to.
Right.
A different league. Okay.
But in this example, Lou Brock would get one Strat card, and that's it.
Yeah, he would get one Strat card. Fall Classic does that. Gives you cards for traded players. Joe Bryan at Payoff Pitch does that. He gives you
more food.
He gives you extra players traded players.
Mm-hmm.
Appa does not.
Hold on, Tabby wants a snack.
Tabby wants a snack. Okay.
Go
we gotta have Tabby's gotta have her snack, man.
Go feed your boss. Go feed your boss.
Robert told me dogs have owners and cats have staff.
Exactly.
That's your boss. Okay, we thank Tabby for allowing you to come on the line with us.
Thank you, Tabby.
Thank you, Tabby. You are very, very generous with your servant.
Did you like my new little picture? I got Tabby on there now instead of California Stadium.
Yeah, I love it. I thought it was cute.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was cute. That's what the Payoff Pitch does it. Fall Classic does it. I don't know. Here's the thing. Stratomatic. I know they're not. They usually don't. But my 1986 remastered season that I got for Stratomatic baseball, they do have separate cards for the players that were switched to a different league. If they were switched to a different team, no. But
right, David had said it was. Do you guys think that it's just a kind of free for all? Do you guys think that Appa and Strat may pick up on it? Because in digital baseball games, that's just always been a thing. But digital baseball is a little bit different in the respect that you're not dealing with cards. But like as we'll be playing through any season on here or out of the park baseball, those trades will happen and they'll just go on and do whatever. But it seems to me a great idea, and it's bizarre to me that there's only like maybe 3 games that are doing it, because a lot of people want to be able to, through their replays, right? You want to have those, especially those end of season rosters, right? So let's say we're doing 1979. I want Tim Foley on the Pirates at the end of 1979. I want him there. The Pirates get him in 1979. Yeah. So when you're doing a replay, and this is a general question, Cards and Dice dudes, is how do you account for that if your game doesn't do what Advanced Inside Pitch is doing, what Payoff Pitch is doing, Fall Classic's doing? How do you account for trades if you're doing a full season replay? How would you do that?
Remember with regular Inside Pitch, okay, I have to make sure the player is on that team. So at that time, I mean, I have to get the roster for that certain date, and then before I set up for the next game, I lay out all the cards, all the players on that team, and then remove the ones that are not on the team at that time for the upcoming game I'm about to do. All right. But Inside Pitch, of course, only had the one card. All right. Now Inside Pitch Advanced is going to have 2 cards or even 3 cards for some players that got traded. For instance, 1999, Alan Watson was a Met. He was a Mariner for a short time and then wound up on the Yankees, okay, in 1999. So he got traded. He was on 3 different teams. Maybe not traded.
How about 1977 Kingman? 4
Dave
teams.
Kingman. He'll be on 4 teams. He'll be on the Mets, the Padres, Angels, and the Yankees. But you know, he may do that, okay?
But it seems to me, though, then that the games that you're talking about that do this, so rather than, as Dwayne is saying, that what what normally you would do is just put that player with his new team. So yeah, I would put Tim Foley on the 1979 Pirates when he comes there. It seems, though, that what advanced inside pitch is offering and fall classing it is something more accurate in a sense, because if we go back to Truth Hurts Wookie's Lou Brock example, certainly having that 348 Lou Brock on the St. Louis Cardinals as opposed to the 251 Lou Brock with the Cubs, that's going to impact your, especially now since we are living in a time where you can have these board game assistants or whatever that will really allow you, without having to roll up how many thousands of games are there in a baseball season, to be able to have more accuracy, right?
Well, I mean, I can show you something real quick here for you.
And Dwayne, that I know, because on Baseball for Windows, actually Baseball for Windows gives you the choice, but I always, when I create seasons in that game, I always put the player on the last team he played on. So Baseball for Windows gives you that choice. I'm not sure what Appa Go does, but you're saying Appa Cards and Dice puts the player on the last team he played on. Okay, yeah, Robert, your example. Go ahead,
so
please.
I'm going to show you that. But first of all, there was a question you asked before. Do we think Stratomatic or Appa will ever do what these other guys are doing? Let's see. I think Dave will agree with me. Stratomatic has been around for a lot of years. Appa's been around for a lot of years. I don't see them changing a damn thing. So I don't see them happening. But you happen to have Action PC Baseball up.
I do. I just happen to. I don't know why. It was an accident.
Because this is what I use. This is actually what I use, okay, to set up the next game. So, if we were to go ahead, if you got that there, because some people are asking me how I actually set up another game. All right. So
do you want to pick a season? I can change seasons. What do you want?
Go to 1980.
All right. Let me install 1980.
I'll install 1980. I've already done on my version of it, but install 1980, and I'll show you exactly how I do it.
Sorry for the mess here.
It's all right.
Yeah, I kind of like this game, as you can tell.
Which is the next season I'm going to do.
Just give it a sec here. All right, 1980 is installed, and it's about to come up here, and boom, there we go.
There's 1980. That's the next season of Inside Pitch.
Right.
So now, what we would do here, what I'll be doing is, what you're going to do is the first game of the season. You don't have to go to the schedule, but I'll show you exactly what we do. So the first game, go to the first game of the season I'm doing is the Atlanta Braves and the Cincinnati Reds. So click on Atlanta.
Oh, okay. We're going to do it that way. Never mind. Let me close this out.
I'll show you. I'll show exactly what you do.
Okay, so you don't go through this way. Okay.
No, I do not. I don't have to. I click on it. I go click on Atlanta. You can if you want.
Right.
But click on Atlanta.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now go to batters. Now click on that one set. Click on the box to the left of batters.
To the left.
See where it says batters up there?
Yeah, up here. This tab. Yeah.
Now go down to to the empty box.
Yeah. Okay.
Next to batters.
Okay. Yep. Got it.
All right. Now click right next to. Okay. Yeah. Click on that. Click right on the back. No, go to. Jeez. Come on. Go right up. See where it says batters. Go right.
Yeah. Yes. It says batters, pitchers.
Now click on the box the empty box right next to the word batters.
Oh, this.
In the blue, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, what you see there are a listing: Gary Cooper, Terry Harper, Bill Narodny, Glenn Hubbard, and Rafael Ramirez.
Right.
Okay. On April 5th, which is the opening day of the 1980 season, those 5 players are not on this team.
Okay.
So what I do then is I take my cards, I lay them all out, and I go down the line. I say, okay, Larvell Blanks, Chris Chambliss, Luis Gomez, Bob Warner, Burrows, Spikes, Lum, Matthews, Ruiz. Okay, and I get them all and I put them to the side. The other 5 cards go into the bag. Okay, so they're not going to be used for this upcoming game. Then I go to pitchers.
Okay,
then I go click on pitchers
and do the same thing.
Now, of course, all right, so Rick Mailer and Doyle Alexander will not be pitching for the Braves in this game. All right, they're not on the team. I should say not on the team for the moment. But of course, Phil Niekro is. He's the starting pitcher for this game, and and Bradford Roboski, and that is what I will do to get that. Now, after I get Atlanta done and set up their pitchers, then go to Cincinnati. Go to Cincinnati. You can just go to Cincinnati. And I do the same thing. It's automatically set already. Correll, Milner, Householder, Nolan will not be on the Reds for this first game of the season because if you look at the calendar does say April 5th. All right. This is now the starting rosters for these teams, all right, on that date. And then I go to pitchers again.
Okay.
All right. Then click on pitchers. Okay.
Welcome in, Mike, Sports Time Machine joining us.
Sports Time Machine. And then of course, Jeff Combe, Burnside, Price, Bereni, and Howell, they will not be on the team. All right, so after I get my cards together and put it away, all right, and that is how I get my rosters. Now, what do I do after I'm done with the game?
So this is nice that you're. I've often wondered, because you've mentioned that you use Action PC as kind of like your research tool to set these up. So this is really cool. I never knew how you did this.
Action
this is fun.
Seems to have the most accurate transactions. However, I have found mistakes. So I have found mistakes in their transactions. I have found it, and I've had to fix it myself, which is fine. Now, go ahead and click out of Cincinnati.
Okay. We going anywhere? Just
no, I'm going to empty out. All right. Now, this is how I do a season. So now go to play.
Yep.
All right. Now, as you know, I do April 9th is how it starts. That's fine. All right. So as you know, I do 3 days. I do 1 game for 3 days of baseball. So when I'm done with the season, done with the games that I just played, all right, before I go to get the next set of teams for the next game, all right, click on Friday 11.
Okay, let's do that.
Friday 11. And now click on play through April 11th.
I can do that.
You know, reset it, but just go play through April 11th. And I let Action PC Baseball simulate along with me. And I do actually have Action play a playoff series, but I don't let you guys know it is. I just want it for my own results and research.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
There we go. We are through April 11th.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Now click on click on Saturday the 12th.
Gotcha.
Now, I already have a game decided for Saturday the 12th. I don't like to give that many sneak peeks. But the next game I'm going to do after the opening day game, the April 12th game is going to be the Dodgers and the Astros. I mean, a game between Don Sutton and Nolan Ryan.
You got to play it. You kind
of got to play it. So what I do now is I click on Los Angeles.
Before we do that, Midlife has a question for you. He says, Robert, I haven't noticed in quite some time if it has occurred, but do you pay attention to the scheduled starters? So it looks like you do, so that you don't use a spot starter in relief who may be scheduled to pitch.
The only thing I get from that there, Midlife, is I get the starting pitcher for that game, and that is it. I do not use spot start. I do not use spots. Whoever was starting that game is going to be starting that game. I'm not going to take a spot starter or anything like that because Action PC Baseball is only being used just for me to get the rosters for the team's game for the next next game. So no, I do not. I don't have to worry about. And plus, now
He would only have to worry about that if he was playing consecutive
I was
games with the same teams.
consecutive games, exactly. Now the next thing I would do then,
Yeah,
Beatles, is now go to the Los Angeles Houston game. Just click on if you want. Just click on Los Angeles.
sure. Who are 0-2 right now?
All right, 0-2. But there you go. Now, okay, after I put away the other team, now I do the same thing with the Dodgers. Okay, I'll get, as you see, Beckwith, Forster, Valenzuela does not, a young Fernando Valenzuela. He does not show up with the Dodgers until very late in the year. As you can see, he only pitched 17 innings.
Right.
He is actually a fringe player. Actually, in this for the 1980 season, he's actually a fringe player. All right, but he would not be on this team. So again, Beckwith, Forster, Valenzuela would be removed. Okay, I have those other pitchers set. And now what happened? What if now it with a regular inside pitch? Okay, with regular inside pitch, if there's, let's say, for instance, there was a player that's on the Dodgers that's not in the original Dodger pack that came with the game. Let's say, for instance, for the heck of it, Rick Sutcliffe, whatever, I don't know. But let's say Rick Sutcliffe, no, for instance, let's say Joe Beckwith. You see Joe Beckwith, NA. All right. Later he could be on the team. When he is, I'll go ahead and I'll pull that card, and whatever is NA is automatically removed. Midlife Crisis said, "Do I don't use them in relief? I will only use a spot starter in relief if a starting pitcher is getting shelled. So if I bring in a pitcher that is like, let's say Phil Niekro in the opening day game, all right, is in the opening day game gives up like 8 runs in the first inning, I'll probably pull a different starter. But what I do is I take one starter, okay, the actual starter. Then I take 3 pitchers that are not put in the bullpen, and either they are, if they've never started again, if they've never relieved, they're
You are
automatically,
correct, Dwayne.
you know, and if they are if they're relieved, they will never be in the bullpen. If they have at least one relief appearance, okay, I can put them in the bullpen. But there are usually 3 pitchers I put behind the starter that will not be in the game. Okay, just to make sure, just for like historical sake. But that's how, as you can see right there, that is how I build the next game. Okay, utilizing.
That's really cool. I never, because
How
you
I-
would always just say I use Action PC, and I'm like, what would he be doing? That's a really cool idea. I like that.
because Action PC Baseball, to me, this is the easiest UI to utilize. I tried using Out of the Park, and Out of the Park did not give me the information at a glance. That was the problem.
No, so that, and I've said that Out of the Park baseball, they're both great baseball games, but this one's easier to navigate. I definitely with you with that.
This one has some information that I look for.
Right.
Okay. So this is what I use to get, to go, to create the season. At the end of the year, of course I simulate throughout the entire season. So so every time I'm done with the game, I simulate the next 2 days. When I want to choose the game, I go right to it, get the rosters and such. At the end of the year, I actually do run a playoff. But in Action PC Baseball only, utilizing, however, my playoff expansion rules. Okay. And of course, Action does not match with what I get from Fast Score sometimes. Sometimes it does. But okay, sometimes it does. But I actually run a playoff just to see how it turns out in Action PC Baseball. So, like, if, for instance, go ahead and, just to give you an example, click out of that there. Click out of Los Angeles. They're Beatles. Now click out of the schedule. Click cancel. All right. And of course, now you'll have the stats already listed there, of course. All right. And now what I'll do is, if I do at the end of the year, when I'm about to do the playoffs, go to play. Click on not click on play. Click on play in the search bar. Not that one. The other play above. Like you were setting up a playoff.
Oh yeah, this one. Yep. Okay, and you want to set up a playoff, is what you're saying right now?
Set up the playoff game. And now what I do is I create the brackets. I use a bracket 1 and a finals bracket. So remember how I do usually six baseball teams in each league going into the playoff.
Yeah.
All right, top 3 team. If it's 2 divisions, top 3 teams each division will make the playoffs. If
Right.
if it's 3 divisions, top 2 teams each division make the playoffs. If it's just the one single league, top 4 will go into the playoffs. Remember, before 1961, they only had 16 teams.
I want to take this just a moment. Hold that thought. So, guys, last night we were talking about some of the big updates in Action PC. There are also smaller but significant updates. So, notice this little dude right here. Quick play round. That's a nice addition.
That is a nice addition. Or quick play the bracket.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that's something, because what I do is I do play the round. So if, for instance, let's say in that bracket, in bracket 1, I usually just put the wild card teams in. So
okay,
let's say on the top it would be National League. Let's say number 6, whatever. Let's say whatever, Atlanta. Let's go ahead, Atlanta, Chicago Cubs, Cincinnati. Just do it like that. I'll show you what I mean. Just make it that way. All right. And then and of course the number 1 seed only has to play the one playoff game. Now in the bottom one, of course, is the American League. So just choose the American League team.
I'll just choose 3. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Whatever. Baltimore, Boston, California, don't matter. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Now what I do is I set up round. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create round 2 is going to be a 1 game. Round 3 is going to be a 1 game.
Okay.
All right. So you just set up, a
1
game and then a 1 game. All right. Round 4 is irrelevant, but then of course you just go ahead and and now you can set the set the pairings. Now you do set the pairings.
That's a really cool way to use another piece of software, so not using it as a game. Hey, there's Tabby, by the way, everybody. Check it out, baby. Oh man, there we go. We got it. Yeah, we got the tab.
You're so
there
cute.
We go. Oh my god. So my cats are a little jealous right now. Hey baby. She's so beautiful. Oh my god.
I know, isn't she?
So the only thing that will ever stop a baseball stream for me is a beautiful animal. So
yep, you gotta look
or Kate Beckinsale.
She's got to look on her face like, why are you bothering me? I'm trying to rest here.
She has got to be the most content cat ever.
She is a content cat. My old cat was too. He was content.
Well, we're going to keep Tabby on the screen. Let's continue talking. Let's do this.
She has a great servant.
She has a great. Oh, look at her. So, Robert, I did want to get to your thoughts on Action PC Baseball, because a lot of people were. I think it's coming out to. I think if you sort of aggregate what people are talking about, I think people are saying it's good to very good. Hey Jeff, great to see you, fellow Bucko fan.
I think right now, first of all, now let's talk about Action PC. Of course, you saw some of the nuances of it.
Oh, thanks, Stick Tap.
Yeah, Eddie Streamer, the cat on it, always gets better.
There you go.
But I tell you right now, I think this is Dave Cook's best action he's put out. First of all, I love the scoreboard. Okay, I'm sick and tired of the scoreboard. In action, always look plain. Now he makes it look a lot more flashy.
Yes,
so it gives a little bit more nuance to the game. I like the new font he's put in now. I don't like the typewriter font that much. He now uses, I think that looks like Arial. I think, I'm not sure, or something.
Well, let's jump into a game and we'll see. Just for shits and giggles.
And I also like the movement of the. I like the movement of the players. As I said before, the manual entry I felt was just a tiny bit clunky, but
Okay.
let's put it this way: the best manual entry system is replay baseball. There is nobody really. I've seen Diamond Mine. Okay, I've seen Diamond Mine. I've seen other games.
Oh, you mean Digital Diamond? Diamond Mine doesn't have manual
No, not
input.
Digital Diamond. Digital Diamond.
Right.
Replay baseball's UI is the best. There is so much you can do with that UI. Okay, with replay baseball. I feel that is the best manual entry system you can use in any game. The sad thing about replay doesn't have a lot of seasons from the 80s or the 90s. And
True.
hi Tabby. And
She left.
and so if you go ahead,
Tabby had to go.
Tabby had to
Oh,
go.
understand.
We understand. So if you go ahead and look at the first load up a game there, load up a game.
Yeah, I just want to make sure to kill the sound of it because it's gonna make noise. So
Load up a game. See, first of all, like I said, you just look at that. I mean, look at that scoreboard. That scoreboard is beautiful.
it's incredible.
I know they're trying. Dave Cook obviously does. I'm pretty sure he has looked at out of the park baseball and such, and he
Right.
noticed things that he wanted to do for his own game. And Dave Cook, first of all, the man's an absolute genius.
Yes, he is.
He's a genius, just like Marcus Heinsohn. I mean, Marcus Heinsohn knows what he's doing too. Okay,
Oh yeah.
out of the park. Okay, they're talking about the two best, in my opinion, the two best video baseball games you can get in action or out of the park.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I'm not gonna. They're two the best. They both do things different, but they both do them great. So that's
right.
fine. But
and you're right about the font too. If you look at the Montreal's lineup, it's so much more readable. And the scoreboard's awesome. I love it.
The scoreboard is great. He finally updated the scoreboard. I think it looks terrific. Has the stadium name above the scoreboard as well too. All right. It just looks. It just looks so clean. It looks such cleaner. It looks a lot cleaner now than it did. I'm not saying it never ever was dirty, but but it has the information in there, and I really think this is the best one he's done yet. And as I said, the manual entry is a bit clunky because it was a bit clunky, but that's fine. He'll improve it. He'll improve it. It's the first time he's ever done that for any game he's done, and I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to do it when he said there was going to be manual entry for football. When he did the football game, he's going to have manual entry for football, which is the first thing he did was manual entry for his football game. I said he's going to do manual entry now for all the games. Then he did basketball, then he did hockey, and everybody was waiting for baseball. The thing about manual, I just thought was a bit clunky. So let's try this. So.
Well, let's talk about that before we actually try something. But another question from our good friend Truth Hurts Wokey, who, by the way, guys, awesome dude. And I know a lot of you have recently adopted Diamond Mine Baseball, and I want to have him on here some night when it works for him to take you through, because Diamond Mine Baseball is deceiving in much the same way that Action PC Baseball is. That it doesn't look at first blush like it's a deep game, just like this doesn't, because Dave wisely puts like a lot of just whatever, maybe I don't want to say casual players, but most of the things that you're going to use are here, but the deeper stuff's up here. Diamond Mine Baseball is a really, really, really deep game. So hopefully we get him on here because he's been on before. Great guy.
And actually, I used Diamond Mine Baseball for my 1987 Strat replay for my starting pitchers.
Oh, so
that I don't use a relief pitcher, a starter as a reliever by mistake, because that drop down menu gives you the next 4 starters are.
Oh, okay, good. So that this is really cool. 2 different approaches. Truth Hurts Wokey has a question. I guess for you, Robert, and actually for you too, Tabby Servant. Have you guys ever played Skeeter Soft's National Pastime 3? I want to get into that game, but good Lord, I wish Cyrus would give me a deal on like bulk seasons. Have you guys ever played it? You haven't?
No,
what about you, Robert?
It's another to me.
It's Apple on steroids,
Another
and
version
I'm not an
of
Apple guy.
steroids, and
Okay.
I am with Dave on this one. Okay, I am not an Apple guy. My issue is I just cannot. In order for me, I roll a die and I have to look up a chart. I have to look at a chart to see what happens all the time. I mean, sooner or later, I'll probably memorize it. But at the time being, I said, okay, let's see. I roll. It's a 23, 44, runners first and second. Let me flip here. Okay, there it is, and it's a ground out to second base. I just no. Anything that I never really could get into APA. I tried playing it, and I did, and Dave is Tabby Servant's aware that when I rolled, I was trying to play a game of APA, and I rolled 66, 66, 66 three straight times, three-time home run, another home run, another home run. I said, no, 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 no.
And I don't know why, but Skeeter Soft sounds like some redneck guy that has trouble in the bedroom.
Oh my God. So what attracts me to that game is again, so for the digital games that I play on here, I want a lot of depth, customization, deep reporting, and just poking around and looking just on their website. I don't have the game, but it's like I'm looking for that next game I want to go all in on, as I did with this one, and buy every damn thing. And there's just something really attractive about that game, and so I don't know. I mean, Clinton's always talking about National Pastime Next Generation Plus, which I've messed with. I think it's pretty cool. And I do get where you guys are talking about the APA. So for me, I don't have a horse in that race. I like Strat and APA for different reasons, but I like both games. I've played more APA back when I was an undergraduate, but we did play Strat. And my favorite cards and dice game is Status Pro Baseball, at least right now. That may change. Who knows? Once Chris comes out with, I don't know, 1949, maybe that should be his first older season, an inside pitch. That would be enough to get me to on board. I'm just waiting. The 50s just are like, for me, That's on the borderline of my interest, I guess.
Right now, Chris is at the moment. At this moment, I told Chris, I said, look, if you really want, another thing is, if you want to get Inside Pitch Advanced to really take off, you have got to get as many seasons out as you possibly can. Now,
yeah.
Because right now, if you don't have any seasons that people want to play, all right, you're not going to sell the game. All right. Now, I did like the choices he chose. Okay, 1978, 1984, and 2024 are four very good baseball seasons. Are three very good seasons. Okay.
Oh yeah.
1980 is chosen because that is the next season I'm doing, because he didn't have that season out. So we got that season created in about 6 weeks. Not bad. All right.
No, not at all.
And the next season is going to do is 1964, because that season won his poll in the forums. Okay, on Inside Pitch Forum.
Must have been a lot of Beatles fans.
And then he's going to do 2025, because he has to obviously stick with the current year. So he's right now, what he wants to do, and I told him, and he said, now he's not a fan really of many modern seasons. I had to really twist his arm to get him to get the rest of the 90s and the 2000 seasons done in regular Inside Pitch. I had to twist his arm, all right, because he really doesn't, his favorite baseball period is the 70s, the 80s, and the early 90s. Other than after that, he says he lost a lot of interest in the way the game went after that. I thought I really, really had to twist his arm.
Well, I think that's kind of, I think if you kind of polled everybody, right, David and you got both you guys and myself, I think if we all polled everybody in our little micro communities, I think you're going to find it's 70s, 80s, and 90s. I think for most people here, I think the dead ball stuff that I do, I think people find it interesting. It's like, oh wow, this is because it's a different baseball. But I think if people had their druthers, I think they would rather have 70s, 80s, and early 90s baseball.
That, also have people that want to play the 2000s. I mean, I'm a fan of the 2000s years as well, and I know, and of course, Tabby Servant, one of his favorite in 2002 was the Moneyball year for the Oakland Athletics.
Right.
Okay. 2002, which 2002 is. All right, and so, and of course, and remember also, yeah, okay, I understand this, but I know you got the guys that are into the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, but we also, I'm noticing we're getting some younger generation players now. We're now, it's no longer just us people in the 60 that are 60 years of age, 50 years of age, and 40. I'm now beginning to see people that are in their 30s. All right, but the thing about being in your 30s, you weren't alive yet during the 1980s or in 1980s as such, and so you may want, and if you want to play these guys, you're more interested in the 2000s or the 2010, the 2010s or the 2020s, okay, because these are the players you're watching now, okay. You're now, like, for instance, I told them, I said, I still love modern baseball. All right. Did I watch Game 7 of the World Series last year? Of course I did.
Yeah. You have to turn in your baseball card if you didn't.
That was one of the best Game 7s I've seen in a very long time.
Dude, this is one of the greatest World Series in baseball history.
World Series we've had. That was a hell of a World Series. Okay,
yeah, it was
a heck of a World Series. So I think that brought baseball. If baseball was floundering just a little bit, that World Series brought it back.
Agree. Agree.
So, and I'm looking forward to 2026. But,
so am I. And you know what? If I could just make a little editorial comment, let's be honest, guys, because we talk a lot about that on this channel and about, quote unquote, modern baseball. And I think it's a long time. It's really a long time since, we got Michael Peterson saying, yeah, it was a great series. And just talking to baseball fans in general, not only on here, but out in that thing we call the real world. It's so refreshing to hear people actually saying, I'm really looking forward to 2026. And Robert, I'm with you on that, man. I cannot wait till pitchers and catchers report.
The thing about it is this, okay? I played all of these, I played these seasons. The 1980 season I'm about to start, okay, is going to be my sixth 80 season I've done. I've done 80, I've done 80, 81, 83, 85, and 88. So this will be my fifth 80 season. The only seasons of the 80s I've ever done yet is 82, 84, 86, 87, and 89. All right. Those will be the only 80 seasons I've done. But sometimes I was so very happy when I did 1999. It was time to put the Mike Schmidts, the Tom Seavers, the Carl Yastrzemskis, give them a vacation. Let's go ahead and watch Mike Hampton, Ivan Rodriguez, Ken Griffey Jr., Randy Johnson. There are legends in every era. And, one thing I loved about 99, I got to see some of the legends that I watched growing up when I really paid attention to baseball. So, and for the 99 season. Okay, now we go back to the 80s. That's fine. Okay, that's why now in my selection show, I have a 15-season buffer before and after. So I told Chris, I said, I'm doing 1980. The next selection show, 6 seasons, 1965 to 1995 will be automatically removed. So that means the next season. So we're constantly going to go into a different era again. Because I did a couple of times where I played seasons that were too close to each other. One I did 81, then I went to 79. One I did 72, then I went to 69. Only 3 years difference. I said, I want to jump. So, so the next season that he'll be making, if he has not made it by then, which I don't think will be a season from. He can go back as far back right now as 1944. He says he doesn't want to go any further back than that at this time. That may change, but he doesn't want to go back as far.
So he doesn't know me from Adam, but I would if he would do 1949, I would do. 1949 was a great baseball season.
If that season comes up in a selection show, or if people ask for that in the in the forums, he'll do it. And it won't take him long. It's not that there's only 16 teams. I told him, I said some of the older seasons he'll be doing now, all right, don't have that many players.
Pre-1960, you're 16 teams. Yeah,
right. It won't take you as long to create the season. All right. The seasons that take them long, of course, are every season from 1998 and further, because that's when you have all 30 teams, all 30
exactly.
active, when the Devil Rays and the Diamondbacks show up. But in 1998.
Right.
But and so and he said he sent me an email, said I got to do 2025 yet, and he says, geez, there are so many players. What happened? He asked me what's happened to the game of baseball. Said,
so I'm going to go on there. I'm going to make like 10 accounts, and I'm going to be that guy that votes for 1949 every day.
But I told him, I said, you're still, even though you hate doing seasons from late 90s or 2000s and 2010s, I told him, I said, you're going to have to do them because people are going to want to play those years.
Hey, Chopper Timberland, welcome into the family. Welcome.
ID Jester. Now, ID Jester has this weird. ID Jester has this weird feeling that the 2011 season was the greatest season in baseball history. I told him, I said, no.
He's a Cardinals fan. What do you expect?
I told him, no. 2011, it was good, but 2011 was good, but it was not 1986. Okay, well, 1986 was the greatest season in baseball history.
All Garcia. Right. Okay, so I'm calling you Garcia, Chopper Timberland. Is that what you want to be known by? Since YouTube did this everything at whatever, it really sucks. Because every time Jeff Ray comes in, he says, Jeff Ray here. So, okay. So, yeah. So, I just want to know, what names as Tabby is back, guys. Anyhow, please go ahead, Robert.
So, but like I said, but ID Jester, okay, would play 20. If Inside Pitch Advance, he'd want to play 2011. Now, of course, 2011 is available in Inside Pitch Regular. All right.
Right.
Classic IP, but it's, he'll have to wait if and when he does 2011. He will do all these modern seasons, but right now what he wants to do at this time is he's asking for people what season to do. So if
1949, it's pretty obvious.
Well, he's creating a poll in his Inside Pitch forums, and that's in my comments. Okay, to go to the Delphi forums for Inside Pitch. All right, and we'll have a poll up there. The first thing he does is he chooses the decade, and then they choose the year. So the 60s won next, and then 64. Believe it or not, I'm surprised 64 beat 69. I was actually surprised about that because 1969 is a very well-loved year. But 64 got it.
Then maybe not if you're a Cubs fan. But
not if you're a Cubs fan. But but then he'll do 2025, and then after that he'll probably he'll go do another poll and see which season will be next after that. And then, of course, whatever season comes up in my selection shows that wins out, he'll do that season as well. That's the reason why 1980 was now out, because that is the season I'm about to do.
For me, too, if we're talking about like seasons in the 60s. So the 1960s is you see the building of the Pittsburgh Pirates into those great, that's the foundation of the great 1970s Pirates. So, hey, there's Todd B. said there were no races in the 86 in the National League.
But it was the best postseason in baseball history.
Yes. Come on.
Yes.
Now you're sounding like Jester.
Greatest postseason in baseball history. Greatest postseason ever.
Oh, boy. I don't know, man. There we go. The great Ty Cobb, 1908 Detroit Tigers.
Detroit Tigers.
We got ourselves a Chinwag. Hey, David Lando, welcome in. There he is. He is a champion. Yes, he is.
Beatles, just for you, I will play this on Monday.
Oh, what time?
Right around lunchtime, probably about 1:00.
I don't work. I'll be there, man. Oh my God, I'll be there.
And they'll be taking on. Well, Tabby's trying to swat at me and bite at me while I'm doing this.
Good girl.
Prevent my hand here.
But
there's Patsy Doherty and the Chicago White Sox. I believe
that's going to be good.
Yankees, had 17 games against the
Thank you, David.
Yes. Rays. So no, they are not.
See, no, we got everybody. Here we go, because we also got a vote for the 87 Twins. Obviously, being biased, I'm going to say, as far as World Series goes, the Pirates bookending 1971-79, coming behind from and both and winning. Hey, Paul, welcome in. We have God, look at all these stars we have here tonight. This is awesome. Paul, hope you're doing well. Probably just getting awake over there in Cyprus. So look at Big Ed Walsh.
Look at all these haters in the chat.
Oh my God.
A star, semi-flash, and double control.
So what does semi-flash mean? Because Walsh is one of those, as Big Clue and I would talk about. Right, Doug Hunt, 79 Pirates. So Ed Walsh is like an inner circle Hall of Famer. He is truly one of the greatest. What does semi-flash mean in History Maker baseball?
Well, Flash talks about strikeouts, his propensity to strike people out.
So Rube Waddell, for instance, would be a flash then, because he was
if you have
a dominant
strikeout per inning, you're Flash.
Okay, gotcha.
But by the stats, he had about half of that, so that's why he's semi-flash. And he needs that little decider die to come up on that roll to make him flash for that at bat.
Okay, so 79 Buccos always. So who is this Beatles? So Samuel Smith, welcome in. So Paul, mentioned earlier. So I'll just really quickly. We'll get back to because we are going to steer back around to what Robert's feelings about the the manual input in this. Pocket pennant run owners. There's a quick hot fix that was dropped tonight by Craig, as you're watching Tabby on the screen. So if you have pocket pennant run, get it. It's necessary to get it. So.
All right, I'll save you the trouble there the rest of the way.
Oh, she's no trouble at all. I'll show her all night, man. Well, you kidding me?
My two bosses are telling me it's time to go to bed. So,
gotcha, David. Thank you for coming in. Though
I'm glad you got this thing fixed out where there's no echo. That
so I just can't have game audio on, and that's fine. So Monday, you said around lunchtime, it's going to be the 1908 Tigers and 1908 Chicago White Sox, right?
Yeah. I think if they play opening day, I think they played opening day, so it's the game I was going to play.
Looking forward to it.
If I don't do that one, it's going to be Boston and Washington with Cy Young.
Oh, okay.
One of the two.
I'm going to go where the
can't go wrong either way.
Dead ball. I loved when you. In fact, you guys weren't doing it at the same time. I'll just keep you for a second. So tell Mrs. Dave, please, just to give you another moment. And Tabby, you guys had done it at different times. But you each were doing 1920, and Robert, if Chris ever goes back to old baseball, 1920 is a great season, especially the American League. Oh my God, that race between
I have that in Strat now.
So. But yeah, that race between Cleveland and Chicago goes down to the wire, and it was nip and tuck all season. What a great
until they suspended the players.
Right. Then Landis, right, because 7 of the Black Sox were still in baseball in 1920. One of those guys retired. I think it was Gandil. Gandil retired after 1919. But yeah, that's a great season. Oh my God.
Yep.
So
So Monday at 9 a.m. like I usually do will be the 87 game of the day, and then at around 1 o'clock Eastern will be the dead ball game on the History Maker.
Looking forward to it, David. Thank you for coming on. Thank you.
It's either Detroit, Chicago, or Boston, Washington. I'll pick one of the two.
Each will be good because you've got 1908. You got some guy named Walter Johnson.
And you got some guy named Cy Young too.
Some guy named Cy Young. So John's playing 1920 as the Yankees. Nice. So Paul, what's your best digital baseball? I don't know if Paul mentioned his best digital baseball or not, but I want to know.
But Beatles, if you can't, I forget the gentleman's name you're talking about, but if you can't get him on to talk about Diamond Mine one night, I'll be glad to talk about it because I still play it quite a bit, and it's my go-to for stats and transactions and everything else.
Oh yeah, so Truth Hurts Wilkie.
If you can't get him on for some reason, or if he's not available, I'll be more than happy to sing the praises of that game.
Definitely, I do want to get him on some night. We had him on, I think, once or twice before, and this guy knows he might as well be a Diamond Mine developer.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I'm not quite that into it, but it was my first game that I really enjoyed and got into. So.
And that was the first video I ever saw from you was Diamond
it
Mine.
was the crappiest video I ever did.
Well, you
Quality-wise.
did something right because it kept
Because
me
I
coming
had the
around,
phone
man.
and the laptop screen, and it was just awful. But
Yeah. So, Paul, you're okay. So you're is Action PC. I cannot accept that History Maker Baseball is the greatest tabletop game ever, Paul. But I do thank you for your input. I think it's a good game. It's fun to watch other people play it. For me, it just doesn't click with me. I know it's a good game, but it doesn't. Much the same way that PC Replay, that game doesn't click with me, and I know it's a good game, but I'd rather watch Bernie and our Red Sox fan play PC Replay. It just doesn't click. I don't, I like, so when David is going to be playing on Monday and he's going to be doing History Maker Baseball with these two, with whatever it's going to be in the Dead Ball era in 1908, I'll be watching because it's fun for me to watch it. So good stuff. Yeah, it was a great 3-team race, John. Definitely was. So Truth Hearts Wilkie has an open invitation anytime he wants to come on and talk about Diamond Mine Baseball. So I seem hyper tonight. Take me down a level. I just got over my first surgery, eye surgery, and it was actually not bad at all. And I didn't get the amnesia, Dwayne. I remember every single thing that happened. But so I'm happy I can actually see. It's really weird. This is the first time in ages I can see.
well, anyway,
But
Beatles,
there we go.
I'm going to wish
David,
you all
thank
good night
you.
because I have to go. But
All right, my friend.
thank you for having me on, and I enjoyed
Always.
it.
Thanks a lot, brother. You're the best.
And I'll catch you guys down the road.
Sleep well, buddy. Sleep well. So Robert, let's talk about. You felt that it was a bit clunky. What was clunky that you felt about manual entry?
I just felt the way that there were certain things that you still had to put in order to. Well, look this way. You got to start a game. So I think you should start a game.
All right, I'll start a game.
Start a game.
Yeah, let's start a game. And we're gonna actually play one from the schedule because Action PC is weird with exhibition games.
Right.
All right.
So
Are we gonna like just fake it here, or should I have like?
Why don't you? Matter of fact, let's do the Dodgers and the Astros. Sutton and Ryan, you can't go wrong with.
You can't go wrong with that, and we're gonna manage the Dodgers. Just because I'm sorry, Steeler fan, wherever you are, but I'm not a Houston Astros fan.
So play the Dodgers and the Astros. That's fine.
Oh God, come on, the Astrodome was. Ugh. All right, so here we are.
I know, lousy. I know. I always have to get better photos.
All right.
I usually now the funny thing is I actually like playing on the 3/4 screen. I don't use the full screen. I use 3/4.
Yeah, that's MV's like that too. I can set it to 3/4. That's fine.
That's okay. So we got the lineups and all that. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Now I just want to make sure nobody's hearing the game sound except me, right? You're not hearing any game sound, are you, Robert?
Hold on.
And you don't need to. Okay. So Paul also says he's not overly impressed with manual entry so far, but better than replay as all action piece so the day make it perfect. Yep, he will. Okay, so here we are. Okay, let's do this.
So here, what you do. So if I was to do, the one thing I like about the inside, if I want to keep stats for my playoff games, I could do it. But I may not. I haven't decided I'm going to use it for that. But either way, so let's say we got Nolan Ryan, and you got what David. He's got Davey Lopes leading off here at the top of the first.
Yep.
So let's say let's say Nolan Ryan strikes him out. So
okay, let's do it. So K and go.
So just K and go.
Yep.
All right. And then you go to strikeout. And then you got and then you have and then you got
Rudy Law
up. All right. And we'll do it easy. Let's say he hits a ground ball to first, so you do GB.
Right, GB and 1B and go.
And go.
Okay.
All right. And then you got Reggie Smith.
Yep.
So let's say he hits a fly out to left field.
To which field?
Left field. That's fine.
Okay.
If you could, can you move the RGL network and the two?
Here's what I'll do. Boom. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Get rid of them. We don't need them. All right. So now we're in the bottom of the first, right?
We are in the bottom of the first. So this is something that Dave Gardner missed last night. So this is kind of new. It's up here, guys. It's easy to see, but it's so easy to see that some people aren't seeing it. It's right at the bottom of the scoreboard. And let me say really quickly, so the way I play action PC is a little bit different. I like the pitcher up here and the batter over here. I know most people play them stacked. I like this look better. I don't know why. I think when I'm calling a game, it's easier for me because it starts with a pitcher, goes to a batter. Anyhow, okay, so who do we got? Here we go. We are ready to rock and roll here. So Terry Poole's up.
So Terry Poole is up.
Yep.
And this so now the thing is that there's a way that let's do something I thought was weird. Let's say Terry Poole hits a triple.
Okay, let's say he does.
But the thing about it is that I think I don't know. So let's say it's a triple to left field. So triple to left and go.
Yep.
So he hits a triple.
Yeah.
One thing I wish this would do a little bit was actually still do the chalkboard.
It will. There's a setting. There's a setting.
So, I don't know where it is, but
yeah. So when you go to options and you go to rules, and just give that a second to pop up. So you just turn on action PC mode, and then it will roll the chalkboard.
All right.
But it will also do other things like give you running decisions and stuff like that. So with that, it's kind of a merge of you're doing your input, but action PC will also say, like, hey, this runner, do you want him to try to stretch the double into a triple? So now you're kind of merging, let's say, inside pitch with action PC. So I just have that turned off for right now. That's
fine. All right. So you click save.
Yep.
All right. So now let's do his number. Craig Reynolds. Let's say he singles past short. Singles past short, I guess.
Or were we saying two?
Shortstop.
Single to short. Okay.
Single past short.
Okay.
All right, and now go.
Okay.
All right, so he hits a single past short. Now we got a runner on first, right?
Yes, we do.
All right, so now...
Yeah, we got Craig Reynolds up there.
All right, now we got Cesar Cedeno out. Let's say he hits a single, to center field.
Okay. Oops. Sorry. There we go. Yep.
Center field.
Let me get that. Okay. Apparently it's there.
Gotta get first base.
Oh, yeah.
The single.
I'm sorry. So we're going single. There we go. Single to first.
Okay. To center. No. To center field.
To center field. Sorry. Yep.
To center field. Now go. Now it automatically puts the runner at second. But let
me do something real quick here, because I am getting the game sound, so I want to turn it off.
All right.
And I'll remember to turn it on later. Because right now I can't hear you.
Okay.
Now, what'll happen is tomorrow I'll go to play this and be like, where's the damn sound?
Yeah.
I'll forget.
Write yourself a note.
Oh my God. There we go. I don't care about umpire volume. There, now everything should be cool. There, nice. Now I can hear you.
So he hit a single, but I want to put the runner at third. So now I got to go to runners at second, and I got to click on runners at second. Got to go to runner. We see run, not that. No, go to the ME, and you'll see the number 2. So base 2.
Right. Okay. It's ghosted out right now, but yeah.
Right, it's ghosted out. The thing is that let's say that was a single to center. I want to put him at third base. But now I can't. But now I can't do that.
I think that's where this screen comes in.
So now you get into
So this is like in Pocket Pennant Run, where you have to, like when you have those manual plays. That's what this does. Is when you hit that E. That's what this is for.
So now advance base runners, second runners to third.
Right.
Put him on third base.
Right. So let me I haven't messed with this enough. There we go. Second, Reynolds to third. Yep, send Reynolds to third. Okay. So that's what that's for.
Now see, but that's the one thing I like about replay. Replay baseball, I just click on single, runner goes to third base, and that kind of thing. It automatically just assumes it's only one base. You have to go ahead and tell the computer, hey, look, he's actually gotten 2 bases on this.
Right.
All right. I feel that's a little bit on the clunky side, just a little bit, that I have to bring up another screen or I have to do it immediately. Let's just do this. You got Joe Morgan up bat, right?
Yeah.
Single to right field. Go.
Okay.
All right. Now notice it's ghosted out, right?
It's right. It's
okay. Now
so we got Joe Morgan on, right?
Okay. Now Jordan. Now it's ghosted out. But here's the thing: if I want to put Joe Morgan, if I wanted Cesar Cedeno to go to third base and not stop at second, okay, I have to do that at the exact same time I'm doing the roll. So I'll show you I'll show you again.
Okay, but again, I understand what you're saying, because this is a lot like the way Pocket Pennant Run does it. I'm not sure how Digital Diamond Baseball handles this. I'd have to look. But so I can advance whoever I want.
You can on this, but I'm going to show you how we got to do it. Okay, during the play. So let's save. All right, we're going to do another base hit. Jose Cruz, single to center field.
Okay, hang on.
Now,
but here, so are you talking about this drop down?
Yes.
So then you can do that. Yeah,
you can do that, but you got to make sure you do that before you click on go. I had a little bit of an issue with that.
Oh, right. So, yes.
So now we got to put the run. So you got the batter on first. You got to put the runner. The runner on second is going to score. So I got to bring him. I got to home.
So I got to bring him home. We're going to bring him home.
Okay. Yep. And of course, all right. And not Morgan. I'm sorry. Click go. That's Morgan. Go back. Make him go to third. Make Morgan go to third. And Cedeno is on second. Make him home.
Okay. Yeah.
Now you click go.
And there we go.
And there you go. But you see, the thing is, if I forget to do that, I got to open up a screen to fix that possibly. I just found that to be a bit on the clunky side. Maybe he'll streamline it in a way. But let's put it this way, though. However, I'm not going to knock it. Why? It's the first time he's ever done this in any of his games ever in the history of the Dave Cook of the Dave Cook video game system, sports thing. He has never done this before. This is the first time he's ever done it. Now, do I find it a little clunky? Yes. Do I think it's great? Absolutely. I'm not knocking it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. I think it's great. Yes.
One of the things that I love about Pocket Pennant Run is it uses basically the same approach. Now, Pocket Pennant Run, because as Midlife Crisis is answering, in Digital Diamond, you just key in, 1B ***. Same thing that you would do. You would just click on that in Pocket Pennant Run. So this, I think, is a little clunkier right now than Pocket Pennant Run, but we did 6 innings of Strat last night with this, and it was really intuitive. And we had a couple weird things. And I'm like, that's when you see the second column of drop downs. That was really cool too. And then if none of this is covered here, then you go here, and this is where because just like in Pocket Pennant Run baseball, if you'll notice here, let me go ahead and just get out of that. If you notice things, you do have one triple play, but you don't have like to cover weird double plays. You actually are going to have to go in here to handle the very rare double plays. Pocket Pennant Run, I think, does the outs better than right now than Action PC does. I'm not going to bring it up to show. People have seen me do enough games on it. So like when you have a weird double play in Pocket Pennant Run baseball, you go to the manual input and you just click all your fielders and then done, and it'll play it out. And it will tell you if you messed up too. Mm-hmm. But I think what's nice here is you have a redo, so you can reset everything and do it again. But you're right. I mean, first foray into this, I think he's done a great job.
I think he did an awesome job. Clunky, yes, but awesome, yes. So if Dave Cook ever watches this, I'm not knocking it. I know he'll improve it. He'll make it even easier. He'll probably add some more buttons to it. Maybe in the next year, maybe in the 2020, in the 2027 version or something, or maybe in a patch they'll go
Well, I'll
ahead.
tell you what, my one and only complaint was the same, really, that Dave Gardner had. So, and here's what's interesting. So if we hover over, we can see here that the line score is paying attention exactly. Of course, you see the ME. So if I would turn ME off for the next batter, it will show that difference. But here's the thing: it shows it here, and it also shows it if we go to reports and we go to the box score. It's keeping the box score for us really nicely. Okay.
Yes.
However, one of the strengths of Action PC Baseball is we haven't played through enough innings here in this game. Is when you're using the Action PC Baseball engine, you can see what the hitter did his last time up. Now, what's weird is when you use manual entry, that doesn't work, but yet it does show it in the line score and it shows it in the box score. So I'm wondering if that's just something that's the little step I needed to do for manual entry. But as far as this goes, this is becoming more, it's making more sense to me. But maybe because I'm so used to pocket pennant run baseball, that's why. I think that's why.
I think that might be that's why. But I
Yeah.
tell you the truth, though, I know a lot of people were very happy because a lot of people like to roll cards and dice, but a lot of people like the Action PC game engine.
They do.
So
Yes.
they like the Action PC game engine. Like I said, to me, I mean, out of the park and Action PC baseball to me, for me, I still say season replays, Action PC baseball, sandbox, career mode, out of the park. But now he has now a legacy mode. Okay, in Action PC, I
And
haven't tried that yet.
Well, and what's interesting is last year Out of the Park added a strict replay mode. So it's kind of fun how the two are kind of dancing around to one another. And I love that. I love that. You know what? If we can bring more people into the hobby, cards and dice, and or digital, you know what? This is all good. It's all good. I mean, and you're talking about look for your favorite, your favorite cards and dice game, right? So Inside Pitch Baseball, you have two ways you can play that game. You can't beat it, right? So what I think it would be accurate to say if you're bringing somebody in, maybe you don't want them to jump into advanced inside pitch right away. Maybe I don't know, but I think it's cool that we have it. It's the platinum age of baseball games. I can't speak to the other sports. I'm not interested in them, but for baseball, it's an embarrassment of riches. And Paul said it earlier. I mean, it is. He said, "What a time for we gamers." He's absolutely right.
Now the legacy mode in this
is cool.
I have not tried it yet. So
David Lando.
How it works at the moment.
Where is David's? He mentioned. So I know Steve Tate said that Roberto Clemente actually plays till 1974. So, and this is really, really cool. David Lando said earlier, says in Action PC Legacy, he just played 1920, and all of the White Sox were back in 1921. Watch out, Yankees. I love the fact that so you've always had this sort of the alternate reality mode in Action PC Baseball. And I think what's really cool is I don't think a lot of people tried it. I like it. But now if you play legacy mode, that's what it is. So let's say, we're playing here 1980. And if we were to forward to, 1981, cut in half season. But the thing is while those real stats will come in, those historical rookies, his career trajectory, it may be different. And so I love about career mode and Out of the Park baseball and legacy mode in this is a chance that you could write, again, a different baseball narrative. And I love that. It's great.
I would love to see after 1966. Let's see how far Sandy Koufax goes, and let's see what his final stats would be if Sandy Koufax didn't have his arm troubles after 1966. And
exactly.
Because you know how much of a fan I am of the guy. Besides,
and I am too. As much as we still have to have our debate, and I'm not.
Well, there is no debate. There's no debate.
Yes, there is. We'll have it right now. Lefty Grove is going to own him. career-wise.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Lefty Grove is
Oh, my God.
Okay, is not the left arm of God. So
Oh, my God.
When God is ready to manage a baseball game, Sandy Koufax will be on that mound, not Lefty Grove. So if God's going to choose Sandy Koufax, you think Lefty Grove's going to be? No.
LA sports writers did it. Look, I love Sandy Koufax. I do. There is no, but if you're looking strictly
Sandy
at numbers,
Koufax's career was cut short, and that's
but
not his fault.
no, it's not his fault. But that's but
But
it is the debate is who is
But
the most
what you
dominant
should do,
left-hander in baseball history.
he is
It's
the greatest
clearly Lefty.
left-hander in baseball.
It's Lefty Grove.
No,
It's you look at the numbers, and it was sheer dominance, in a hitter's error, my friend, in a hitter's error.
Lefty Grove wishes he could be Sandy Koufax.
Oh my God!
But the thing is, that would be something you should do. Run a legacy, and starting at from 1966, then going to 1967, where when Sandy Koufax had to retire, and see how far he goes. I mean,
oh yeah.
If you figure, look, Lefty Grove. Look, let's not be stupid. Lefty Grove, of course, is one of the greatest of all time. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind on that.
Right. He's the definition of dominance in much the same way that Walter Johnson was.
But Lefty Grove, I mean,
and again, as Midlife Crisis and I both said, because we have the 6-second delay, that was 1930s. That was a hitter's decade, and Lefty Grove, you could barely hit the guy, and his numbers are ridiculous. So we can agree. We're talking about two great pitchers, and what hurts Sandy Koufax is the fact that it wasn't his fault. Right, because you had that arm that they had to get under control. Then they get it under control, and Koufax is bloody dominant. I do not debate that whatsoever. But throughout the course of an entire career, I'm sorry, but Lefty Grove, that the numbers just prove it. He owns just every other lefty, and that includes some like Steve Carlton, like Rube Waddell. But Lefty Grove is. Carl Hubble could probably give him a run for his money, but Lefty Grove, just the dominance is unreal. And the only other pitcher I've seen that in my studies, and I'm no baseball expert, to me the most dominant pitcher in baseball history was Walter Johnson. And in fact, it shouldn't be the Cy Young Award; it should be the Walter Johnson Award. But that being said, Robert, we can agree. You know what? If you were creating a fantasy team, you know what? If you could do a 2-man rotation, it'd be Koufax and Grove, or Grove and Koufax. I would have no problem with that.
Remember, my overall rotation is Sandy Koufax, my opening day starter. Mm-hmm. Then Tom Seaver is behind him, and then I have Bob Gibson, and then I have Randy Johnson, and now I have Pedro Martinez. It used to be Greg Maddux in there. I've kicked him out. So now it's Pedro Martinez.
Really?
Yep. And now
so let's talk about that for a second. But before we do, I want to answer a question up here. So Race Hot Wheels asks a great question, and you're going to like the answer. He says, with the legacy mode, let's say I purchased the 1986 season and new to the game. If I play legacy mode, yes, it will still put in the real historical rookies going forward. If you don't, yes, it will do that. So the difference is this. In Out of the Park baseball, you get everything. In Action PC baseball, you have to buy the seasons. But what's nice is so if you own 1986, you can start playing baseball from 1986 forward as long as you want. And you can do the same in Out of the Park baseball. The only difference is with Out of the Park baseball is if you don't own 1980, you're not going to be able to play it. That's the difference.
Also, the one thing about Out of the Park is you don't have to worry about Out of the Park. You have to worry about minor leagues and all that stuff. Action will just go ahead and put those rookies in, I believe, where they I think they put them where they belong.
I'm pretty sure.
Or do you draft them? I don't know. I've not done Legacy yet.
Right. So since we've still been kind of looking at manual entry, and I've got to get Michael McGreevy League ready, some future broadcasts here along with McGreevy are going to be doing. I'm going to be doing 1971. leading into a legacy project, moving into
Right.
72.
See if those rookies or do they automatically go? Do they go to the team they started with, or do you draft them?
So Midlife
That's the
Crisis is saying
question.
that the rookies for each season are coded into the game.
Okay.
So that's a good thing. So when you're going into 72, like when and the 71 project, I'm going into 72, those 1972 rookies will go on their proper teams.
All right. That's the one thing I do like about Out of the Park. So if I was a Mets fan, if I want to start the Mets in you know,
69.
in 69 or something, and maybe or something like that, and I want to draft,
Right.
you know, Jim Palmer or something like that later, I can do it. But if it puts the historical rookies in there,
Yep.
but they automatically go to the team they were on,
Yep.
okay, I that's fine. But I would like the ability. I would like the ability to draft. So in other words, here's the
Well,
rookie
you can. You
coming out.
can.
I want to draft. Like if I want to play, let's say I want to play start in 1962.
Yep.
Legacy, and then I want to draft rookies for the 1963 for the 1963 team for the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
I have to, like I said, I have to look at it.
Yeah, you can do that. There's actually so another addition into the game is on. There's a couple ways you can get to it. Draft is now added on so many screens, so what Dave Cook has done so many great things in this release. That's another thing. Drafting is a lot easier. No, I know Pocket Pennant Run has single asterisk, Paul. I wasn't saying it didn't. And I don't know if you're talking to me or not, but I know it does.
It does. You know what? I'm looking at it right now.
At Pocket Pennant Run?
No, on an insight on Action PC Baseball. The Legacy Roll tool creates a new league folder for the new season. Existing players are aged 1 year forward.
Yep.
Players are removed based on your preferences. Rookies are created. A new draft order is set up, and a new schedule is generated. After rolling to a new league, click Report Legacy from the opening screen or GM dashboard to view new rookies and retired players. And you can create fictional rookies as well. Okay, you can do that. That's what I thought.
Yep. And Midlife Crisis also says players that aren't drafted go into a free agent pool, along with any players that get cut going into the next season. But only rookies can be drafted each season. The free agents age as well. So again, very, very strong Out of the Park coming in here.
Yeah.
As Out of the Park, I think, realized saying, okay, we need a strict replay mode. And the strict replay mode in Out of the Park is as good as this. It really is. I've done it. And it's like, wow. Now, what would be fun? Now, again, it's to get a real control, Robert, and you know this. You couldn't just say, okay, I'm going to play 1980 in Action PC and Out of the Park Baseball, but only go through the season once. That's not enough. You would have to simulate the seasons like probably 200 times to really get an idea. But I think it would be fun to just see how close they are, because again, Out of the Park Baseball has a little function that nobody seems to use, that you can click at any time during your replay in Out of the Park Baseball, and you can see how your replay tracks with and this has been in Out of the Park Baseball since edition 18, how it tracks with the actual replay. And if you go on the Out of the Park forums, people are posting and the numbers are so scary close. Now, bearing in mind, there is still that human factor. So, look, as much as I'm a Pittsburgh Pirate fan, I'm not going to be able to think like Danny Murtaugh or Chuck Tanner or Fred Clark for that matter, right? So, I don't know. I think so. So Paul here, and Paul, if you want to come on, it's up to you. I'll put the link in. He says that is poor. I played 2 games yesterday. Pocket Pennant Run was 30 minutes. Action PC 40 plus more clicks. As I said, though, Dave will probably update this. So I love Pocket Pennant Run Baseball, and I love Action PC. And I think, Paul, and just in my playing with 2 of them, and I haven't had as much time with this using the manual entry, Pocket Pennant Run, I think, does better with outs. And I think this one might have the edge on offense for manual entry, I think. And that was just through 6 innings of strat. I haven't really tested this enough. And frankly, I'm doing this more for the community. My interest really is legacy mode. I don't play enough cards and dice baseball to use this, but I think it's fun. So I don't know. Uh, you know, but Robert, I see where you can say it's clunky because a couple times during our strat experiment last year, and then all of a sudden these menus came alive over here in the very right. I'm like, oh, sweet. And then I hit this. I'm like, oh, okay. So that's how we handle the weird plays. But yeah, I mean, no, we're not knocking it. I'm glad Dave did this because my hope is this for guys that are strictly cards and dice that will say, I will never touch a digital game. If they would look at this and come on, you use this for as a tool for its accuracy and the information it gives you and the ease of navigation to set up your inside pitch seasons, right? So but maybe there might be that person that's going to say, let me just see what all the hullabaloo is about this action PC baseball, because as out of the park baseball is my favorite. This is the very, very, very close second, but out of the park baseball is not friendly to a new user. It's not. This is much friendlier. Now, again, I think this is deceptive. This is really, 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 really deep. And Steve Tate will show you how deep this thing is just insane. Um, but if this would get some people to say, you know what, this digital baseball stuff isn't bad. Now I've got a viable choice here. This engine's good enough, let's say, where I can play. Say like you're doing a New York Mets 1986 replay, right? So you're Robert, but you're a Robert in an alternate universe that will play using the Action PC engine. So this has such a good baseball engine in itself that you could do your manual entry here from inside pitch baseball, but use Action PC baseball to play the rest of your season, knowing that because you've tried the engine, it's like, damn, this is pretty good. And I like that. I think that's going to be a big thing.
This, I'll tell you this. If I was to see, I wouldn't use. I use Fast Score to generate to generate my
Which
my 10-minute ticker.
which
But
Pocket
now,
Pennant Run, which Pocket Pennant Run, by the way, has that built into it, not by that name. So if I may, Robert, just quick, because I don't know how much you've messed with Pocket Pennant Run, but here's what's cool
I don't
about
have
that
the
one.
game.
So Pocket Pennant Run,
I don't have the
when
game.
you're doing a season, I'm not going to fire it up, but when you're doing a season, you have two ways to do a kind of for replaying or playing games that you don't want to directly play. There's a quick play which works much like Fast Score, but it doesn't compile stats. But then there's the full replay that does compile stats. So that's built in there, and I've watched you do it in the 10-minute ticker, and really, really love it.
That's fine. But the thing about the reason why I do the Fast Score is because I want people to see the rolls. Okay, that's the
Sure.
reason. That's the reason why. Because I mean, now I'll do this. Okay,
Mhm.
if I was going to do a 1986 Mets replay and I really wanted to get the stats, I would use Action to input all the stats I get from the games I play from inside pitch,
Okay.
and then let Action go ahead and generate the rest of the year. But that would be a full season replay. Since I don't do a full season replay, all right, because I do a condensed replay of maybe 60 to 70 regular season games, and then my expanded playoffs. All right, I want people to see me roll the dice so that they can actually see their teams win or lose.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Oh yeah, and it's brilliant. I think a lot of people that come to your channel, right? I mean, I know for me, I love the whole thing, but that 10-minute ticker is super cool. You got on the edge, and I know I'm watching like which season that you were doing that the Pirates were doing great, and I'm watching. Yeah, come on, Bucks.
Yeah,
it's like and you have this amazing way of getting people involved. And what is essentially, let's be honest, you're rolling some dice, giving the score, but the way you do it is really good, Robert. It really is.
I just want to go. I said that's why I want to let people see it, because when I started doing this about 5.5 years ago, I said, okay, I just don't want to roll dice and just say what happens. this needs
Right.
to be this needs to be done visually. So that's why I guess I was one of the first to actually put a playing field on the desk and move cards around, so you see actually the base runners and all
Right.
that. And then
So
of
yeah.
course a scoreboard right next to it, and of course the 10-minute ticker, so that everybody can see how each team is doing. So
Right.
if I just let the computer do it, I'd rather just have the dice do it, because the dice that's the way the dice roll. The computer is not.
Right.
I still, you know me, I still think software is gaming, but dice is not gaming. It just rolls the way they are, and whatever I'm rolling them for, that's how it
Right.
ends up.
You're saying this to somebody who's about to be a dealer in croupier. But hey, there we go. So our
There
Red
he is.
Sox fan chiming in. Before we get to Al, welcome in, Al. He says manual entry is fabulous. Cool. Midlife crisis. Welcome in, buddy. It's Al. If you want to come on mic and say hi. I don't know if Nurse Teresa is asleep, so I don't want to. We've got to keep her happy. But midlife crisis hits on something here that I guess that I was trying to lead to as well. He says this solves my issue. I usually alternate between cards and dice and action PC replay. Right now, I can do some time of hybrid replay using action PC for both. I mean, because I guess the thing is for cards and dice guys, like Ken Castro won't touch. He like the only digital baseball game he'll tolerate is Diamond Mind. It's the only one, and I love Cousin Ken, and that's all cool. And that guy can roll up 800 games a year. But for people for those guys that would like to try, this is a great baseball game all on its own without the manual entry. And our Red Sox fan is the guy that turned me on to Action PC Baseball. I resisted this game. So I thought, look, I got Out of the Park Baseball and Baseball for Windows. I got every damn season. And Baseball for Windows is a great baseball game too. I'm like, why would I want to buy this? And I'm watching Al. I'm still in Europe, watching Al every night. And it was kind of like at first, like I'm thinking, okay, why does this Red Sox dude? Why is he playing this game where he has to buy the seasons? And I'm watching it more closely. I'm like, holy shit, this is a great baseball game. And the rest is history. I went on this thing. So Al, thank you for that. But I like what Midlife Crisis is saying here, that you do have, because let's say, and Clay Dressel is going to hate this, but look, he has a great season ticket baseball game. But Baseball Mogul needed to be retired like ages ago. That's just not, I'm sorry. I buy it every year just because I like to support baseball developers. But I think I show Baseball Mogul on this channel maybe once or twice, and that's it. A year, a season. I mean, it's sitting down here. There it is. My cursor's hovering over it. But it needs to be retired. I wouldn't trust Baseball Mogul if it had a board game assistant. It's just not. It's just not a good baseball game. It can't stack up with Action PC or Out of the Park Baseball.
Our Red Sox fan, of course, I always give him the highest kudos.
Oh
And
hell yeah!
and the thing about it is, I always like to tell him, and I can tell everybody, that the first, like during the before I started doing this crazy stuff, okay, it was during the COVID year. It was doing COVID, and I was thinking about looking Stratomatic, and somehow or other, the YouTube algorithm, I typed in Stratomatic, and I'm seeing our Red Sox fan. I'm saying rolling cards and dice and Stratomatic, and I went into I watched him first. He was the first ever. He was the first. He was the first ever person I ever went into a chat on any of cards and dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I watched him do it, and I'm saying, geez, he's going ahead. He's rolling the dice. I mean, I can probably do this. Maybe. I mean, I always have an announcer. I've always had an announcer type voice, but
Yeah.
seeing Al do it calmly, collectively, seeing him, getting everything in there. I think it was a game featuring the Dodgers or something. I don't know. It was like 5 or 6 years ago, and I said, okay. So then and then I got turned on from him to ID Jester, to baseball demos, to
Right.
Tenacious Tenacious Earl, who hasn't been doing much lately, but I remember he does, and and all the others, and then of course Uncle Dave, and Uncle Ron, you
Right.
know, and and I always got it. I have to credit Al Red Sox fan with me actually opening my eyes to doing this,
Mm-hmm.
and of course watching him do it, and seeing how he is, and of course, he is of course and as great and he's great with all the sports, but he is
Boxing.
there's no I you know what
Nobody does boxing
nobody
like
beats
Al.
Al in boxing.
Nobody.
Sorry.
Nobody.
And if Bleacher Bums Gaming ever listens to me, from Lee Anthony Crooks, who does Bleacher Bums Gaming and Glory Days Boxing, no, nobody beats Al in the ring.
Anthony would agree with that.
Nobody
Nobody
beats
does
Al in
box.
the ring.
Look, Legends does
He is the
boxing. He
ringmaster.
does a good job. But yeah, Al Red Sox fan for boxing. That's the go-to, baby.
Nobody
It is.
beats him in the ring. It just doesn't happen. I tried to do some Glory Days Boxing, and I tried to do it one time. I said, you know what? And I think the game was great, okay, but I'm not into boxing as much as he is. Al knows more about boxing in his finger than I know in my whole body, But so I just when he does boxing, especially with Muhammad Ali, who's my favorite boxer, he's doing I gotta go ahead.
I have
cost us a boatload of money.
I have three. So my three are Ali, Marciano, and Jimmy Braddock. Those were my three favorite boxers.
But listening to
Heavyweights.
him doing boxing is just an absolute joy.
Todd, it's funny. You talk about Al costing us a boatload of money. Yeah. So let me tell you, the reason I have every damn season I bought everything in this game is because of Al Red Sox fan. And I went back and sort of tallied up what this game cost me, because and so not only just the seasons, but all the special things, the baseball history collection, all that other stuff. Oh my God. Yeah. So Al cost me a lot of money too. Jesus. And I do it all again. I do it all again, baby. But so my foray into this was actually David Baseball Demos, but it was Al saying, well, why don't you do the broadcasting thing? I'm like, because I don't have a broadcasting voice. He said, so what? So I thought, okay, and I don't have a broadcasting voice, and I'm having a grand time doing it, and I'm meeting all you cool people. So I love it. But yeah, boxing, man, he's great. I told you the first, I get on YouTube, guys doing baseball. I didn't know who you were, right? Because you weren't around back when I started this yet. So, because back in the day, we were all hanging out and doing Apple horse racing on every Sunday night. And I'm over there at Europe 3 a.m. waiting for this to happen, right? And so that was the Earls and ID Jester and Chris Delaware and all those people. And then I took a little hiatus. Who's this RGO Network guy? I tuned in and you said Stadium Pukes. And I'm like, all right, I got to watch this guy. And I've been hooked ever since, man. Just my work schedule.
Stadium Barfs.
Or Stadium Barfs, yeah. He's a Stadium Barfs. I'm like, okay, this guy's my kind of guy. He's a little off kilter.
Everybody, like I said, everybody that does this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And first of all you guys that watch us, okay, go get a life. Jeez, you got nothing better to do than to sit there on a computer and watch somebody roll dice and move cards around. Come on, go get a life.
Yeah, but you know what? No, but here it is.
You got no lives. Do something with it.
Saturday. Now you're sounding like William Shatner. But look, it's funny. If somebody would have told me, or you, Robert, let's say 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you're going to be watching some guy roll dice and move cards around. You say, are you crazy?
I'm the one that's doing it, and I don't believe it.
And you're doing it. Yeah. Here we are on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, what have you. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's just everybody has their own style. I'm the loud one. Okay, so I'm the loud one.
Oh yeah.
Baseball Demos, he's the calm, cool, and collected one. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Al Red Sox fan is a combination of the two. He can be loud, but he's also quiet. All right. Dave Gardner, he explains the game as he goes along. He's quiet, but he has a high jocularity in his voice.
He does.
Uncle Ron, okay, who was an inspiration. Uncle Ron Juckett, who was just an amazing human being. Okay, all right. He constantly integrate, in with his chat. Okay, does an excellent job showing off action or any game he does.
And let's not forget Slovak and Legend Sports Universe. Those guys. Oh my God.
and of course, we all have our style.
Yeah.
We all do, and I know I've gotten popular myself, but to me, I gotta still say,
And immortalized. Let's not forget.
and immortalized, because now because Chris Davis put my name into the inside pitch rule book, which I didn't.
So Kurt Berglund, Paul. So my thing about Kurt Berglund is
forgot
this:
about him. Kurt Berglund is a mastermind.
Kurt is amazing because with Kurt, I feel like I'm attending a graduate seminar, and that's a good thing. That reminds me of grad school when I'm watching Kurt Berglund do a game, and I love it. And in fact, I don't participate a lot in Kurt's chats because I just want to soak in what he has to say. And he's superb, man.
I agree. I tried to get into his chat, and I just said, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and listen because he just explains it just perfectly.
Yeah,
Kurt's a mastermind.
I'll tell you what. There's some other good guys though out there too. Another guy that I like that we haven't even mentioned is: have you guys checked out Baseball Maelstrom? It's a good channel. You guys should check out Baseball Maelstrom.
Oh, I haven't remembered him. Have you checked out Spokane Steve?
Spokane Steve. Al, can you hear us, buddy?
There he is.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is like having all four Beatles at the same time. How you doing, Al?
Good.
I'll be
good.
Ringo.
How's everyone?
Oh man, it was great to catch.
I was watching and I was playing Action PC baseball. The normal game, but
right.
I have to say I've been playing the 2025 Red Sox, and playing modern baseball. You're sitting there going, okay, my starter just went 5 innings, and now I have to piece together these 4 innings with the bullpen.
Yeah, right.
Here's some simple math for everybody. If your starter only goes 4 or 5 innings, you must get those other innings out of your bullpen. And then you'll hear managers say, or reporters say, or whoever say, well, the bullpen's tired after so many months. No shit, Sherlock. and I'd like to say to all you Tampa Bay fans, I love you guys, but really, a fucking bullpen game, pardon my language, it's the most hideous thing ever. And then they'll say again.
I totally agree with you.
They'll say again.
The bullpen games. I hate them.
They'll say, like and it worked for Tampa Bay. And I always give credit where there's innovation because you need it, right? And it worked because it worked for them. But then every team, I always like to say, if the Tampa Bay Rays jumped off the bridge, every major league team would do the same thing. It drives me nuts when the Red Sox have a bullpen game. I'm here to vent, by the way.
Please vent. Yeah.
When the Red Sox have a bullpen game, and then I have to listen and read, well, the bullpen's tired. Well, yeah, because the only guy who gives you innings is Crochet, and every once in a while Bello, and then everyone else goes 4 2/3 of 5 innings. Though towards at the end of the year, they were stretching those guys out a little more. But again, here's something novel. Maybe your starter, if they're going all right, could go 7. And then you only need 2 innings out of your bullpen.
So, Alfonso,
yes,
paisano, I got a question for you.
Yes, Joseph.
So, Giuseppe. Grazie. So I'm switching from Irish to Italian. So, Al, overall, what are your impressions? How do you compare this year's Action PC release? Do you think it's his best? I think it is.
Well,
what do you think?
I buy it every year.
Yeah, so do I.
I enjoy it.
Thanks to you bum.
I enjoy it.
Right.
It is. I like. No knock on Out of the Ballpark because it's a good game. But
it's a great game, Al. But go ahead.
Yeah. I listened. You kept me company last week when in your chat.
Yeah.
And when I was doing Snow last Sunday,
I
listened to him pretty much the whole thing. Then I like OOTP. Yeah. What I've noticed with each new version, and it could be me, I think that the AI managing, even when I set, because I play a lot of series, I don't play like seasons.
Right.
I'll set the AI manager because I want them to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mind-numbing when they don't do it. I literally say, if certain things happen, I want you to be analytical about this. The one thing I don't like about OOTP that they got rid of a couple of versions back, and I didn't understand. You could literally say, I want this reliever to come in this situation. Now, they might have put it in a different spot, and I can't find it, and that's on me. But it was really before you used to just say, I want Chapman, will say, right?
Right.
He comes in, even if he only comes in the ninth, but I might say in a playoff series, I might use him sooner, even though I would be managing the Red Sox. But you know what I'm saying? Like a top reliever.
Right.
You have to stop them here. And I want them to manage that way. OOTP, the AI in series, I'm not saying for like a season replay, which is season replays. I was listening to you on Sunday, and people are saying, oh, someone had said, you brought up someone, they said, oh, the replays are not realistic. I did the 78 replay offline a few years back. Now, the Red Sox didn't do as well. I'll give them that. But Cleveland did a little better. Cleveland, what was it, 77? It was either 77 or 78. But what happened was they flip-flopped. Not that Cleveland won as many games as the Red Sox did in 78 for reality. The Red Sox lost a ton of close games. I just like simmed the season. I played a little bit, then I simmed it. And it was interesting. Everyone thinks the Red Sox team in 78 is this fabulous team. No, it's Jim Rice who is fabulous.
Yeah.
He carries the Red Sox. If he doesn't do that stuff, they do not win. Their pitching isn't that good. Eckersley is good. Other than that, not so good. Their bullpen, much weaker. Campbell is not the same as he was in 77. So if a few things, again, when you're doing a Beatles, you brought up a great point, and I bet you Robert would say the same thing. That's why Robert plays the games, right? To have some fun and see if it comes out the same or similar or something interesting happens. If you want an exact replay, you can go to Baseball Reference, look at it, and jot it down.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
There's gonna be variations because
you could go back to baseball if you want everything exactly.
Yep. There's gonna be variations.
Right. So somebody said earlier, but anyhow, so your feelings about this before we. So I wanted to know your overall impressions of Action PC 2026. Al, what do you think?
I like it.
Yeah.
Here's my only qualm. Nothing to do with the game. Every time a new version comes out, I buy it because I do like it, and he does give the bet. I had someone leave a comment on the football, and I'm not going to bring up. It was a Dave.
You're allowed to say football on here now.
Okay.
I've removed that, so you can say football.
Thank you. I knew that was banned. It's been a while.
No, you're cool. You can say it now.
I'll use any word he wants to.
I'll use that F word, football, American football.
And
someone left a message on one of my streams. I haven't replied back to it. I put up things. I put up negative. It wasn't really negative. The person was just saying that Dave Cook games and Action, they're just money grubber. That's not the right word. What do they use? Like they're just money hungry.
Dave Cook is anything but money hungry.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Come on.
And I will be responding to that person because, and again, I could tell, I don't think the person actually watched my video because the game he brought up, 2nd and 10 football, I play a lot.
I know you do. In fact, your voice is in it, isn't it?
No, that's Pro Strategy Football.
You're in Pro Strategy. Okay.
I'm not anymore. I was in a few versions back.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, if you're interested in Action PC Baseball, there are sales all the time.
Every day. Oh my God.
And in fact, there's the free Best of the 70s. You don't even have to make a purchase. I believe it's still up. I'm actually going to jump on it and then pick that because I never remember what I have. I love buying multiple seasons of stuff when I don't go look to see what I have. And I'm like, shit.
I know, right? Same thing here. I think I have like 3 copies of whatever. Yeah.
I enjoy it. I like the Pocket Pennant Run. I never got the version with the manual input. I've watched you guys do it, like you
Okay.
Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. I've tried Digital Diamond Baseball. To me, it was and no knock on that either.
Right.
It was clunky for me.
Right. Right.
User error probably.
Mm-hmm.
This, and I tried PC Replay Baseball, which I like playing. Good game, lovely aesthetically.
So if I may, what's funny about that, Al? Do you remember? You and I were talking. Remember, this is the old days when people were still using Skype, and you and I, and
That's
you
how
got,
we
you
used
said,
to talk.
right, and you said, hey, have you checked that out? And I said, no, I haven't. You said, I think I'm going to. And the first time around, neither of us liked the game. And then you tried it again and liked it, and I tried it again and I still don't. I like watching you and Bernie play it, but that game doesn't click with me at all.
PC Replay?
PC Replay doesn't click with me at all.
Now, I'll tell you how that game finally clicked with me.
Hey,
and
Philip.
again, play the games you like. I never
Right.
tell. I'm sure Robert gets it. Anyone who streams gets this question. Beatles. Well,
right.
What's your favorite game? Well, if I'm playing it and I'm streaming it, it's one of my favorite games, or I enjoy it. Right?
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean you, the viewer, has to go out and buy it. You might like a game I don't like.
And as I said, I love
fine.
watching you play and watching Bernie Strom play PC Replay Baseball, but I'm not going to go buy it. I'm having fun watching you guys.
Right.
Same with History Maker Baseball. David Baseball Demos, great, but that game is not for me. It's just I know you play it. I know you like
it's a fun
History
game.
Maker.
There's a lot of little quirks.
Yeah,
I don't use all the quirks.
Right.
And I've fallen in love with APA Basic.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that, and I loved your World Baseball Classic you did the other night. I was watching you with the cards set up and everything, U.S. and Japan. I typed that in the chat, but I didn't think you saw it. I liked what you did. Anyhow, please go ahead.
Oh no, and like Robert plays inside pitch, and he does a fabulous job.
Yep.
And he does season replay. Like he'll give you X amount of games, but that's still a commitment.
Oh yeah.
I have a bad habit. Like I have my 1976, and I played some of it offline, Stratomatic like tournament, because I wanted to play every team. And what happens is when certain teams go out, I'm sitting there going, I lose my motivation. But I've been playing it offline. I might bring it back online. Because the Mets won their first round. The Mets are an interesting team in 76.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Sox, of course, get bumped out right. Any tournament I play with the Red Sox, it's like when I was young again. It's bye. Really? I can't even cheat to let these guys in. But like Robert likes inside pitch. It's very interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. I tried, and again, when I try something, if it doesn't click with me right away, it has nothing to do with the game. It's me.
Yeah.
And so I don't like comparing games because people go, well, what do you like about this game? Well, if I'm playing it, I like it.
Right. I mean, there are things like, so I could say that, like, I've done some comparisons between this one and Out of the Park because I think these are, for me.
You play them. You like them.
I play them. And so I've always said I feel that this one's better because another thing that you and I do, Al, that we both love, we're kind of like the what if guys, both of us. Yeah. Because I remember you putting, you put Ted Williams on some dog team to see what he could do. Well, that was a couple of years ago you did that. And that was such a cool idea. But shake it up, make that new narrative. I just always felt that action PC baseball at the player level is easier to work with than Out of the Park.
I think what you're talking about, it was a while back.
It was maybe 3-4 years out.
I took Ted Williams.
He
didn't retire.
Yeah.
I put the DH rule in.
Uh-huh.
And so he was playing with Yastrzemski in 61, which was fun. Because it was fun.
Yeah.
I do want to talk, not now, but I'm not really good with draft. Like when I want to draft team, like make up the Martian 10 or something. You know what I mean? I'm just being funny there. But like a draft, you know how you guys do your draft league? And
like we got Michael McGreevy coming up again. Yeah.
Right. I'm not really, and I just want to learn the drafting process because I'm assuming it's the same for each game. Because I've tried to do it with basketball, like make up like a different league. Call it the North American Basketball League, say, and I want to draft, make up different teams in different cities. And it's so difficult when I just want to make teams. And same thing with that F word, football. Baseball, I usually don't do that. I've fooled around with that in OOTP, where I've taken Red Sox teams and I've put teams in every Massachusetts city, but they're basically a bunch of different Red Sox teams. I make them all free agents and I just put them in. So
thanks, Mick. He said DH. Someone check the vitals on Beatles. I even allow that, even though I don't need a stinking DH, Mick. I even allow people to talk about that. But now, if people start talking about the Ghost Run and they think it's cool, they get the band hammer.
Yeah. Listen. The Ghost Runner is like when we were kids. When you didn't have enough people to play.
Dude, but this is Major League Baseball, Al. Come on.
No. I don't want the Ghost Runner.
Okay.
I don't care if a game
I had my clicker on ban user. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The only reason why I use the Ghost Runner in my regular season games is because somebody has to go to work the next day. All right, I can't be doing 18, 19, 20 inning games anymore.
Robert, you just don't have your priorities straight.
So I get the game over with. I know. I hate it too, but right now it's a necessary evil. Or at least for me when I do my replays.
I know. Yeah,
Robert. Beatles, yeah. Robert. So, have you ever played a game? And I know we have, and you don't even. I don't even care if it's a Red Sox game, but it's like going like 17, 18 innings. We'll get those. And I'm sitting there going, I just want someone to win.
I know.
Yeah. I have to get up in 2 hours. You know what I mean?
That's the reason. I had one game that went, I think, what was it? I think like 18 innings, 19 innings, I'm saying. And it's like the dice are rolling, and I swear the dice are laughing at me. And they roll. I'm expecting, okay, let's roll. And it's another out. And I look at the dice, I said, let me tell you, here's the thing. The one thing I don't hate it. I love it when it happens, but you know how many times I think the game is about to end with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, and then there's a game-tying home run.
Yep.
All right. I look at the dice. I go, really? Yeah. I got to go to work tomorrow, and now you want me to play more?
So
you couldn't have ended just right there. And really, I want to take the dice and throw them against the wall, but
no. Al, this might be. Yeah, no, I hear you, Robert. Al, I think this might have happened more to you. So, Robert, this would be more for like Al and me, as far as because we do a lot of digital baseball, and Al mixes it up. But I've noticed, and I don't know if this is just my psychosis or something, but if it's a digital game I haven't played for a while, it invariably will go to extra innings. Invariably. Yeah. It's like the game says, you haven't touched me for 2 months now, bastard. We're playing 17 innings. And I work for FedEx, and it's not like a light duty job.
The game's going, listen. You're going to give me foreplay for 4 hours. What?
Exactly. Oh my God. It's like they know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Hey guys,
so you're happy. So you're happy with Action PC 2026 then?
Before you guys go on, I'm going to go. It's 1:24. Someone's got to go to bed. So
all right, Robert.
It's great to talk to everyone out there.
I've had 14 cups of coffee. I'm not going anywhere.
It's always great when you and I get together. It's a pleasure as always.
Thank you, Robert. It's funny because I was listening and playing Action PC, and I was like, let me just say hello, because sometimes I go watch chats and I'll like it or streams, but I don't jump in or I don't say anything. I was like, let me say hello.
Al,
I'm glad you did.
To me, it's always an honor when I actually get a chance to
When's your new season start?
Next season, my demo game for Inside Pitch Advance, the official demo game for 1980 will be December 28th. Regular season 1980 starts January 5th. We will have the Braves and the Reds. At Riverfront, it will be Phil Niekro versus Frank Pastore. That is January 5th, which was an opening day for 1980 was April 9th. So that's what I'm going to be. That's when we start. So I got a couple more weeks left in my off season before I got to start yelling and screaming for 4 months again. So, guys, you have a great night. An honor.
You too, Robert.
You too, Robert. Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you, sir. And happy holidays to everyone out there. And let's all stay safe, stay smart, stay healthy, and strong, please.
Absolutely, brother. All right, Robert, catch you around, man.
Catch you guys.
All right, buddy. So, Al, what's up, everybody? We've been talking about. I got to switch just because everybody universally agrees. And look, man, you call. I've seen you call like tennis and badminton and curling, and you're great. But everybody here feels that boxing, you are the go-to guy. So, what do you got coming up boxing wise? Do you know yet?
I want to do some more Glory Days boxing. I've been having issues with my mic where it shuts off, and it's annoying. So what happens?
You can swear on this channel. It's fine.
Okay,
have fun.
Well, so when I do card and dice, if I'm not using the Excel setup,
right,
I have a table. You saw how I played the game, right? The app work. I cannot see if my mic is working or not.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because of the way I have to bring the mic over and stuff.
Gotcha.
So I did a game, and all of a sudden, thank God, at least I finished the game, and people in the chat were going, "Your mic's off. Your mic, like we can't hear you anymore," and it just goes off. And I don't understand because I got new wires, but I just might buy a new mic and stuff. But it's a Yeti mic. It's a good mic. It's just annoying. Like you put the link in. I was like, oh, I'll join for a while. I'm not tired, and I was going to do a chat, but other people were streaming. I was like, it's fine. And then I saw you guys were doing your chat, and I was playing a game, listening. I said, let me say hello. But
well, thanks for coming in.
Thank you for inviting me.
Sure.
Boxing. My favorite boxing game is Glory Days Boxing. To me, it's easy to understand. It's a nice flow. I do enjoy Title Bout and Legends of Boxing on the PC. The thing with Title Bout, I wish they would, on the PC, I wish they would do a few more updates with the programming, because I get more than I should error messages that just wipe out your fight.
Oh, that's
now
tough.
You can go back in and has an autosave, so that's cool. And it's fun. I enjoy the game because that's a game boxing I grew up playing. Legends of Boxing, very fun game too. But my favorite is Glory Days Boxing, and it'd be awesome if we could get that on PC. But it's so difficult. I've helped Anthony a little bit, try to find people to program that game. We've reached out to some big time gaming companies, and they have no interest in it. And it's sad because it's a great game. And for gaming companies, like you could say, just Action PC, and I love Dave Cook games, and they're very nice to help you with. It'd be nice to see a soccer game. I think they could do it.
They could easily do footy. Absolutely.
I think it'd be fun because I think they would do it right, where you could make some decisions. With the new baseball game, and I get the baseball game every year, and this is the first year I've actually played the prior season. I don't usually do it. I mean, it comes with it, but I usually never play the prior, the prior season. But the Red Sox and, Jesus, I just forgot his name. The pitcher who I like, who actually can go 7 innings. I really did enjoy that team last year, for what modern baseball is.
Right.
Crochet, it came to me. And so I was like, I'm very interested in that. And I think like with APA, what I did with APA last year was I bought the playoff teams because I didn't want the whole every team. And then I went online like eBay, and someone was selling the Red Sox. So I slightly overpaid for one team, but I'm happy with it.
You're having fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of worse things you could be doing, right?
Oh, here's the thing. I know Beatles. If you go to classic baseball on the radio, Ernie Harwell, Red Sox, Tigers, April, I believe mid-April, late April, both they're like playing well, and it's Ernie Harwell calling the game with the other announcer. It's really good. I was listening to it today.
Oh, I will check that out. Thank you.
You know the old time classic baseball.
I love that channel. Yes.
Yeah. See but I really do like the manual entry, and the reason why, because to me it's very easy, and if you make a mistake, it's very forgiving. You can sit there and go, oh, because you can see the bottom, like where it says, I go, oh, that's not right. Like I was trying to figure out a sacrifice bunt, And I was trying to look, and I was like, okay, that's not right. And then
Right.
like a fielder's short, like they didn't get the double play. Well, you have to hit FC, and then
Mm-hmm.
you go, and it was easy to use to me.
And I think it was a smart move for Dave to
Absolutely.
do
You see a
this.
lot of these other games. Now, here's my point with Action PC. It's a great game already. Now
Yeah.
they give you, if you want to roll a game, like to me, this is going to be. I can do, I think, a really nice job with History Maker Baseball because I have a couple of PDF sets, right?
Right.
So I can put this up and then figure out how to show the cards a little bit. And you get a dice roller, a ball, whatever that's called, the video dice roller thing.
Right.
You can do a nice little format.
Oh yeah.
What I would love to see, Beatles, because I know you're a big Appa fan,
Oh yeah.
the Ernie Harwell. I
Yeah.
would love to see them have a combination of that and Appa Go.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. I don't think John Hurston will do it. But
I know.
think
I
it'd
was
be
listening
brilliant.
to you when last Sunday,
Right.
because I had typed it in, and I don't understand that because Appa Go's okay. I like
Yeah.
what it does,
Mhm.
and then I like what the Ernie Harwell game does.
Mhm.
I was like, why can't you just sort of combine them?
It'd be brilliant. Mm-hmm.
Because
I completely agree.
Yeah, because Appa, and again, I only play the basic game. If I want something more, I play Strat Advanced because I know that I don't want to learn another advanced game. I just don't.
Yeah.
But and you know what's amazing to me, Beatles? My friend at work, Chris, is a huge Appa fan.
Okay.
He has the window, that the Ernie Harwell because
Right.
he's in online leagues. He's been playing forever. I said to him, Chris, I don't get it how they do it so well because crazy things happen. Like you don't even need a rare play thing.
Right.
You're just looking at stuff. I mean, I'm looking at these charts. They got people getting picked off. They have guys getting thrown out. Like when someone goes, oh, it doesn't matter. You're not really making a decision. Yes and no in basic. If you have a slow runner, you have to decide late in the game, do I want to say if he's a good defensive player? You're down one. He's at second. Do you want to put a faster or even a normal runner in? Because it says at times slow runner thrown out.
Right.
So that means there are decisions that are made in Appa Basic.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just a fun, quick. It's amazing how it works.
Yeah.
And I never thought I would like Appa ever.
That's really cool. And see, and I think for you too, right? It's not like having a horse in the race because, like, the old Appa Strat rivalry. To me, I think they're both great games.
Yeah, I never understood when people sit there and go, one game stinks, the other one's better. Okay.
I will entertain that, but it's like, give me reasons why. Now, or a couple of people earlier were saying, well, I think it was Robert saying, well, I don't want to have to look at, like Appa makes me look at all these charts and da. And Strat is nice. It does have the play right on the player's card. I get that. And I like both games for that reason.
Yeah.
And Status Pro, of course, that's my favorite cards and dice game, at least for now, and has been since I was, a Penn State undergrad. I don't know.
Good game, Status Pro. That was a card flipper. That was a good game.
I love that. I like fast action system. Yeah, I really like that. So
what I like about Appa, I love the pitching grades.
Yes.
To me, what I enjoy. Someone puts in a Tribes fan. How you doing? That's our good friend Tim.
Damn right.
Please check out and subscribe to that channel. He says Appa versus Strat rivalry is Ohio State Michigan rivalry of cards and dice. It sure
totally agree. I used to work for University of Michigan, and that it's real. Oh my God, that's real. By the way, that rivalry. If people get, it's pretty crazy. And they would ask me, so what's the deal with you? Blah, blah. I'm like, I'm a Penn State grad, and they would leave me alone.
And they're like, get out. So what are your thoughts on the new? I apologize if I missed your thoughts. You probably gave your
There's no apologies, dude. This is you know what I do in this channel. It's a train wreck, so there's no apologies needed.
That's why it's fun.
Yeah, I did knock somebody out earlier quietly, but because I don't know what the dude was smoking, but it's like, okay, you're out.
What's your thoughts on the
on this?
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Now, again, for me, it's I think the manual entry is cool, feels intuitive. However, I don't really do a lot of cards and dice baseball.
No,
What
right.
I'm psyched about is the legacy mode.
Yes, can you explain that to
Oh
me?
my god! So legacy mode is super cool. It's so Dave is kind of getting into out of the park territory now because it's very similar to career mode and out of the park baseball.
Now,
So now you and I have all the seasons for this game, but what's
pretty
nice
much,
about
yeah.
for action PC baseball is for people that don't, maybe they just bought a handful of seasons. You can start, let's say 1967, the Impossible Dream Red
Yeah,
Sox, right?
yeah.
So you go. So what will happen is at the end of that, it's going to roll into 1968, and the historical rookies will come in on their
Really?
proper teams. Yeah, and here's the nice
Now,
part
how does that
that Dave did. You don't have to own the 1968 season. How cool is that?
really?
Really? Yeah.
So okay. You play 1978
Or
or what? We'll
78,
just do
sure.
67.
67.
We'll do
67.
67. We'll say 67. Sorry.
Yep.
Now it rolls in. You get the rookies, like the minor leagues, is already
So everything's hard coded into the game. So if we
wow.
click on this legacy, like
Because I
right
haven't
here,
clicked on it yet.
right? So there it is. That's what you'll see. So what you have to do is this is going to be a project on here that I'm doing.
Yeah,
The
you
rare,
have to click on it. That's fine.
the
So
rare. Oh no, I'm not going to do it because I'm only one game into this.
I've been
So
playing the 72 season offline too on here.
right. So I'm going to be doing 71 and then legacy to 72. And you can just say add real rookies from 1972, and then the free agent draft, how many rounds you want it. But they're going to go to their proper teams, and players will retire. But here's the interesting thing: it doesn't. It uses the internal aging engine of Action PC Baseball. So Steve Tate was telling us that Roberto Clemente played until 1974 in legacy mode. Dave Lando said tonight that in 1920, all the Black Sox are still there going into 1921. So
That's
super, super, super cool.
So
and yeah, go ahead.
So if I wanted to do
Mhm.
1960, because again, here are the two seasons I play the most. I play 1960
Okay.
and 1967. I
Great
played them all
seasons,
different.
man.
And the reason why I play 1960 is I always try to see if I can get Ted Williams closer to a winning record, because that team
Okay.
actually could hit.
They could hit. You just didn't have any
lives.
pitching. Yeah, no
pitching
pitching.
was horrible.
Yeah.
They had a couple of good relievers and one Bill Mambo Ketzoke as a starter.
Yeah.
But so if I did that, because remember I did with OOTP where I didn't retire Ted Williams, I put him on to play with Yastrzemski because I thought that'd be cool, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I've done it where I brought Yastrzemski up early, where he plays with Ted Williams in 1960. So if I played, say if I I played 1960 again.
Right.
Can I make Ted Williams not retire?
So that's the thing. So here's the thing. Because so part of legacy mode is you get to set the parameters that you want in legacy mode. So I haven't dived that deeply yet, but my understanding, at least on what I'm reading on the tin and everything, is you get to set the parameters because again, the game is using its internal aging engine. So
cool.
My understanding is theoretically, yes, Ted Williams could probably get some more years, but you have to set those parameters yourself.
Got it. Well, whenever you do your video on that, I will be watching.
That's probably going to be in about a week and a half because I've got to finish up, or these guys are going to pitchforks and torches because to get Michael McGreevy going again. But it's I love the fact. So I mean, you think about what Dave's doing here. He's going into two worlds because he's seen what Digital Diamond, PC Replay, Pocket Pennant Run, Strat PC, right? They all allow manual entry from board games.
Yeah.
Right. And so
I
this
hope
is brilliant.
I hope he does it with. I don't think he's done it with football yet, because I would love that.
I thought I know Dave Gardner said was one other game that does that.
Yeah,
I thought Dave
there's
said.
a program that does it, but it doesn't work with my. I have an old version of Excel. We'll leave it at
Okay, gotcha.
that.
Yeah, completely understand.
So
Um,
race.
and then with legacy mode, now he's like, okay, Out of the Park is doing this. We're going to do this, and
Well,
he's doing it. And you don't. How cool is Dave? So and I'll say it to the shithead who made the comment in your channel that Dave, or in your comments, that Dave Cook is a money grubber. Dude, really get a life.
and I was
Because
paraphrasing that, but that's the gist I got.
that's bullshit, man.
No, I agree.
That's total bullshit.
There's an
So
interesting.
yeah.
There's an interesting thing in the chat. Race Hot Wheels says, "My first experience was the computer simulation Pursue the Pennant in the early 1990s. Seeing that Action PC has with the legacy mode and everything else, it's mind-boggling how the hobby has come.
It is. It's by the way, talk about a guy with a great voice. Subscribe to his channel. He races Hot Wheel cars. Super cool channel. And he's just
Cool.
started coming around
I will
here.
check that out.
Great voice. This guy should be calling baseball games.
My
but
grandson and I
right.
like to race Hot Wheel cars.
So think about this, Al, because you and I have been, we're around the same age, and we've been playing, baseball all our lives, right? If somebody told you 20 years ago, 25 years ago, that games like this, like Out of the Park baseball, like whatever, we would be able to do whatever we wanted, like you did. I'm not going to retire Ted Williams. Would you have believed them? Because I wouldn't have.
No.
I would have been like, you're nuts.
Here's the thing.
Come on.
Like when people play as played replays, that's cool.
Yeah.
What I like to do, even in an as played replay, I like to do an alternate thing.
Yes.
And I find it to be fun.
Yes.
You give me my lineup. All right. Now I'm going to fluctuate my lineup because it's mind-boggling to me. And again, I have hindsight of math because these games are math, right? It's math.
Sure they are. Sure.
But like when you watch or you go back and you read that a manager just will not change his lineup.
Right.
Like the same guys are batting the same spot the majority of times. I'm like, if it's very simple, if you lump up your best hitters in the top 5, you will knock in runs. You will.
Right.
I'm telling you. And they don't adjust.
Right.
And again, for me, I have the hindsight of math. I can sit there and go, I know my matchups. I'm not saying I'm smart. I'm just saying it's interesting to me when they don't do that. Like,
well, number one, you are smart, but number two, yeah, you're absolutely right.
But like say to me, and this is standard baseball for me. My best hitter, like who knocks in runs, he's batting third.
Yeah,
he's not batting fourth. He's batting third. You know why? I want him up in the first inning, and I want him to have an extra at bat.
That's why Babe Ruth batted third on Miller's Row. It's exactly why.
And
that's
Gehrig,
why Miller Huggins put him in there. Yeah.
It just makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does make sense. So Tribe Fan saying, he says, Al, if that's the case, to lump your best hitters in the top 5, the Guardians should have won the World Series in the last 3 years. Well, but we make special cases for certain teams. My Pirates should have won the World Series a few years in the 2010s, and that didn't happen. But no, I think so. So what's interesting, Al, have you ever remembered
together?
Have you ever heard of the Pankin optimizer?
No.
At all? Okay.
Explain.
So and you'll find this, and I don't use it, but it's in Baseball for Windows if you want to use it. So I forget the guy's first name, but he was trying to argue that conventional baseball wisdom that we're talking about here, where you're putting your best hitters in the top 5, he said, actually, no, that's not optimum. And so there's this thing in Baseball for Windows where you can use this Pankin optimizer using his formula, and you're going to see like some of your best hitters like batting at number 6, 7, and even 8 in the order. And I tried it a few times, and I don't know, maybe I'm bringing cognitive bias to it, but it seems to me like, no, it doesn't work, because like you said, you want that guy that's going to give you the RBI. You want him in the first inning. You want to get runs on the board quickly.
I want my best 3 hitters at the top.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
because you want your guy with a great on base percentage, right? That can draw walks, get on. You want a Ricky Henderson batting
yeah,
leadoff, for
the
instance,
one
right? You
I
know,
do make exceptions again, just with me. If I have
right?
a guy again, if I'm playing old school baseball, because no one knows how to bunt now,
No,
I
right,
sometimes like a guy who. That's why the Mets are fun with those sort of 500 to just above 500 teams. You
right,
can put Buddy Harrelson in the 2 spot. He can bunt, he can hit and run. He doesn't hit for average. And
right.
actually, when I play the Mets a lot, I feel bad, God rest his soul, to Bud Harrelson, because his
Yeah.
average goes down usually when I play him the way I like to play him.
Mm-hmm.
10, 15 points sometimes, because I'm sitting there going, I'm going to sacrifice almost every time if I get that guy on,
Oh, yeah,
or I'm going to
right.
play hit and run,
Yeah.
or against tough pitching. Well, he's like an 8 bunter in a lot of years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking action PC.
Right,
I'm going to bunt for hits.
right.
I just
Oh,
want
oh,
him on
yeah,
base.
yeah. Well, you're not going to score if nobody gets on, and that's right.
That's
So you've got it, and I think that's the other thing too, Al. You touched on something about nobody bunting. So, right, I mean, the ideal baseball, you've got to know when to play station to station small ball. You've got to, because if you're facing some tough pitching, and you're waiting for your 1 or 2 big sluggers, to knock one into the Ohio River or the Mass Pike, you're going to get your ass kicked every time. You've got
unless you
to,
have a
you got
lineup
to, right,
Dodgers or the Yankees.
right, right. I mean, you got to scratch out runs. You got to get
Yeah.
guys on base, or nothing's going to happen. And I think that's why, again, this nowadays, my big bitch about 21st century baseball is it's going to be a home run or a strikeout.
Yeah, it's wiffle
Where's
ball.
the bunt? When was the last time you saw somebody drag bunt?
And-
Come
And
on.
here's the other thing, and I enjoyed last baseball season. I enjoyed the World Series.
So did I. Great
Game
World
7 was
Series.
phenomenal.
It was.
Phenomenal.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Of the last World Series between Toronto and Los Angeles.
Oh,
That
God,
was
yeah.
phenomenal.
Yep.
It was enjoyable. So I'm not so like when I'm watching a Red Sox game, they go to extra innings, they get the guy in second, and you can't. Okay, your standard play, right? You should
Mhm.
move that guy to third. It's just common sense.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Not all the time. It depends who's up. They have guys you would think you could bunt. They
You
can't
think,
do it.
right. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. And yet you move those guys around. And I mean, so in dead ball baseball, that was the thing. You were scratching out. You were playing small ball. Now, why I think the 1970s was such a great decade for baseball is you had that. Guys were bunting in the 1970s.
The combination.
You had
stuff.
power, speed, pitching. You had it all in 1970s baseball. You really did.
And you know what else is interesting about baseball now? There's no managers who are characters anymore.
No, not at
There's
all.
no Billy Martin. There's no Earl Weaver. There's no anybody.
Lasorda. No, you're right.
No. I mean, once in a while, I was just watching. I showed Nurse Teresa. It was Carl. I watched the highlights for 1977. Someone put it up on YouTube. You know when
Right.
your local baseball team would do a highlight package to get you
Yes.
revved up for the next year before the season started. Well, it was a really nice. And so they're showing Carl Yastrzemski, and it looked like he had a beef with the same ump, right? So
Hey, Arnold. Yeah.
he calls strike. They call strike 3. It was a close pitch, but Yaz obviously didn't get along with that umpire. The infamous. He covers the plate up with dirt. It was hilarious. You don't see that anymore.
They don't. Well, and what about the Lasorda? I mean, right? You're talking about characters. What was that one where and Lasorda's going off, man, and he's dropping the F-bomb like every other word.
Oh, is that when Reggie Jackson put his hip out to break up?
I think
in
so.
the World Series, and they're like, he kept going. He's got to get the fuck out of the way.
I know, and then there's another one where Lasorda's arguing with somebody. Says, "I'm the fucking manager." I'm like, this is beautiful.
And he might not have used the F-bomb on that one, but he was saying he's got to get out of the way. He's got to get out of the way. And the ump's like, well, where do you want him to go? Out of the way.
Out of the way. Exactly. Oh my God. But you're right. There are, I mean, all these managers, and really, you know what? Even, yeah. So here.
Hello, Arnold Hunter.
He says, Lasorda kicking Opie. out of the top of the dugout. I mean,
Well,
you don't have that.
that's the
Today's
Phillies
managers are like,
mascot, right? Was that the Phillies mascot?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. And but you're right. These days, and even players, how many character like look, the days of the bird are gone, man. The days of the spaceman are gone.
They're all generic.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not saying for people to be something they're not, but someone's got to be. There's got to be some characters out there, you know.
Yeah. So Yopi
Oh, the
was Montreal
Montreal
Expos.
Expos. I remember
Yeah.
he pushed. Yeah.
So you're right. So the game's lacking that sort of.
The Phillies
You know
is
what
a
we
Philly
need?
fanatic.
Do you know what we need? A modern day Bill Veeck to shake shit up.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Or O'Finley. How about that?
Well, people he originally wanted free agency every year. And
yeah.
the owners were like, "What do you mean? That's crazy." He goes like, "No, it'll keep players' wages down if everyone's a free agent. You got to constantly sign people." And they didn't go for that.
Yeah.
So, but it's just fun, like when Earl Weaver or any man. There are a lot of managers in the '70s and even the early '80s. Sparky Anderson, Ralph Houck, or whoever. They'd go out and argue a bit. They didn't do it all the time, but it was interesting and fun to watch at times. You know?
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Tribe. But I mean, the thing is we just need a few personalities to shake up the game. Because one of the things that made baseball great was its villains, was its crazy people.
Well, like George Steinbrenner, right? People didn't like him. Now, I'm not a Yankee fan, as you know,
right.
but
Neither am I.
I never disliked George Steinbrenner. I'll tell you why. And people can agree, disagree, whatever. You can have your opinion. He always wanted to win. Now, maybe they didn't make the right decisions, like when they had Team DH, which was hilarious. Ron Kittle, Steve Kemp, and could go on. It was just I used to jokingly call him Team DH.
Right.
But he wanted to win. What aggravates me now, like I'm a Red Sox fan. You see what the Dodgers do, and I mean they have unlimited money. I've never been for a salary cap in baseball, but something sort of needs to be done because it's not right for smaller market teams to constantly lose their good players.
Paul Skeens is going to end up a Dodger, I think. I just think that's going to happen.
It's just not right. And the Red Sox act like they have no money. I don't want them to spend like drunken sailors, but we couldn't get Pete Alonso?
Yeah.
Come on. He signed with Baltimore. That contract's not bad.
Right.
He signed with Baltimore. We need a first baseman.
Yeah. But at least you have, right? I mean, you guys will, but like I'm looking now, we made a big the Pirates actually Charrington out there we made a hell of a trade earlier this week. We got Brendan Lau and a couple other guys. I'm like, whoa. Holy shit. Yeah, because now so here's the uncharacteristic thing for the Pirates this year. So the Pirates historically, and you've heard me say this a number of times, we don't have any pitchers in the Hall of Fame as Pirates. We've never been what the Pirates' strength. We've had some of the greatest outfields in baseball, the greatest infields in baseball. But I mean, the two of the greatest shortstop. Well, the greatest shortstop in the game, Honus Wagner, and then Archie Vaughn, easily in the top 10. Our outfields, my God, Kiner, Paul Wainer, even Lloyd Wainer, Dave Parker, Roberto Clemente,
Willie Stargell,
Roberto Clemente. But our pitching now, we have an excellent pitching staff, but no run support. That's what's killing us, right? O'Neal Cruz is either going to hit the ball 1,000 feet or he's going to whiff big time.
Tribes fan brings up a very good point, and I agree with him.
If you have a salary floor, yes.
You need a salary floor. Yes, because I also think there's some quote-unquote small market teams who just don't want to spend money.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is one of them. And how we got – so I think Charrington, our general manager, is kind of hearing that rumble from fans. Kutch basically called out Pittsburgh ownership last year. And I am tired, and I'll never give up on my Pirates, but I'm going to be straight up honest with you, Al. We're kind of like, and I hope if anybody gets offended by this, sorry. I sometimes feel like we're the trailer trash. Let's bring on Tim. We're like trailer trash, man. And I mean that in the metaphorical sense. Tim, we can hear you, man.
Good.
So the thing is with Pittsburgh, right? So Pittsburgh's living off the Cubbies and the Dodgers and the Mets, and the Red Sox and the Yankees, and it's like this, and Nutting's just taking in the welfare money. And come on, and Pirate fans, we are tired. We are done with hearing.
Well,
Yep,
look,
we haven't been in the postseason since 2015. We haven't won a World Series since 1979. The only team that has a longer drought is Tim's team, Cleveland Indians,
And I'll bring
1948.
up one other thing that
Come
I
on.
wouldn't mind seeing, Beatles, is that if they're not going to create this salary cap, how
Right.
about you create a minimum to where you can't get the damn revenue sharing checks that you get every year?
absolutely.
I'm all for
Absolutely.
it.
I'll
I'm
go
all
for
for
that
it.
too. I'm not
Yeah.
a big salary cap guy. What I'm saying is they have to do something
Mhm.
Yeah.
where
Because
teams
if you're not
because
an owner that's not going to be willing to spend any money, then why the frick be an owner?
Yeah.
that's my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what drives me nuts with the Red Sox. They have more money. They have a lot of money.
Yeah, they
And
do.
to me, I've gotten over how much players get paid. To me, it's fake money. God bless them. I don't get aggravated anymore. If I had known that the Red Sox, when Mookie Betts wanted all that money, I was like, I love Mookie Betts as a player. He seems like a
Sure.
nice person, but thank you, bye bye, go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Then when we don't sign, we don't read like Kyle Schwarber when he played his half year with us and he loved it in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even offer him a decent contract. He would have stayed.
Of course you would have. Well, that a bit. You know what? Again, my team has done the same thing. McCutcheon never wanted to leave Pittsburgh.
No.
All right. Josh Bell didn't want to leave Pittsburgh. If we would have kept the players that wanted to stay there, the Pirates would have continued to contend after 2015.
I don't think it would have bankrupted them to keep those players.
No, it wasn't
No.
like Kutch was asking for this like ridiculous, I mean, come on, the Mets are paying Bobby Bonilla until 2030 something, whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
Kutch wasn't asking for that, and they're saying we want to stay in Pittsburgh, and Nutting just tosses them out. And we are terrified in Pittsburgh that Skeens is going to go. I mean, this kid's the best pitcher in baseball, and Nutting's not going to pay him. That's my fearless prediction. It's
Then
not going to happen.
And again, like what Tim said, why have a team?
And that's so something dubious happened this year with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Because people pick on it, but the Pittsburgh Pirates, one of the greatest franchises in baseball history. But this year, a terrible thing happened. Our all-time win-loss record, we are now tipped that we have more losses than wins. That's bad. That was never the case with the Pirates. And now, oh my God.
In the 70s, how many times they played Cincinnati? They had bad luck against.
Oh God. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We finally got them in 79, but yeah, we had to face the Big Red Machine. And the thing is that Pirate team in 1975 was tough, but those damn Reds, man, oh my God.
I mean, it was basically a lot of the Reds and the Pirates and the Pirates, and then in the American League, it was Oakland and Baltimore. Just did badly, and finally Oakland overtook them.
I mean, those Oakland A's, early 70s. Oh my God, what a juggernaut! Come on, right?
And everybody's like, "Oh yeah, the Indians were terrible in the 70s," and it's like, well, they didn't have a choice. You have the Orioles and the Yankees and the Red Sox to contend with. You're fourth best before you even started the season.
Now
well, that's a point.
Not kidding.
Yeah. Get out.
Also, doesn't help that you traded. Let's see, Chris Chandler to the Yankees, Greg Nettles to the Yankees, Ray Fosse to the A's.
Cleveland got rid of a lot of good players.
Yeah. And so same situation. You guys, had you retained those players, that story would have been very different.
But the problem was Chambliss and Nettles saw the writing on the wall. They knew the GM was terrible, Frank Schrader Lane, or they knew that the mismanagement going on. And they wanted out.
So Race Hot Wheels says the entire league will be Dodgers.
Probably.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're right.
So then also, I another thing about not having a real salary cap. Do we want to say that there should be no more deferred money?
That's a good question.
I like the minimum. Teams have to spend a minimum.
Yeah.
So when you're getting that money from the bigger teams, the revenue sharing, you need to put something back into your team. I like that. The deferred money, I'll tell you what I don't move away from that for just 1 second.
Sure.
I don't like, and this is more on the players and the agents end, the opt out. That drives me nuts. We pay, a team pays them all this money, okay, and then they have the opt out. Like when Bregman opt out for the Red Sox, I was happy, to be honest with you. You don't want to be here. We paid you a lot of money. You don't want to be here.
Hey, Victor. Yeah.
So go bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like the opt out. It's like you're holding up everyone for more money again when they've already, whatever team you've signed with has given you a really nice contract. But
so how much does it change the game if baseball loses its antitrust exemption? Because that's still, baseball is the only legal monopoly in the United States. I don't know if you guys knew that, but there it is.
I don't think it'd be tough to have a rivalry league, I think.
But I'm saying so baseball is basically right. So they're exempt from that antitrust act, right? Thanks to Judge Landis, pretty much. So look what he got in return. But what happens if baseball loses that? Because look, football, basketball, and hockey, the other three major team sports in this country, aren't dealing with the same shit that baseball's dealing with, right? I mean, at least my understanding. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But do you have that welfare situation? Are there welfare teams in basketball? Are there welfare teams in football?
Basketball has a really strict salary cap. You can't overpay your own players. Okay. And if you make a trade, it has to be equal money. Again, I'm not an expert on their salaries and stuff like that.
The thing that the NBA just did was they included something called an apron, where like they have levels of spending. So you have like up to the salary cap, and like apron 1 and apron 2.
And they have like a tax too, a luxury tax. Like,
yeah, and you can't spend if you're in the apron 2, you can't sign what's called for like a mid-level exception. You can't sign any players to that. So you can't like add to that second apron. Might be something that, or do you want to, the other thing is, I guess if we're okay with just spending money, then the max contract thing is a no-go then.
I mean, I
don't think the union would agree to a max.
I kind of agree to that. I mean, there's got to be some points where it's like, okay, no salary cap, then it's got to be this to get revenue sharing. Then again, is that on the players to agree to?
Well, look, and we're coming to the end of the collective bargaining agreement, right? That's after the 2026 season, right? Yep. Then that's up. So we're going to have a lockout, or we're going to have whatever in 2027, right? And what I'm hoping is after that amazing World Series, maybe baseball, both the players and the owners are going to say, wait a minute, we could be on the upswing here. Let's straighten this shit out before
the World CBA Series runs out. Fabulous.
Right? It was one of the best in history. Come on.
Absolutely. It was fabulous. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. And I didn't have a horse in that, although I wanted Toronto to win.
I wanted Toronto to win, but it was just incredible.
Yeah, my God. It was an 8-game World Series, really,
Yeah, technically, with the 18-inning game.
Well, and that's what I think. So it was a great look, I love him or hate him, what Shohei Ohtani did in the postseason, right? Three back-to-back homers and striking out 10 batters. So that was a performance that we may never witness again. How lucky we were to see that, whether the people who saw it live or but my point being is that baseball, right, because they had I have just casual baseball fans and even people that weren't interested in baseball that were following the 2025 postseason. It was that good. And so but listening to you guys talk, so Al, you're with a team that has the money, but they're not acquiring the players they should.
And Victor says salary cap, many of you fans would still bitch. That's why we're fans.
Yeah.
You want whatever team you're rooting for to win. That's
and I'm bitching about my team
right now because
my team's living off. My team is now this year. Okay, if Brandon Lau is any sort of indication that, okay, the Pirates are finally going to get back in the game, like they did with when Sid Thrift was the general manager and took over in the late 80s, and that Tony Pena trade set off created those Pirate teams of the early 90s. And they were good teams. They didn't make it to the World Series, but they were good teams, especially the 92 Pirates. But but our ownership and our general managers have been just gobshite. So if that is the case, where where that trade that we acquired him, and I forget the name of the two other guy, Mangun, and I forget who the other guy is right now. But the thing is so Victor, I'm coming from a team that I love, and I'm just seeing them not doing what they need to do and letting players go. We lost Kutch when he still had so many prime years left. Dude's 37 years old now, and
he came back to the Pirates because
he came back to the Bucks. And sure, I mean, we're glad to have him back, but we should have never have lost him to the Yankees, to wherever he went. We shouldn't have lost Josh Bell. We shouldn't have lost these excellent players that told we want to stay in Pittsburgh. These are guys that had loyalty.
The Guardians would have sent him back to the Pirates because he was absolute dog crap for us.
Right. And so my bitching is this, Victor, is I'm bitching about my ownership because they're just saying, yep, we're just going to take the money, and we have this beautiful ballpark, which it is. But you know what? I mean, so that ballpark now is 25 years old. Jesus, I feel old. I remember when it opened in 2001. And but just having PNC Park is not enough. It's not enough. Right? You know, in 2020, so in the 2010s, we had the blackouts in PNC Park, and that was exciting. It's the smallest park in the majors. It's a beautiful baseball park, that skyline, but you've got to field a team, because there's only so many times people are going to say, yep, food's great at PNC Park, the ambiance is great, the team sucks. And when you have somebody who loved the team like Andrew McCutchen this past season calling out ownership, shit's got to change, man. Salary cap or no, the Pirates aren't even spending anywhere near a salary cap. I mean, I would almost say they're almost at a minor AAA payroll level. I don't know, whatever. And that's where I'm upset.
Now, like for the Red Sox, what upsets me is, again, I don't want them to spend like drunken sailors.
Right.
You have a need at first base.
Yes.
It was very signable.
Yeah.
It's not for baseball wise. That wasn't a lot of money.
No.
And they don't sign him. And what the Red Sox do is they'll offer a contract that they know it. Like, I sit there and you find, like, you read and you go, well, you know, they weren't going to take that.
Right.
The Red Sox would like to get people for 3-year deals. That's great. Maybe because everyone wants to opt out, right? You go, we'll give you a 5-year deal and you can opt out in 4.
Right.
Try that. Because then if they opt out, you only wanted them for 3 years anyway.
Well, we had a chance to get Schwarber, and Schwarber wanted 5, and Pirates wouldn't go 5.
Oh, they should have.
So we didn't get Schwarber.
Imagine how many homers you would have hit out of there.
Holy shit. PNC Park. Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, a little leaguer would want to play there. I mean, that's such an intimate ballpark. But Pirates wouldn't go 5 with Schwarber. I'm like, are you crazy? You got to get this guy, you know? But nah. But here's the thing. At the end of the day, okay, so the Red Sox didn't fill that first base, but you know what? You guys are still going to be in contention this year. For so will Cleveland, but Pittsburgh, dude, I'm tired of rolling the dice every year. Well, I really am.
What's weird with the Red Sox? They make some moves and they work out. It seems with this, after they won their last World Series, it seems it's like they'll make some moves, and it's like every 3 years, lightning strikes it, you know, and they'll make the playoffs when you don't really expect it. And they, you know, and you sit there and they buy themselves more time. But it'd be nice to, one, if I was the Red Sox, with the team they have now, you've got to get, and this is throughout baseball, whatever team you're rooting for.
Right.
Your starters, your top 3 guys have to try to go they're not always going to go 7 innings, but my God, that's what they should strive for.
Right.
Not to get to 100 pitches. Oh, I got my 100 pitches, but it happened in the 5th inning. I'm out of here.
Yeah, but you got to 100 pitches in the 5th inning because you're sucking that day. Come on, you know. I mean, but Dwayne Morse brought up this point many times. Pitchers these days are throwing.
Yep.
Right. Yep. Pitchers in the 70s were still pitching.
Yep.
Well,
So Bob Gibson was I mean, let's face it, he could bring the gas, but Gibby wasn't burnt out at the 6th inning.
Well, and I'll say this much: it's because of the fact that the pitchers can't throw 88 miles an hour anymore and expect to not have major league hitters just absolutely tee off.
Well, shit, right? I mean, come on, a changeup is 88 miles an hour now.
Well, here's the thing: you could throw 88, not necessarily a fastball, but you have to mix up your pitches, mix up your locations.
Yeah.
No one throws it. I mean, everyone throws hard and spin rate.
Yep.
Right.
That's all it is now. Even with like CC Sabathia's kid, that's all. Spin rate was one thing we had to teach them. It's like, what about what's the one thing that we always were taught in Little League? You get the ball over the damn plate.
Yep.
Right.
It's kind of funny if you remember the old Charlie Brown skit when Schroeder, I think Schroeder was a catcher. He'd come out, and he'd say like, the one finger is a straight pitch here, 2 fingers a straight pitch. You mix up your eye location and stuff like that. I just think I always go back to Pedro Martinez when he came out of retirement to play for the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't really throw hard anymore. I mean, he could, but he could pitch. He could always pitch.
He could pitch, yes, and that's key.
He told the Phillies, I can give you 6-7 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly 6, but down the stretch. And they weren't going to go to the World Series if it wasn't for Pedro.
No.
Unfortunately, he didn't pitch well, I miss. That's what I found phenomenal in the playoff game, the game 3 at the Red Sox and the Yankees. The young pitcher for the Yankees. I'm watching him, and I'm like, whoa, he can pitch. Like, he has more than just a fastball. He can move the ball around, whatever you want to call it. I just say breaking pitch. Anything that's not a fastball is a breaking pitch.
It's a breaking pitch, right?
Because to me, like, sometimes they go, oh, that's a curve, or that's a slider. And they're like, no, so I just say breaking pitch.
Right.
But it was fun to watch him. Mm-hmm. I didn't want him to beat the Red Sox, but it was fun to watch. I'm like, wow, he can pitch. Yeah.
Well, it's a lost art. It's becoming a lost art, like bunting. It is.
Yep,
I mean,
it is.
And every time we lose the art, there's a rule change. Like, no more shifts. Well, just hit the ball the other fucking way.
Yeah.
And the greatest hitter of all time. You know the story, Al, the 1946 World Series, right? Cardinals had the shift on Williams, and Williams was a great hitter. He could have just flared one into left.
He didn't. He didn't.
And they asked him, and he said, they're playing what they've got to do. They know I'm a pull hitter. And he said, my job is I'm going to try to defeat their shift. If Ted Williams, the greatest hitter in baseball, is fine with the shift, then damn it, come on.
And here's the one thing, I not that I disagree with Ted. He did go the other way, too. But I'm sitting there, if you went the other way a little more.
Well, yeah.
I mean, Wade Boggs would go the other way. Even David Ortiz would go the other way once in a while.
Yep.
Here's my point. If everyone shifts to they usually did it more with lefties. Right.
Mm-hmm.
The Red Sox had, I'm going to say the wrong crew. They had both of them. The outfielder, JD. Was it JD?
Yeah, Martinez.
No. They had the Drew brothers, not
JD and Steven.
Yeah. Steven was the shortstop, right? Or the infielder.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So JD Drew would come up, and you just knew. Like, if he didn't get it in the air and there's a guy at first, he's banging into a double play, it seemed. Because he turned his wrist all the time to pull it. I'm like, for God's sakes, they're all on that side of the field, JD. You're a speedy dude. You have some decent wheels. Drop a bunt down. Just put it the other way. And now what you'll get is there's always somebody who goes, but Al, they're going to pitch to the shift. I understand that. Not every pitcher is perfect. They're going to miss location. So if you get an outside pitch, just slap it the other way. Not all the time, but sometimes it's refreshing.
Yeah, it is. It is. But here's the thing too. What was like so they outlawed the shift, but yet if you look at it, how right because we want to make baseball more exciting or this and that. What did banning the shift? What did that even accomplish? It was right. You know what that mentality is? It's like you show up and you get a trophy for just showing up for Little League. That's bullshit, man. Come on.
The one thing with the Red Sox, and again, it was out of necessity too. They did steal more bases.
Mm-hmm.
They played an exciting brand of baseball, a little hit and run, this and that. But you could do that with the shift anyway.
Well, baseball did it for decades. Yes.
Yeah, if everyone moves to the right side,
yeah,
you just bunt the ball a few times that way. You'll see how fast they'll stop the shift.
Exactly.
If you did it 10 times and you get 10 straight hits, and they'll be sitting there going, "Well, we're gonna can't do that anymore."
Right, and that's it. So you didn't have to do that. They, I just I don't get it. I'm
Same
not
thing with the Ghost Runner.
God.
If you don't want extra inning games, or someone don't watch it, I would sit and watch or put it on the radio.
Shit, yeah.
And I think someone put in the chat, I think it was Midlife Crisis, said, I can't find it now, but he basically said it really doesn't save too much time.
Oh, yeah, with the Ghost Runner and extra innings. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. I mean, what does save time is the pitch clock.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
And people were so like, oh, it's the ruinization. Why are you timing? Well, you idiots. We don't want human fucking rain delays. Sorry for my French.
No, you can. It's fine on this channel. Go for it.
What do you guys feel about what? Again, I'm not the expert on the new rules, but you can only throw over to first how many times?
That's bullshit. I think it's twice or 3 times.
That's a stupid rule to me.
Dumb rule. Yeah.
For the first year, it was it was almost unfair because there were hardly any caught stealings. Now this year it went up a little bit more because I think they're trying to, they've developed something, but it's like, it's almost damn near too easy to steal a base.
Well, that's the thing, because a smart base runner is going to fake. I think we just lost Al. Hopefully he gets back on. Smart base runner is going to fake, right? Because he knows that pitcher's limited going over, and then their only recourse is a pitch out. So but my answer when baseball wanted to do that, it's like, for fuck's sake, just look at dead ball era baseball. And you don't have to see films of it to see how the game was played. All you have to do is like, how did they do it? They stole bases anyhow. Welcome back, Al. Yep. Let's get you there. So this limited pickoff throws. What the hell does that do? Except, as you say, Tim, and you're absolutely right. And that smart base runner, he's going to know when to go. I'm going to fake. I'm going to take an extra half step lead. All right, now this guy's wasted his 2 pitches. Now I can go. Pitcher knows he's got to come up gunning. Greater chance for an error though, because you're throwing 120 feet.
I just don't like that. It's a stupid rule.
I hate it. Yeah, it's dumb. Well, and they made the bases larger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to encourage more stealing, in fact, you don't even have to go back to the dead ball era. Again, look at the 1970s. You had Lou Brock stealing bases all day. Come on.
Ricky Henderson in the early 80s.
Henderson. Come on.
Billy Ball.
Billy Ball, exactly.
I mean,
but
the funny thing, guys, is right. What bullshit did we all swallow? Well, we asked fans. I don't know about you, Al or Tim. Nobody sent me a damn survey.
Here's what they did.
No,
they know.
Depending on when. I mean, I don't think they're sending a 16-year-old in 1995 a survey.
Right.
Here's the thing. And I say this with a lot of sports. The modern sports fan does not watch sports.
Nope. They watch for players because they want their fantasy leagues or their
right, and that's fine. That's what they want, and that's fine. I'm not knocking that. It's just not my thing.
Right.
So the TV, right? They're always saying, well, the TV, it's too long. We'll just keep it at baseball, right? But who did you alienate when you did these weird things and just made sports not about sports? And I'll leave that comment for its own.
Sure.
You alienated the people, at least in my opinion, who actually watch the games.
Yeah.
Our age range.
Right.
Who actually have disposable income.
Yeah.
So you've alienated us in a way. I will just turn around.
I hear you, Victor.
Victor's right. Television controls sports.
Yeah.
And that's my point. So, but they're their own worst enemies.
Yeah.
Because Now, with what you do, why do I want to watch? And I do watch. I've watched less and less baseball over the years. Doesn't mean I don't follow it. I just do
Right.
it differently now.
Uh-huh.
And it's not. I'll check the score. I'll read a box score. I'll listen to the game on the radio. But I still have, Nesson and all that stuff. And I'll watch the occasional game that interests me.
Right.
But that was never me. It's not because I got older. It's the game changed.
The game changed. Oh yeah, come on. I mean, even 20 years ago, even I was following baseball, watching baseball religiously.
So, and again,
I'm not doing
I've had discussions with friends who go, "Well, you don't like baseball anymore. You didn't like." I said, I used to get the baseball package every year on the PC because I could listen and also watch.
Right.
You can do a little radio thing, whichever one you wanted. You got both with the PC. It was a better buy than on cable. And I watched a ton of baseball. And that's going back 10 years. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I watched a ton of baseball.
Yeah.
That's why the other thing that annoys me is they make up these new stats, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Wins above replacements.
Okay, here's what matters. You got to knock in runs. You can
gotta
say
knock in runs.
Don't matter. Runs matter. It's
Yes.
the same fucking thing, you idiots.
Exactly.
You got to knock.
Yeah, if you're playing baseball in 1902, 1952, 2002, whatever, you got to score runs.
Yep.
Different ways. I'm not saying like on base percentage, all that stuff. That's cool. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when someone goes, RBIs don't matter. What?
The hell they don't.
The hell they don't. Yeah. Or the batting average doesn't matter. When only
it does.
10 players only. I think it's like 10 players had 300 or better this year. Like there used to be 15 to 20 players a league.
I think it was only 3.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the
3 or 4. It was ridiculous, or it was because my friend Chris at work goes through all these. We have these great discussions, and he's a real stat guy. The other one is when they give a stat for range. That's an eye test, people. There's no stat for that. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
And I always bring up the same thing, and you can do it with a lot of things. But because I watched so much baseball during that time, when the Red Sox signed, what was the guy? He played for Seattle. Was a great outfielder. Went to the Mets.
Cameron. Mike Cameron. Okay.
Yeah. So the Red Sox signed him, and I watched again a ton of baseball. There was a reason why the Mets were like, okay, bye. He couldn't field center field anymore. Didn't mean he was a bad outfield. Just meant he couldn't play center field. He didn't have the range like he did.
Right.
He would still make all the catches that were within his range. They moved Jacoby Ellsbury because they come up with this. What the hell is that? The range stat. I can't remember the exact term. I'm sitting there going, wait a second. I've watched this guy with the Mets. He can't play center field anymore, or the way he used. I mean, yes, he could still play, very competent outfielder. But I'm saying you're not getting the guy from Seattle.
No, you're not. You're not.
Yeah. And they have that's my point. Like WAR. Okay, I get it. I understand it. I don't just win. I don't need to know. Well, when this guy plays, they win. Well, who are they playing? Are they playing a better team? Are they playing a weaker team? He's a good player. I don't need to know his WAR. I know he's a good player.
You know he's a good player, right? The sabermetrics thing is I think that's a real. It's a good discussion point. I think it's a good hot button issue. I think there's some stats there. So now that being said, I think there's some older stats that are kind of silly. Total bases to me was like, whatever.
Yeah. Again, here's what's important to me. You knock in runs.
Yep.
And you stop runs. So
you stop runs. Yeah. So what did La Russa say? You got to be strong up the middle.
Yeah.
And he's right. You got to be strong at the keystone in the infield, and you better have a damn fine center fielder. And La Russa's right. He said, because this game, as you say, Al, is right. La Russa says it's as much about stopping runs, too. Yep. Because baseball is a defensive sport, really, if you think about it.
I'll go back to the 300 stat here real quick.
Yeah, sure.
7 players hit 300. Only 1 in the National League did.
Yeah,
wow.
It was ridiculous.
It's like 1968 all over again. Because Yastrzemski won the batting title in '68 with a 301 average.
301, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they were still playing real baseball in 1968. So
That's probably
that wonderful that batting average in 1972 before they went to the designated hitter. Okay, sure.
the thing with, just to bring up 68 real quick. That St. Louis Cardinal team's probably one of the worst offensive teams to go to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
It just wow. Like 67, they were good offensively.
Yeah.
And obviously the pitching was lights out. And I just sit there and I go, man, they had a lot of, it seemed automatic outs. And
right.
In the games, the pitching was tremendous in 68. That's a lot of, I like playing a lot of 68. I don't play the season, but I like playing a lot of 68 stuff.
You're getting a bit of distortion, man.
On my mic?
On your mic, yeah.
So back.
Okay.
Is it better?
No, it's still it's getting really distorted.
Okay.
Oh, now you're good. What'd you do? Perfect.
I just turned it.
Okay, there you go. All right. Al's getting high tech on us now. He turned the mic. Cool.
Yeah, I turned the mic.
Welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy baseball. I still enjoy sports.
Yeah.
I go through my pet peeves about football, but we don't do football. That's not what it's about. But
you can talk football on here. I've lifted that band. It's all okay.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. But here's the thing with all sports.
Uh-huh.
When I say it's too clean, I'm saying a lot of times there's no dirt anymore. Okay, You'll see that in football a lot. I'm not saying that the players are not better. I'm not saying that. It's what's the word? I can't even say it. It's too clean. Everything's like if you watch a game.
It's too homogenous. It's too homogenous.
That's
the word you're looking for.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's like if you watch an old game on YouTube just a little bit, they're calling the game, and that's and you're sitting there going, "Wow, that's refreshing." I don't need 40, and I get it. You got to sell to make money, and I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there'd be something nice. Like I can't stand when they ask managers in between innings, "What are you going to do next?" Well, what I'm going to do is, when we get this guy on, we're going to bunt. I'm lying. We don't bunt. No one bunts. But I hate that. I don't like coming into the dugout and talking to the manager. It's asinine. I get it. They have to do it because the TV paid a lot of money to get it.
Yeah.
But same thing, football coaches at the half. You think the guy, he just wants to get in and make whatever changes they can make, right? To try to win. Right. What are you going to do in the second half? Do you actually think you're going to get a real answer from the guy? No. Oh, we got to play better. That's what you hear. We got to play better.
Yeah. You're going to get all the old tropes. Exactly.
Yeah. Why do we need that? The sideline reporters, I don't care if they're male or female. I don't mind once, yes, on an injury for whatever sport. Tell me about the injury. Okay, that's good. I don't need, drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Or great, if we want to find out about our favorite player and their charities, don't you think the team should do a better job of doing that instead of having to hear it from a sideline reporter?
Yes. That's just me. But
I know it's and then pretty soon it's going to be, gee, do you want to know the stats for this game? Here.
But you know what, gentlemen? There's no going back.
No. It's sort of, I think of it like food prices now. Do you think that with the way food prices are now, do you think that anything's going to be lowered? Or ticket prices, we'll say, for sporting events? You think any team's going to lower ticket prices now?
Holy hell, baseball used to be affordable to see. Now go see a major league game.
Yeah, exactly.
Even going to see a Pirates game is not cheap. Hey, we got Al back again. There we go.
Well, even then it was like, there was a Guardians-Tigers game that was over 4th of July. Me and the group that I play bar trivia with like to go to a Tigers-Guardians game.
Mm-hmm.
And this is during the time when they were on their big losing streak this past season.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted like $50 for upper level tickets. I'm like, no chance.
Wow.
Like, I'm sorry. There's a line I'm going to draw. Maybe if it was the 95 Indians and, maybe I wanted to pay $50 to go see because it's the only game that I'd go see. Great.
Right.
But, did I go to a game last year? Not that I can recall.
Yeah.
Like I went to a cup like 3 or 4 the year before, partially because they had got a good deal from work bought tickets. And
Well, I think it's our passion as baseball fans that we that we are bitching whatever because we love the game and we're seeing the things that are going wrong. And I mean, the other thing too, Tim, we've discussed this before is kind of the hypocrisy in baseball about gambling, and yet there's FanDuel kiosks and whatever,
Oh my God,
right?
that's
Come on.
and it's plastered all over the outfield wall.
Yep.
yep.
And I mean, the thing is, it's like, and I walk to and from it now that I'm back in the office every day. I got the casino right there at where so I'm sure all of you have seen the Christmas Story, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Higbee's building, that's where he goes to go see Santa. That's where the casino is now, and that's where the sports book is.
Yeah.
So, I really want to make a bet. All you gotta do is stop in there before your game, and they're not gonna restrict you from betting on the Browns to lose. You're not gonna get very good odds on it, but
Right. We keep losing Al. And I mean, even minor league baseball, I think this is going to eventually trickle there. Certainly at the AAA level first, for obvious reasons, but
well, because they're always the guinea pig.
exactly. But I don't know, man. But again, at least it's not. At least we have these games, right? So you can bust out Strat, Tim,
Mm-hmm.
and you can be in baseball and you can make it what you want it to be, and it's pristine, it's what have you. So and so getting back to that, how Paul said earlier, how we are spoiled. So we still have that, but the thing is for me, I don't want to say, okay, yeah, great, I can replay all these great seasons or make all these what ifs or draft leagues or whatever. But and fully understanding that there's no going back, I I still want to go back. I want baseball to be baseball again, and I want the shift to be allowed. And I don't care if the pitcher throws over all day, because you know what? When I go to a baseball game, I'm not
You're
there to
there
go.
to see the baseball game.
Yeah, I'm not there to go swimming. I'm not there to be on the jumbotron.
There to be
And
in the
certainly you're
party
not going to go to a Coldplay. Well, never mind. But you know what I'm saying. So I'm there, and I'll watch a 4-hour baseball game. I was at a Pirates game some years ago. My ex, a friend of mine, we went to a baseball game, and there was a 3-hour rain delay, and we hung out, and we watched. We came back. Pirates played the game. We were there like 3-4 hours, whatever, 4 or 5 hours. I was like, I'm here to watch a baseball game. I'm not here to do something else. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Just let baseball be baseball, and don't, and stop feeding me the bullshit that you sent me a survey, that you asked me, because I would have told you dot 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 dot. And the ghost runner thing, I don't know a single baseball fan that says that's a great thing, because
Horrible.
what's the fundamental question? How do you even score that, right?
Well, it's not an earned run to the pitcher. I know that much.
It's not an earned run, but right. So when baseball was baseball, hey, we can make a documentary here. When baseball was baseball, because there is one called When It Was a Game. But when it was, right, so you had to get
that
on
was the
somehow.
HBO special.
Right, When It Was a Game, which is a great special, by the
Yep.
way. But like you had to get on, whether it was a walk, a hit, whatever it was. But now it's just like dudes hanging out in scoring position.
Yeah, that should not be until at least like the 12th inning. Like play the first 3 innings for.
But if they're so worried about extra innings, here's sacrilege. Play it to a tie. I don't want it. I'm just saying it's stupid. I don't like the ghost runner.
Yeah,
no, I neither do I.
It inflates RBI totals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's just like, again, not to bring up the F word, college football playoff overtime.
Yep.
It's not football.
No, it's essentially
it's here you get the ball at the 20 or 25, whatever the I dread it.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's run one play from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, that's it. I always make
an 8 overtime game, and I remember the first time I saw that it was Penn State that actually played in it. I was like, What the heck? Oh, new overtime rules. Okay. Yeah, not as effective anymore.
It's every league's done it. Hockey does the
shootout, which I cannot stand.
I can't because it's not exciting. It's not.
Especially when it's a play that is only successful 10 to 15% of the time, which is kind of shocking when you think, oh, one player going in on one against somebody. Nope, only about 10 to 15% of the time is it ever successful.
I just think baseball wasn't broke. The one thing they had to do was get in the box and let's play.
Yeah. Now, I would have accepted the Ohio high school rules for baseball that if you have to keep 1 foot in the box at all times, if you step out, it's an automatic strike without calling time.
And then the umpire.
No more Garcia Parra would have been fucked.
Oh my god! You used to drive me nuts. You used to drive me, and I'm a Red Sox fan.
Mike Hargrove.
Oh my god!
The human rain delay, Mike Hargrove.
Yep,
but what I'm saying,
Michael Hargrove.
Yeah. So like the people who came up with these rules or changes, it's like they don't know the history of the game.
No.
The game was great.
Shit, I don't even think Rob Manfred's a baseball fan.
I don't think so either.
He's a businessman, or he wants to earn as much money as he can from his owners, because he wants to be up in Roger Goodell salary territory, making $80 a year.
Because the other thing is that, I think expansion hurt the game in a weird way.
But baseball hasn't expanded for 25 years now.
But
talent is diluted, man.
But exactly. There are places you shouldn't even have a team. They don't draw.
Yeah. I completely agree, Al.
Yeah. And if you put like Tampa Bay in a different area of the country, they probably draw better.
Oh, absolutely.
And if
especially when they had those good teams.
And if the Canadian dollar had any worth to it, you'd probably still have a team in Montreal.
Yeah, but you know what? I've got to comment on the Montreal thing because, almost every couple of years you hear about, oh, well, baseball should return to Montreal. You know what? The Toronto Blue Jays have done well. The thing is I just don't look how many great players came from the Montreal. You look at a lot of those Cubs teams, and a lot of those guys came from the Expos. Yep. Montreal I don't think it's a baseball city, brother. Maybe try Vancouver, but then you're too close to Seattle. I don't know. I don't think Montreal should have a franchise. I get what you're talking about but let's face it, the Canadian dollar's always been like that, and the Blue Jays are saying, "Hold my beer, we're going to do it anyhow." So I don't know, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
I like the uniforms though.
For Montreal,
the red, white, and blue cap.
Oh yeah, and those poor guys. 1994, what a team!
Yeah,
you know what? Those guys were going to go all the way. They really were, and I think they. I don't know. I mean, I've always
probably
wanted to do
the worst year for baseball. No World Series.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it only happened one time, and that was 90 years prior to that, 1904, and that was just because John McGraw hated Van Johnson. That was the only reason. Want to play, right? Yeah, he's like, I hate this guy. So that's why they didn't. And so the owner of the New York Giants, John T. Brush, was like, okay, we're not going to play. And they didn't.
So probably to me would be the Black Sox, right? Would be the other horrific year.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But at least that one had had the silver lining in this guy named Babe Ruth who brought people back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, at that time, I mean, baseball, right? The other sports were something that people did while they waited for baseball. And you read the early history of the game.
Yeah.
People played baseball wearing ice skates. You can see in Harper's Weekly, if you go on the Internet Archive, you can find Harper's Weekly, and you will see pictures or woodcuts of people playing baseball in the winter, right? But that 1919 World Series if it hadn't have been for Babe Ruth, really, I think that's where the Ken Burns baseball documentary, one of the things I think it really got right. Babe Ruth single-handedly saved the sport that we love. He did. right? Because all of a sudden now here is something completely new. And this guy hit more home runs in 1920 than all the other American League clubs combined.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you're going to bring people back in the seats. Kind of like, and I hate to say this, but a music analogy, November of 1963, something terrible happened in the United States. In February of 1964, four guys from England help us over that mourning period. I think Babe Ruth did the same thing in 1920. I do. But now who's going to save it? It's not that baseball's in danger of dying, because people have predicted the demise of baseball ever since the New York Knickerbockers, right? So it's always been. Henry Chadwick was bemoaning professional teams in the in the late 1800s, right? Because by that time you had the National League, and he's like, well, they're not playing it, and Chadwick was saying it's dead and blah blah blah. So that's dying, but I think that baseball has changed more profoundly in the last 10 years or the last 3 years. Let's say since that thing that kept us locked down 5 years ago. The changes have been so profound, and I think most of them have been deleterious. Again, get rid of the shift and limited pickoffs and da 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 da. Pitch clock, okay, I get that.
I like the pitch clock because that did, to me, it kept the game flowing.
It does keep the game flowing.
I like that.
But the other changes, what have they done? You've limited pickoffs. That speeds up the game. How? It doesn't. It's not that the game needs speeding up. I think that what it needs is going way back to your point and Victor Maratti's point. Television controls sports. And baseball's not a television sport. It's really not.
Baseball is, again, if you're looking for something to be over in an hour and a half, it's not baseball.
Go watch European football.
Yeah. I'm not saying it should be like the Red Sox used to be, where they're playing a 9-inning, 4.5-hour game, and you're sitting, because, the slow pace.
Right.
I don't want it that either, but I would sit and watch because I'm a Red Sox fan,
Sure.
And sure. I get it, the TV, but again, that's on their own network. And I'm pretty sure that the Red Sox, Yankees, Red Sox, whoever, Cleveland, when they're playing, and when they both have good teams, in their regions, people are watching. Baseball is a regional TV ratings thing.
It really is. And you know what? When baseball was really flourishing on television was when you had WGN, WPIX, so on and so forth. KDKA. Now it's Fox. It's the big things, and it's like, and there's times so much as a baseball fan that I want to watch out of market teams. I don't always want. I'm not just. And if you notice, you guys know on my channel, I rarely do pirate games on here. I love the Pirates, but I want to know these other franchises too. And so, back in the day, I could turn on WGN and watch the Cubbies, and that was the coolest thing to me. So I can watch, the Cubs play the Reds. This is awesome. Or NBC's Game of the Week. Man, you didn't know what you were going to get, but it was going to be awesome. And you had Twib, baby. What happened to Twib? Come on.
Well, the internet is what happened to Twib.
Yeah. But I think if you did This Week in Baseball, and I know they have MLB channel and all that stuff and blah, blah, but if you did it right, there's nothing better than watching plays to music. I still watch the old This Week in Baseball.
Same here, man.
YouTube. I love them.
I binge watch those bitches. I'm telling you.
Absolutely. Yep. Especially if I'm going to fool around and play a season from that time period. Love it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think with all of the ways we can see things, Tim hit it right. It's the internet. You sit there, but I think if you did it right, you could still have This Week in Baseball because it's interesting.
All right. So then, how would you do it? Would you pick like 2 or 3 stories from around the league, do the top plays of the week, which I think MLB Network does anyways, and who are you getting to do the sort of narration for?
Well, here's the problem. The narration, everyone's generic.
Well, I would get John Miller because he can impersonate Vin Scully and everybody else. I like John Miller. Shoot me, guys, but I like John Miller as a baseball broadcaster.
Did he pass away, though?
No, he's still alive.
He's still alive, okay.
Yeah.
Joe Morgan,
and he's a serious cards and dice baseball player, too, by the way.
I think he could do it. I know, again, like
Just
I know
don't get Joe Buck. How about? Can we agree on that? Don't get Joe Buck.
No.
Who is your Ford Fricker winner? By the way?
He did not. I know. Who did not learn a thing from his old man, Jack Buck. So,
well, I mean, you're trying to not be your father, by the way, but that's okay.
Well, okay, but what? How about this simple format, Tim? Hey, Aaron.
Hi, Aaron.
So just do Twib the way they used to do Twib. It worked.
Yeah, and it's. But the thing is, though, you got to find stories that aren't on the internet because it's somebody will watch this. Oh, I already know this story. But remember, Twib came along at a time when there was hardly cable television.
Right. Yeah. And what made I understand what you're saying and you're right, because you got to see teams on Twib This Week in Baseball that, again, Beatles brings up a great point. So I live in Massachusetts. I got to watch the Red Sox, Yankees, and the game of the week. If the Red Sox weren't playing, I would be ecstatic if they're playing at night, because that means I could watch someone different.
Yep.
And I was hoping if it's the Yankees and they're playing someone, okay. I was always hoping for the Mets because I get to see the National League. And then once in a while they have the doubleheader. So I knew I'm going to see the Dodgers, right? Because the Dodgers were in that time period, one of the top-notch teams, obviously. And it was fun to see it. This Week in Baseball, you're right, Tim. I'm not disagreeing with you. You got this. It was wonderful. It was something different. Mel Allen was awesome at that.
Yes, he was.
You got to see highlights from teams you normally didn't. I used to sit up and watch. There used to be a thing called Sports Time Machine.
Yep. It was on like 11:30 at night on Sundays.
I never heard of that. What was that?
And obviously, I watched it more in the summer because when you're a kid, I don't have to get up and go to school, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But I did watch when I could on the old black and white TV. It went from after the news. It was only 15, 20 minutes too. It wasn't.
No, it was a half hour.
Was it the full half hour? But it was really interesting because, again, it was like this. You got to see highlights of stuff you normally didn't get to see. Again, there's no ESPN at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was just interesting.
Lasted until the early 2000s.
Yeah, it was fun.
How did I miss this? How the hell?
Did all different sports. It wasn't.
Well, I missed some of it because I was out doing magic and rock and roll for a living, but I don't remember it as a kid, even though.
Well, it also could have been on at like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm still out of bars playing at 3 a.m.
When I watched it, I remember it was after the news.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was on a Sunday.
Wow.
And it was like half hour, 20 minutes.
Probably essentially here was the Sunday big games of the week. Here's your one big sports story. And maybe a little commentary from George Michael, not the singer, of course.
But yeah, right. That was his name, George Michael. You're right.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember.
You could market it nostalgically to start, but then you're still only going to get fans of right. You're not going to get the 20-somethings.
No, but you're not going to get them. They don't watch TV.
Right.
No. The thing is, though, you'd have to have it on network television. Well, then who watches network television anymore now?
Right.
And it's all streaming or, I'll catch it later.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't watched network television in
I have cable and stuff, and we're going to end up getting rid of it because we just don't watch it. Yeah. I watch more Pluto and Tubi and other things because it's stuff I like. This stuff I like to watch.
Same, exactly.
I mean, I still catch like a CBS show, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Like there's no sitcoms anymore because
he
wants to be funny or try to push. Oh, you can't say that on television anymore.
Oh, dude, or even just like the Carol Burnett show, right? That would never work today.
No.
You try playing the Gone with the Wind skit to.
Or how about? Do you remember when Tim was dressed as Hitler? And
oh my God! Yes.
The mustache moved, and Harvey Korman's laughing so hard, and he walks over and he just pushes it over, and they just crack themselves up.
The one that I saw was that Carol Burnett was the teacher, and the Jackson 5 were in the class, and I guess they had a real life earthquake during the taping, and they just left it in because it was so good.
Yeah, I think everybody misses Tim Conway. Aaron.
Yeah, Tim Conway was.
Harvey Korman was also fantastic. In
He was, but Conway said his goal was every show to break up Harvey Korman. That was his goal. And the elephant sketch. Oh my God, he knocked everybody out. Vicki Lawrence, Carol Burnett, everybody. When Tim Conway's, and he would improv this shit, or the dentist sketch. I mean, oh my God! But those shows would not make it today, right? Because people want shit like, and may his memory be eternal, but people want shit like the Osbournes. They want the Kardashians.
Yep.
But you're not going to get Carol Burnett. You're not going to get the old Jackie Gleason show. And I'm not talking. There's the Honeymooners, but then he also
You're talking about the
Jackie Gleason show, right? Or Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
Those things are gone, man, and they're never coming back. They're never coming back, man. So that's why things like Me TV. I don't know if you guys have that in Ohio and Massachusetts.
Well, the thing
is, like Me TV, why they're big, and you can still watch the old Warner Brothers cartoons on there.
You have to have like the government issued like thing for the antenna, and then you have to switch. Thankfully, it's not hard for me now. It was like sort of you have to switch the input, like instead of like HDMI 1, it's like antenna.
Yeah, but that's why God invented things like Brave browser. You can catch all that shit. And by the way, the Internet Archive. So finally figure out where Classic Baseball and the radio gets their stuff. It's all in the Internet Archive. So, yep, it's all there. I did a broadcast when just on baseball resources on the Internet Archive. Do you guys want to go back and like read? Remember Street and Smith's baseball? They're all up there.
Yeah.
They're up there.
I'm pretty sure that you can literally read any Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, they tend to concentrate on the swimsuit issues, but they are there. Sports Illustrated, sporting news. But
from the actual Sports Illustrated site. Now, it's how sad they're only once a month now.
So Aaron Reed, so Al has actually kept Jackie Gleason alive.
Yes,
you listen to Al's home run calls.
Boom to the moon, Alice.
Boom to the moon. Love it. I love it. That's such an awesome home run call. Mine's I stole mine from Rosie Rose. While mine's open the window, Aunt Minnie. So
I yet to come up with my own home run call, but that's okay.
I'm the only one that has a triple call. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that has one.
Unless I'd make like seriously ridiculous pop culture references for any home run.
Well, that would be fun. You're a smart guy. You should be on Jeopardy, man. You can do it.
No, Beetle. Here is my impersonation of what would happen if I was on Jeopardy, and there would be any arts or literature or classical music.
You're screwed. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Oh man,
I learned all my classical music from Bugs Bunny.
Exactly.
Or Peanuts.
Yeah.
He never got on a baseball card, did he?
Oh man,
that's funny. That's Lucy. That's Lucy talking to Schroeder about
why Beethoven wasn't any good.
Yeah. He never was on a baseball card. That was a great.
He was never on a baseball card, was he?
So, gentlemen, I gotta ask you this question: have we become that guy that says "Get off my lawn"?
Yes.
Yes. Even at 46.
Oh my God, so funny.
It's just nostalgic. I still enjoy sports. And people are like, oh, you're just older. I'm like, no, I loved sports going back 10 years. It's just changed. And it's not, it's nothing to do about how much they get paid anymore. Because I always sat there and, geez, they get paid. And, God bless them. They're making money. The owners are making money. I just don't like when, especially we've talked about it. And some people might say ad nauseum. I don't think so. I don't like these, to me, generic rule changes. Might not be using that right, but these rule changes because, we can't hit the ball the other way. Well,
right?
Why? What?
Yeah,
because it's not sexy to do it anymore.
It's not sexy to do it. Yeah, but I mean, look, when we were kids, all you guys in the chat, everybody here. Everybody had their own version of stickball. I know that.
Yep.
It's like Pennsylvania stickball, right, is different than New York stickball, is different than Massachusetts, right? But we played it, and you did you right. Okay, so the Chrysler is first base. The right, and you had like you had to call your
all different
field.
versions of a form of baseball when you couldn't play baseball.
Exactly, but
The
nowadays,
garden was foul ground.
yeah,
Yep.
But nowadays it's just, I mean, come on, you know what though? So I had, when I was still in Europe, my stepson, it was like, come on, Luca, let's go out and teach you, because I want to throw a baseball. And it's like, well, you have to go outside to do that. You have to detach from your Xbox. I mean, we had that discussion. He's like, but the ball's dirty. I said, yes, it is. It's not going to hurt you, but I think kids, and I used to kid him like, you're like the cleanest child I've ever known. Smart kid, great kid. But it's like, you're clean. Oh my God. Come on. All right. How do I say, do you guys remember, and I'm going to try not to use the word because it is not, it may be offensive. Because you remember the one where you threw the football up in the air and you were the idiot that caught the ball to try not to be tackled. Do you guys remember?
It just call it tackle the guy.
Okay, because we called it smear the blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And if you think about it, it's a stupid game, but it was fun. Because what you're basically doing is, yes, I'm going to catch the ball and I'm going to keep running in the mud, snow, whatever it was. That was the only football I liked because it was, but it was dumb. Because you're like, wait a minute, it's masochistic in nature. I'm going to run knowing that my 5 friends are going to try to just kill me.
Do you remember?
We played it for hours.
Do you remember Red Rover sent Tim over?
Yes.
You basically clothesline people. You
Yep. Oh my God! And the monkey bars at our playgrounds, death traps. We didn't know better.
Yeah.
Shit. So I hadn't seen a playground in a long time. So I remember and you had the one where you could spin like really fast. Yep. It was always fun to spin the little kids off of it. Centripetal force works, right? So my ex and I, she said, "Oh, let's take our daughter to the playground." And I went to the playground. It's like the sliding board is plastic. It's like 4 feet high. We used to wax the damn sliding board that was like 20 feet up. I'm like, what is this? They got all this rubber stuff. Well, we don't want the children to get hurt. We lived. Here we are, the 3 of us and the 13, they're still hanging in here. We all miraculously lived through the death trap monkey bars, the centripetal force carousel, and playing tackle the other guy, as Tim calls it, and whatever.
Because we were not, okay, I'll steal from one of my co-favorite funny movies. We were not afraid of a scratch. 'Tis but a scratch.
'Tis but a scratch.
That is Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
And you guys, what do you remember your parents having to like practically force you inside at night? Like, no, there's still a little bit of sunlight, or whatever. We didn't want to come in.
One better. We had a bell that rang, the dinner bell. Essentially, if somebody rang a bell, all right, guys, time to go home. Or thankfully, I lived in a township, and at 6 o'clock, a siren would go off, like a testing thing. That went off. Yep, time to go home.
Yeah, but I mean, and this isn't tangential, because I think that the changes, Al and Tim, I think at least that the changes that we're seeing in sports are reflecting how we're living in a way, or how. So we are bemoaning the 20 somethings, but what's happened is, I don't think this is just like where the old generation, right, or the previous generation didn't understand the music of the next generation or whatever. This is like an almost solipsistic time. So during that thing that kept us locked down, right? Before that, I was always bemoaning that people's faces were in their phones. I was thinking, hey, maybe when this is over, people will put down their phones and connect eye to eye. It didn't happen. And so there's never been this sort of disconnect. And I think that we're seeing that disconnect now, because I don't care whether you're seeing somebody look, hey, I carry around a smartphone. We all do. All right. I'm
Yeah.
not going to sit here and say, no, I'm some exalted neo-Luddite. No, I got a fucking phone on me. I get it. I check baseball scores during the day, whatever. I do whatever on there. But there's this disconnect, and the disconnect's happening in sports. Look at a modern baseball park, swimming pools out beyond center field, fucking
Bars,
whatever else.
to
Yeah.
essentially do anything but watch the game.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's like I was saying earlier on. Like if you watch an old baseball game on YouTube or just something, and you sit there and you go, "Wow, it's just baseball," or "Wow, it's just football,"
Yeah.
you know, or whatever. Like even boxing, "Wow, it's just boxing." I don't have to have the. I like side. Yeah, I like side stories. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's. Right. I don't. The sideline reporting, and just again to keep it at baseball, I hate when they go into the dugout and they want to interview the manager and the game's going on. There's no need for that.
No.
I just don't like it.
No, I agree with you.
I don't like a lot of times with the baseball announcing. Can we call the game? I don't. I just call the game.
You're asking a lot now, aren't you?
Call the game.
Exactly, call the game, like the old timers did, man.
I'll give you one, and I never thought I would say this, but a few years back, I'm watching a Red Sox Yankee game over at Nurse Teresa's house, where we got married, and A-Rod was part of the broadcast, and it was the first time I really paid attention to what he was saying. I mean, like, you know, because I'm not, and I'm like, I want to hear him talk because he's bringing up really interesting points. And they kept interrupting him to talk about, well, when I was a softball, and I'm not knocking people who played softball. The woman, she's a great athlete. I'm not, but I don't care when you were a softball pitcher. He's explaining why the Red Sox, this is important to move the runner over, and he was surprised they didn't do that with the guy who was up because the guy knows how to bunt. You know, and he was just explaining, and I'm like, and they kept interrupting him with like the most asinine things. I'm like, and even Nurse Teresa was like, I wanted to hear what he was going to say. Me too. Me too.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Aaron says here, I kind of like it when people record old baseball games leaving the commercials. Yeah, love that stuff, man.
Oh my God, the old commercials. Those would never fly now.
No, hell no.
I want to hear probably out of Baby It's a Boy.
Ancient Chinese secret. Enough said. Never fly now.
Or
Never fly
see
now.
The Fruitopia commercials.
Oh man.
Surge.
So get off my lawn, but damn it, the thing is we still can play like so here, right there, you know, this game screen on here, right? This can be, I don't have to worry about, I'm never going to outlaw the shift. And I always make sure every year with a baseball game, I turn off all the bullshit rules. And in fact, I didn't upgrade to baseball for Windows 6.1 or whatever it is, because it was all the modern bullshit. I'm like, I don't need that. Why do I want that? I'm never going to play it.
So I'm going to get going.
All right, Tim, thank you.
I'm going to be leaving shortly too, but it's funny that you say that, Beatles, because I'm playing the 2025 season. I shut off the Ghost Runner.
Yeah.
I should have shut off the other thing, but I just shut that off, and I'm just enjoying the game.
Yeah.
And it's a little different strategy. It's okay. I know I got to get this guy through X amount of innings.
Right.
Right now I'm sort of using my relievers instead of yanking them after one inning. I look at who's coming up. If it's the lower part of the order, right? You know, maybe I can get another inning out of this guy. And it's fun, and I'm enjoying the new version of Action PC. And I like the manual entry.
Yeah.
It's a great touch. Good job by Dave Cook.
You're gonna dig legacy mode, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch when you do your video, because I want to see, because there's certain things that would be fun to try to do. And again, that's more of it's all fantasy.
Sure it is.
It's all what if, because even if you played lineups.
Hey, what does Dave Gardner say? As soon as you roll the dice or click the mouse, you're playing fantasy.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, but
buddy,
Aaron,
it was so good, man, to have you on tonight. Seriously, I don't know what's going on. I am subscribed to your channel. I'm not getting notifications.
Well, I wasn't streaming a lot till recently again. So.
Okay, because everybody said that you were on the other night. I'm like, let's go to Al's. Yeah. And it was like the old days, man. So I miss coming over there. So,
well, I want to get back to the old days where when I do a chat.
Oh, your chats were epic, dude.
Just to get on and just have fun and talk. Yes. I think there's other people who do chats and they're talking about certain things, and that's cool. I enjoy that too. But I want to do like my chats.
Yeah, they are missed. You know, they are missed, my friend.
You know, we just talk about anything. Yeah, again, it's usually about sports or gaming or old TV shows and stuff like that. But
dude, you know what else I used to love before you go? I remember because like so in this family here, I call it more of a family than a channel. I said, look, would you guys be cool with me doing non-baseball games? And I pretty much got a resounding no. So I'm sticking with baseball, and that's fine. I love it. But I remember watching you play Guns, Gore, and Cannoli. Both of them.
That was so much fun.
And what was that other game where you were going around?
Strange Brigade.
Was it the Smashing Pottery game? Which one was that?
Strange Brigade.
Strange Brigade. Dude, I'm sitting over there in Europe, and I'm watching you. I'm transfixed.
That was one of the hell. That was one of the. It's a linear game. You know, it's based on the same engine as the sniper game, Nazi Zombies. It's the same engine. It's linear. You have to go down the path. There's no open world. But the Strange Brigade, what they did was brilliant. They added beautiful comedy to it.
It was great. It was
and
great.
You're still shooting zombies and monsters and all that stuff, but it was so much fun. I know you're a big Diablo fan.
I love action RPGs. Yep.
Yeah. So, and the first Diablo I ever played was Diablo 3, and I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
It had some comedy to it. So my wife loves Diablo, right?
Okay.
So I bought the new one, bought the new system, when it first came out.
Right.
And so she was playing on the PlayStation 5, and I'm playing on Steam, right? And I'm like, and she's loving it. I'm like, I don't like it as much. I go, it's not as funny. I go, they ate a priest.
Yeah, it's dark. Yeah.
Yes.
It's dark.
they cannibals, and they ate a priest. Yeah, and I told her, she goes, what are you cheering for? Like, you came in, because she was way ahead of me in the game. And I was like, I just wiped out that whole village. It felt
well, I'll tell you what, man, you have been a trailblazer in this community. You continue to be, and I hope that you will be. You're going to get back to more regular streaming, because I'll tell you what, it's your fault. I spent tons of money in this game, and I thank you for that. But just some of the best times, seriously, Al, that I've had in this community is just hanging out, whether you're doing games, you're doing your chats with Al. And hey, come on, sometimes things got political, and you and I have spoken about this. I'm a liberal, but I'm not.
You're okay. I don't want to get political, but
no, it's cool.
We've disagreed on things,
but we've agreed on things.
But I've never thought. I can't use that word, can I?
What, snowflake? Go for it.
Yeah, whatever. I never thought you were a snowflake.
No.
So, but
I'm not like that.
I'll tell you, when I was doing chats, the most fun I ever had is when we were an ensemble, and I had a few people on, and we'd have 4 or 5 people on, and we do some jokes, some skits, all off the top of our head.
Yep.
And we had a lot of fun.
I remember you used to have JD on there, that writer.
Yeah, JD. I haven't talked to him in a while. I think it was just before Thanksgiving. We wished each other well. And JD is very smart. We used to have Uncle Ron on.
Yep.
We used to have Chris from Delaware, who could do voices.
Yes. Do you remember you remember the horse racing games we did every Sunday on the 2 Earls channel?
That was Earl.
Oh my God.
That was fun.
I miss those days, man.
Yeah.
I miss it. The community's coming back together, because there was a splinter there for a while.
Yeah.
But it's coming back together. But I'll tell you what, man, I don't know if you realize just the impact. And look, you're a very humble dude. And that's one of the things that, hey, we're Italians, and sometimes humble isn't easy to do for Italians. Right.
No.
And I'm also part Irish, so that makes it
double difficult.
Double difficult. It's a bad mix. But I just want you to know, man, that Robert talks about this a lot, and he's absolutely at RJO Network. The people, not only the content creators, but just everybody here and the people in this sports gaming community that you have inspired, that you've kept going. Man, we owe you such a huge debt of gratitude, brother.
I thank you for
Seriously.
those kind words. Not necessary. It was a lot of fun. I'll tell you.
Don't say was.
Well,
Don't
it
say
is fun.
was.
It's changed. It's changed. Like it's it's changed with some things.
With some things, we don't all hang out like we used
You
to,
know.
but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that it couldn't be again, because those were great. It was almost a thing like you knew that Saturday night was Chat with Al,
Yeah.
or Sunday night Al was going to be breaking pottery. I don't know, whatever the hell it
Yeah,
was.
you're right. Oh my God, I did play that on Sundays.
You did play it on Sundays, man.
That's funny. I would watch the Patriots usually played early. So after that, and then if the Patriots were playing late, I'd still play that game. I'd have them on the radio behind me.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
But anyhow, on behalf of all the content creators here, thank you for everything that you've done and will continue to do.
Oh, thank you.
And as Aaron Reed says, your boxing matches there's you. I mean, and look, you're excellent with baseball, so don't take that as like, oh well, you're not as good. It's not that, but it's sort of like, so Dave Little was the guy and I'm not a basketball fan, but Dave Little would do basketball on Friday nights, and I would listen to Dave Little do basketball. You're the go-to guy for boxing.
Well, thank you.
It is what it is, man.
I used to I always try to bring, like when I do baseball or football, mostly baseball.
Right.
I tried to bring a little comedy to it.
Yeah.
I make a lot like tension where it doesn't even exist. I think like, well, especially if the game's a blowout or something. I think if the guy gets hit by a pitch after he homered, I think he would want to give the pitcher the finger or something.
Yeah, but you know what else I like is you get invested and emotionally involved. I've seen you go off, and you have too on some games. You will go off, and it's beautiful. You will get angry. It's like, yes, because then you're invested. It's not you're just some guy like, okay, I'm just on here because I've got to make videos. It was never like that with you, and I like that.
In fact, okay, again, just my opinion, and then okay. So when I got monetized, I was really happy. I said, "That's cool, right? That's cool. Like I can make a shekel, literally a shekel.
A shekel, right?"
I was like, "Oh, that's kind of neat. That's cool." And the thing with YouTube now, they're like, "Oh, do subscribers." I'm like, and they constantly send me. And again, see, YouTube, yes, they make a lot of money off big channels, but you know what? They make a lot more money, just as much money off a bunch of small channels.
Oh yeah,
because
yes, they do.
And my point being is, and they send it to everybody. I'm not saying just me, but they're constantly trying to say, "Oh, do subscriptions, do this, do that," because they can make more money. Well, I don't want to do that.
Right.
I'm like, I always tell people, you don't have, like, sometimes people would give me super chats. I kind of felt weird. It was kind of cool at first. I was like, I really don't want super chats. I don't. I said, if you want whatever, if you put the thing on and you can tolerate one commercial, let the commercial run. I'll make my 3 cents.
Yeah. Right.
But it just it's funny you said that, because then it felt like I always stop when I'm not having fun anymore.
Yeah.
I've
done the same. I've taken 2 years off from doing this, like at different times.
And like when you're playing a game and you're just having some fun, and then you get a couple of people will come in the chat and they'll be like, well, and I'm paraphrasing, you're not taking this seriously. It's a fucking game, dude.
It's exactly.
It's not going to change anything if somehow the Mets beat the Yankees.
It's not.
It's a game. I'm playing a game. I'm able to tell a story.
Yeah.
And my canvas and my writing is whatever game I'm playing. It's my art.
Amen.
It's to try to make some enjoyment.
Yep.
And when you just get one or two people that, and I have very rarely banned anybody.
Right.
It's been years. But you get a couple of people come in, I'm sitting there going, it's a game. It's a game.
It's a game. Well, you know something that I try to keep in mind is I always call Ken Castro the heart and soul of this channel, and he is. And he said this a couple times to me, and it applies to all of us that do this. He said, I don't know if you realize this. He said, but what you do, he said, for a lot of people out there, this is something they look forward to. This is what gets them through the day. And there are times when I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking tired of this. And I remember what Ken said. And I'm like, you know what? If even though I'm not really feeling this thing, I'm gonna put on that actor face. Like, I'm trained in
Yeah.
show business. I'm gonna put that face on, and if that made somebody feel a little bit less lonely or made them forget
Yeah.
about
That was,
whatever calamity is visiting them in their
yeah.
lives, I feel
No,
good about that.
I
You know?
know when I was taking care of my mother and even
Yeah.
my dad, but most with my mom, right?
Right. Right.
I would
Memory
be
eternal.
listening to you guys and stuff, and even other non-sports channels. You
Hmm.
always win because they would play the zombie games and make me laugh, and I would
Right.
just listen to their videos and watch because it's just something to get your mind off of it for
Hmm.
that brief time.
Right.
Um, no, YouTube is a cool thing.
It is a cool thing.
Cool thing. That's why I don't begrudge them when they make their money. I just what happens. Well, I'll keep that to myself because I don't want to upset anyone because it's going to come out wrong. So,
Oh,
I just think it's okay to make some. When people are constantly now, it's not even that. It's the whole like they want you to subscribe. They want you to push
right.
that subscription, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to do that. And I did notice, like when you don't do that,
Mm-hmm.
people like you are telling me, well, I don't get my notifications anymore. My friend Chris at work, I don't get my notifications. My sister, I don't get my notifications. Other people, I don't get my notifications. Well, nothing's really changed except that I don't want to have subscribers pay me.
Right, I get that. I do. I mean, I get that. I
You
just
know,
my only thing is like I want to be, seeing. And so when I do, like the other night, it was like I'm talking and like somebody said, "Hey, Al's on him," because that was like because you haven't been doing a lot. That's what people
yeah.
have been telling me because I do ask about you, and because I'll see occasional posts, on social platform, social media from you, but I'm like, I wonder how Al's doing, and I know I could just easily reach out, "Hey, brother, how are you?" But people are like Al's on, like, let's go.
And I
So,
appreciate that. It's and there's so many people doing it now. That's why I'm like,
yeah,
I don't mind if I don't do it because there's so many other great people to watch. You
there
know,
are, there are,
there's
there's
so
some
many.
amazing
There's
people,
you. There's
man.
Dave Gardner,
Wow.
Uncle Ron Juckett, RJL.
Dude, I'm the train wreck of the community, and I wear that badge proudly.
Ah,
I let the so like because like so Uncle Ron, he's like the serious, like he's like he injects humor, but Ron is when Ron's on that mic, he's a broadcaster, much like Chris Slovic, and I love
yeah,
Chris Slovic is amazing.
yeah, Chris is fun.
Legends, same thing,
Yeah.
right? If you come into this, it's a train wreck.
Well, that's
There's
what makes
nights
it fun.
yeah, that's but I mean, I've had people like, "Wow, is Beatles going to actually do a 9 inning game?" And it's like, no. The only time you ever hear a 9 inning game on here, if you're lucky, but I still come in with commentary, is
Ernie
if
Harwell.
I'm like Ernie Harwell or old time baseball. That's pretty much it.
I
We've got on like for 2 hours sometimes, talking about gangster movies on here.
yeah.
So whatever.
But that yeah. I remember when I first started in the community, not so much gaming, but just discovering the community, which was cool.
Yeah.
People were like, "How fast can I play this game?" And I always thought that was wow. People, so I
Oh,
thought like,
baseball replay journal who can do 14 minute game. That guy. Whoa. Yeah.
and
Nice
there are other
guy, but
people,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I always felt if you're going live, I always felt for me, if people come to my chat, I should talk to them.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's just
Yes.
me.
Yes. Yes.
So
No, I totally agree. And I tell these guys on here, the game's secondary. It's about this community. And that's why I'm trying to get so, and I know you want to go, brother. I'm just the last thing here.
no, that's fine.
My big challenge is trying to figure out how to get the cards and dice players engaged because I realize that, I have a webcam sitting here. I'm just not ready to hook
You
it
know
up
what's
yet.
interesting?
To get them engaged, this is a
They,
largely digital baseball channel.
yeah, and you know you should find whatever game and put up. You'll see people. It's amazing to me. People love to watch card in our community. I'm not saying like the whole YouTube thing, internet,
Right.
but in this type of community, they love card and dice.
I know,
I
it's incredible. It's
I
incredible.
like playing card and dice. I play a lot of card and dice offline now, and I put on my channel too. Um, you just have to have everything right. You have to have the camera, like
Yeah.
and sometimes it's just, and then the setups for me, because I don't, when I play card and dice, I like actually filling out the scorecard, the score sheet, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
But what's exciting with this, because I've tried the other helpers or whatever you want to call it, and it just
Right.
didn't feel like playing card and dice. It felt like me data processing. I was like,
Okay.
ugh.
Yeah.
With
Fair.
this, with this 2026 version, it's so easy. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to do it all the time, but it'd be
Right.
nice for me to sit there and go, well, I have these History Maker baseball, a couple of these PDF sets, right?
Right.
Well, I'm not a genius, but I can use Excel to sort of put the cards up, and then I can just click on the thing on the bottom and it would come up, and I could say, okay, this guy's blah, blah, blah. And then you
Mm-hmm.
roll the dice and you can have some fun,
Yeah.
But I do enjoy, there's something about card and dice for me, and then just feeling, it's a single. And then when I make my mistakes, see, when I play offline, if I make a mistake and I catch myself, I just fix it.
Yeah.
When, and sometimes I don't, obviously, if I don't catch myself, maybe I make mistakes and I don't know. But when you make
Yeah.
the mistake online and you sit there and go, and like ID Jester goes, no, you looked at the wrong column. I went, you looked at the wrong number. I said, no, I looked at the, he goes, no, yeah. He goes, but the column, and I was playing strat. I was like, but it's made for more adventure.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Well, Al, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys, we're coming up on 5 hours. We still haven't beaten Dwayne Martz, but for the 10 of you left, and should have done this when we had 30 some, we're still going to be doing our Super Bowl Sunday baseball, whatever.
That's where Beatles Eternally will give you all of his football picks for the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And what's coming up on his channel regarding football.
Exactly. It's going to be a total extravaganza. Everybody, so leave in the comments. Please thank Al for coming in. Thank RGL Network. Thank Tribe Fan. Subscribe to all those channels, and it's a great time. All right. And Al does a great tennis game too. So
that's a good game. That's a fun game, that tennis game.
Yeah, I mean, like, you gotta be watching tennis, man. What's wrong with you? Anyhow, dude, we got to keep in touch. All right, please.
So,
all right, man.
Take care, everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year.
Amen, brother.
Amen.
All
Bye-bye.
right, guys. Good night. Good night, Al. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you. Tomorrow, we're probably going to continue, just getting Michael McGreevy League going. I still have rosters to put in. I'm sorry, the eye surgery kind of put things back. When you can't see, you can't create rosters. But I might have a little surprise for something for the McGreevy League. It's not a little surprise. What I'm going to do is, after we get started with it, just for shits and giggles, I've been wanting to replicate that league elsewhere, and we're going to replicate the McGreevy League in Baseball for Windows. So you guys, there are going to be nights when maybe we're just going to have Ernie call, and they're not going to be part of the official stats or anything, but I think it'd be fun to just have Baseball for Windows played out while Bernie and I actually broadcast the official league. So stay tuned for that. And as I always say, man, everybody just live baseball, love it. Be good to one another. There's a lot of bullshit happening in the world right now. But the community that we have created, all of us, this is not my channel. This is our place where we can be safe from all that shit for a while, even for a while. All right. And until the next time, we'll see you around the batting cage. Good night, everybody.